Hello, welcome
Good
to
morning.
Pre-Market Pulse. Hey, James. I suppose just to clarify, today we are going to find out what to expect from the trading day ahead of us. But first, today, I believe, James, we've got an announcement, right? Is that true?
Yeah, we sure have. So welcome to Hola Prime, everyone. Welcome to the morning show. We're giving away 4 funded accounts, giving them away in
Wow.
this session and the following sessions. And this is what you have to do in order to get hold of these accounts. So there's a 100K account, a 50K account, 25 and 10, and they're all up for grabs. This is what you have to do. Subscribe to both Hola Prime TV. That's this channel that you're on now. Right below this video, there's a button that says subscribe. Click that button. And then go over to Hola Prime Global, which is our other channel, and click the subscribe button there too. That's the first thing you've got to do. And then all you've got to do is on this live stream, make a comment and make sure that in your bio on YouTube, your email address is there. And some point I don't think during this session, but in the subsequent sessions, there'll be a draw. And someone will be getting 100, a 50, a 25, and a 10K account. And I think the 10K account is fully funded, and that means no challenge required. All you've got to do is receive
Wow.
it. So to get that, make sure that you subscribe to both the channels, this one and the Hola Prime Global, and put up your question or your comment. Make sure your email address is in your bio, and we'll get hold of you. And I think there'll be some giveaways later on in the show, in the show straight after this one, Paul.
Wow, that's pretty exciting. I'm quite impressed by
Yeah.
that. That's very good. What a great opportunity for people. So go and do that, folks, please. Subscribe, subscribe,
Yeah, fully
subscribe.
funded.
There we go. Fully funded. Wow. Right.
All right.
Excellent.
Should we
Excellent.
get straight into the
So, well,
charts and have a look at what's moving and what's not?
yeah, what you got for us? What's happening today?
All right. Let's get my charts up, please, when in the back end there. And I think we'll look at the stock markets first. And whilst that's busy loading, I'll get my chart set up. And we're going to have a look at some of the big indices here and see what's moving. We've changed our position since yesterday. Well, I have anyway. So it'll be interesting to see what's going on and what the differences are, because the market has actually subtly changed. So let's start with the Nasdaq and have a look at that one. And if you recall, we were short. There's the short arrow there. And I've actually taken that short position off at break even because it started moving back up again, bouncing off the support level. And this is the same level that we talked. It's about as neat as it gets when it comes to levels. It's just a line. It's not even a range or a zone. And look at that flat bottom. And most of the time, these flat bottoms will actually give away to the downside first. But on this occasion, it did not. And so we got long on the bounce. Pretty simple. Down to the moving average, well, moving up 20-period moving average, and the support line. If you're a day trader and you're looking to get into this sort of trade, this is how you would play it. So there's the, let's go to a 15-minute chart, I think. So there's the little dip down into the moving averages on the 15-2. That's the big support line that we were talking about just below there. And we've bounced off there quite nicely. And going back to the day chart, you can see how that worked out. So it's that big spike down there, back on the 15-minute chart. Look at the red line, that big spike down there. Also to the 200-period Bollinger Band on the 15-minute chart, a confluence of support. And that line there is that big support level that we talked about before. Didn't quite get there. But after the bounce, if you don't get it on the dip, on the bounce, on the sort of bottom, on the flat bottom, try and get it on the bounce. Plenty of chances to get in here yesterday. If you were day trading the Nasdaq, you should have been all over this long. You don't get a much better setup than this. This is a 15-minute chart. If you're day trading on a 5 or 3-minute chart, and you're looking at VWAP and moving averages on those charts, very similar picture. Daily move down. So here's the start of the day, right? That's about 3 o'clock. And this is when Jerome, well, I suppose there were rumors that Jerome Powell might be out of a job and that Trump was on his case again. That sent the market down. Funnily enough, actually, because it sort of signaled that we could see earlier rate cuts. But I think the markets don't like uncertainty and conflict, particularly political conflict. And that's what caused that dip. But this is a 5-minute chart. Look how many chances you got to get back long again on the dip through the moving Bollinger Band. Big reversal candles here. Massive bullish engulfing candle right there, and plenty of chances to get long. And even if you only were trading later on and you missed the dip on the 15-minute chart, plenty of opportunity. Let's go across here. Plenty of opportunity to get in several times, like once, twice, 3 times, 4 times on the dip after the initial bounce, dip, bounce. It's like a bouncy ball. Dip, bounce, 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 and then carry on. And that's where we are today on the Nasdaq. So we're long on the Nasdaq now after being short just 24 hours ago, and but we are still short on the S&P. And okay, we've got a conflict going on here. But I have to trade these individually. I'm not trading them with the Nasdaq, which has got a different flavor, the S&P, different flavor, personality, and makeup. And then you've got the German 30, the DAX, the Xetra DAX in the old days we used to call it, and then the Dow Jones, or DJIA as we used to call it, the Dow Jones Industrial Index. They've all got different personalities and flavors, and therefore you should trade them differently, even though they're very highly correlated. And of course, they're made up of different things as well, different instruments going to each of these baskets. So I'm trading the S&P as a separate instrument by itself, ignoring the fact that I'm long on the other index, the other US index. And here is a very, very simple play. We've got this red trend line straight up the center of the chart. It's an over-under trend line. We're on the top of it. Now we're underneath it, and we've tried to get short a couple of times. And actually, to be honest, I'm not convinced of this at all, seeing as we're long on the Nasdaq and long on several stock names as well. Most of the names that we're long on are Nasdaq type names and not S&P names, mostly the tech names, the Mag 7, that sort of thing. So slightly less of that in the S&P, although quite a lot. So maybe the S&P will come down a little bit, like silver is showing strength, but gold is showing weakness. Maybe the Nasdaq will show strength, but the S&P will show weakness. And not too dissimilar in some ways in their relationship with the rest of the market. So pretty simple again, move up. We sold yesterday at the top, as close as we could get, very, very close to the top there. Not yesterday, 2 days ago, and we remain short. Now we've got a one up, one down reversal candle pattern. If you're worried about the bounce since yesterday's sell, you should be, because remember, we're long on the Nasdaq and I'm long on the market in general in my mind, but I'm trading this one technically. If in doubt, look at the chart, and if you have a toss up between what the fundamentals are saying or the correlated instruments are saying and what your chart is saying, it's much better on every occasion to observe the chart and trade the chart rather than what you think might happen based on what's going on. So that's what we're doing here on the S&P. The fact that we've moved up a little bit the day before or yesterday doesn't really matter. Beautiful technical rejection off that line. Projection. That's the 50% Fibonacci projection level from that last swing. Just that swing. Again, not the best Fibonacci projection because there hasn't been any pullback, so there's not much to anchor it on. But what I'm getting to it now, folks. We've got this candle pattern, these two candles from the two preceding days, one down with a spike high and one up with a spike low. It's a classic reversal pattern taking place at the Fibonacci extension and the over-under trend line. So I think it's worth a go. And of course, if we break and close above that line there, and that's at 6321, I will hedge the entire lot, and we'll then have a long position and a short position on the same instrument. And at some point, when we get to the next level, I'll look to take the longs off. That could well be at 6480 or even higher. There are more fib projections above us, much further above us, 65, 66, 67, all the way up to 7,000. But so we'll look at the next Fibonacci extension level, which is up here at the top 200 period Bollinger Band, another confluence area at 64.5. And at that point, I'll look to take off the longs that I've added. If we do get this event of breaking up and holding above that line, those longs off at the top there, and then seek to resell into that resistance level only if I get a signal, a reversal, clear reversal pattern like we've got here underneath the trend line. So yeah, mixed bag, really long on one, short on the other, and long on a whole bunch of names. So I'm not trading the Dow or the German 30 at the moment. And that's the stocks for you. And I don't know if you've got any comments on that, Paul, if you want me to just carry on with Forex and a couple of the other things. But
I think
I'd be interested to hear what your thoughts are, even just from a technical perspective.
Yeah, no, I can see the what was it? We were just looking at SPX, was it? I can see that moving upwards for sure. I see that. I think the interesting thing that you mentioned though is of course that dip. Now, obviously, as traders, we're all very familiar with the concept of buying fear, right? It's that old classic adage, right? But I think now we should perhaps consider renaming it, not buying fear, but maybe confusion and uncertainty. Just changing, because it is a slightly different play now, right? Because confusion and uncertainty seems to have quite steady rebounds, like these traps which we find ourselves in. So I think we need to come up with a better name. That's my takeaway from that. We need to come up with a better name. It's not buying fear, it's buying craziness, buying uncertainty potentially.
Yeah. Well, this really is like climbing the wall of worry here. You can see it. It sort of really looks like it, doesn't it?
Yeah.
And look, I've been trading for a very long time, almost 30 years. It's not quite, but it's getting there. It will be next year, I think. And the number of occasions over 3 decades that I've seen that happening might only be one other occasion, and I can't remember the exact date. And it might have been 2000 or 2018 or prior to that when I wasn't trading, but I can't remember. But this is incredibly unusual and violent and dangerous and just really, really nasty. The incredible collapse here based on the tariff the tariffs that Trump is putting on. I've never seen anything like it, and you would not expect such a dramatic move based on a few tariffs. But I think this is reflecting a few other things. The tariffs are not good news for the markets, obviously, but this is reflecting greater fear. And I expect that we'll revisit this sort of move not too distant from the future, and it may be just above us, somewhere up here, that we see something similar. Maybe, obviously, not quite as violent unless something dramatic happens economically or politically, but we could get a very sharp move. This is going to, as they say in the markets, echo. Watch out for echoes. They always happen, and it sometimes happens 3 months, 6 months later, or a year later, or even longer. And you're going to get a reverb or an echo from this event. This is not a small event. This is a huge, massive event. So watch out for all of that. But we have to be long, generally in the markets, even though I'm short on the S&P. We've got to be angling long in general. So I'm long on the Nasdaq, long on all these names. The only one I'm short on is the Nasdaq, and purely because of what we've got going on this chart. So I'm weighted and biased long, but just not the S&P. So we have to be long, and I know this looks ridiculous. That's the S&P. They all look ridiculous. The Nasdaq looks ridiculous. And how long can this carry on for? Now, I must say that this chart is looking like it's running out of momentum, and it has run out of momentum. I don't have the stochastic. If you want to look for divergence on your stochastic or RSI, you can put a 1473 period stochastic up on your chart. I can do that for you right now, actually. And I'll show you that we've probably got stochastic divergence. And so when you put up your stochastic, you'll get something that looks like this. Just go for the stochastic indicator on whatever charts you're using, whatever chart package you're using. This is the standard stochastic setting. It's 1413, and you get a bit of a squiggly sort of line. It's not really neat, and it's just a bit messy. So, and I like to slow it down a bit so we don't get chopped around. So just change that from 1413 and change a percentage K to 7, and you get a smooth stochastic. It's not exactly a smooth stochastic, but it's similar. And you can see that we've got a much smoother line, with the other ones still being the same. Now look at what's happening. Price is moving up, stochastics moving down. Clear stochastic divergence. You don't need to draw your stochastic on the chart. You can see it without doing that. And get into the habit of doing it without your stochastic. There's no need for all that nonsense on your charts all the time. And you can do an RSI as well. What you want to do with your charts is try and keep as much chart in your screen as possible, and as little RSI, stochastic, and all the other indicators and oscillators that you might use. So this is the 14-period RSI. Once again, this is the standard setting. I'm just going to get the SMA, get that, the middle bit. Yeah, and then just change this to yellow. This is a 14-period RSI. This is the standard setting, which you should use. And once again, you can see on the Nasdaq moving up, RSI not moving down, but certainly not moving up. Well, it can't move up much further because it's at the top. So, but, dribbling down maybe perhaps as the price is dribbling up. Once again, you don't need the RSI in your chart. Just look at your chart. It's much better to have a chart with numbers and prices and candles and bars or whatever you're using, rather than all that gumph at the bottom. You want to focus on price action. So all you have got to do is look at this. Look at it's rather insipid, isn't it? It's pathetic. It's moving up very slowly. And in fact, for the last number of days, maybe 2 weeks, we're literally just moving sideways. There's no money to be made in these markets, folks. So what's going to happen is we're going to break out on the short-term charts. You'll see a stochastic squeeze, not stochastic, Bollinger Band, squeezing in. Look at the width of the Bollinger Band, squeezing in. That's a 15-minute chart.
Yeah.
And on the 5-minute chart, similar. So really what we're looking at here is a Bollinger Band squeeze, sideways movement, and the next breakout will be violent. And I suspect I'd put like a 70% probability that this is going to break up and form a parabolic, very powerful wave up into my blob and maybe right up through there. Maybe we've got the last spurt taking us up to the next level at about 24,000. But that's all for the future. It's not to be sort of conjectured on now. But what we've got to do now is decide what we want to do. And I'm just going to stay long on the Nasdaq, I think, today, and short on the S&P. See how today plays out. And we've got the jobs numbers coming up later, and we've got a couple of other data coming out. I'll quickly just tell you what that is. I've got it up on my screen. I think it's retail sales, and that will have an impact on the market too. But I think the jobs number, after seeing a few jitters with inflation and the jobs a little bit sort of slightly strong with the NFP and the jobs that we saw last week, and we're looking at the jobs numbers coming out today, and what's expected is 29K jobless claims compared to 237, the projection or the estimate, and 235 before. So also expecting jobless claims to drop, along with some of the other interesting data that's coming in, including retail sales, and considering that GDP is under spotlight and it's been negative in the last quarter, retail sales might just be the thing that sort of peps everyone up a little bit, and we get away from that a little bit of gloom and doom from the GDP. Over to you, Paul.
Thank you. So I was still just transfixed on waiting for the breakout into my blob. I just, it's gonna break into my blob. I was just stuck on that. I apologize. The other thing is, which I'll show you in a second. If we could put my charts up, that would be great. Just for a second, is what you said about indicators. But once my chart's up, we can maybe have a chat about that. So yeah, but before we look at my charts, let's just have a reminder, of course, of the giveaway which we've been promoting. So James, just remind us what do people have to do in order to have a chance to win this giveaway? As we've got it's pretty decent.
Okay.
Right? So we've got to.
Yeah. Let's go through it again. So, folks, this is the deal. We're giving away 4 funded accounts. Funded. That means you don't need to do a challenge. And the challenge is the most difficult part. So you don't even have to do that. And we're giving away 100K, 50K, 25K, and a 10K funded, fully funded, no challenge required. Now, I might be corrected. It might only be the 10K account, but I think it might be all of them. And all you have to do
I think the
to
10K
win this for
has
yourself
already
and
been given.
what?
Yeah, 10K.
I think one's
gone.
been given
10K's
already,
gone.
Paul. Oh,
Yeah,
10K's
gone.
Okay,
yeah.
so
Yeah.
All right, cool. So we have the 25K. So actually, it's getting better. It's only getting better. 25K, 50K, and the big one, the 100,000K funded account, no challenge required. I think that's correct. And all you got to do, folks, and this is a massive giveaway, I've never heard of this being done before, is subscribe to both Hola Prime TV, that's this channel that you're watching right now, and below this video that you're observing, there's a button that says subscribe, and all you have to do is press the button, and then go across to Hola Prime Global, which is the other Hola Prime account at YouTube, Hola Prime Global, and subscribe there. Once you've done that hard work, all you've got to do is then comment in the chat. I see there's a few comments coming through. Ask a question. Let's get some questions up, folks. While you're in the chat right now, we'll answer your questions. And by doing that, you'll also get the answer to your question and a chance to win a $100,000 account. I think it's awesome. Yeah, so just make sure you subscribe, click below this video, and send something up in the ask a question, say something, and you're in the draw. I think there's a draw at the end of the day.
yeah, also, just like, this is not related to the competition, but while you're doing all of that subscribing, right, you could also head along to Hola Prime X and subscribe to that too. Now, there's no prizes there, except you get more of me, which I think is probably prize enough. But nonetheless, what an exciting giveaway. That's really exciting. Congratulations to whoever got the 10K. That's fantastic. But whilst you're all going away and subscribing to everything, which is great, let's have a look at all my lovely indicators. Now, as you can see, James, I feel that you are a little bit judgy about having my screen real estate filled with indicators, because honestly, I get comfort from the RSI being on my screen. I do get comfort. So maybe each to their own, but but I'm
Of
just
course.
joking, of course. James is quite right.
No, you're
Focus
right.
on the
No, of
price
course you're
action.
right.
No, not at all. No, it is an important point, because if we talk about something like fib levels, an example, a lot of people will always put them on their chart. They'll always do these things, but I only roll them out when I've got a question which I need answering. So James is quite right, but just joking about that, of course. But what I would like to just talk about today, before we just jump into some, maybe I'm just joking, let's get rid of all the RSI from here now, that's just a bit messy, is first, before we look at Bitcoin, is this BTC, Bitcoin versus M2 correlation, which has been intact since the start of the year. And this, I think, it's about 6 to 8 week delay essentially between this. But you can see this is the M2 in blue, and this is Bitcoin, of course. And you can see the correlation is pretty much bang on. But the most important thing, of course, is look where the M2 is and look where Bitcoin is. So just a little food for thought as we look at what the Bitcoin's current price action is. And let's see if we can find the chart. So here it is. And unfortunately, we're exactly where we were at the start of the week, James. I think, right, we're still above that red line. We're still just holding our own, and we're just waiting to see what happens. I mean, any thoughts on that from your perspective, James?
Yeah, I mean, I think like
Bitcoin
we were
holding.
talking about the altcoin season starting and Bitcoin slumbering off a bit, and yeah, it's I said that candle, that sell-off candle a couple of days ago in Bitcoin was the beginning of the altcoin season. I make these wild proclamations. You've got to take them with a pinch of salt, but I think that's kind of what's happened. And if you look at ETH and the only two that I'm monitoring or that I'm busy trading, and I've got good positions on ETH and XRP. Those are the only two alts I'm trading, but those are just going, ballistic. And Bitcoin's just, as you say, slumbering around that 118 level. It worries me about yesterday's candle, Paul, and today's actually as a follow-up, is that yesterday's candle was a bullish candle, but it was an inside candle. And today we have a flat top against yesterday's high, and it's also still an inside candle. And the preceding candle was the big bearish candle from 2 days ago, which sets the tone so far. Until we break out through yesterday and the previous day's high, we're actually in a bearish pattern.
Yeah, and I mean, look, okay, so we say bearish pattern, but reality is that it's very healthy to come back down and recheck this area. And with the 50 and all this kind of stuff coming in, it looks pretty right. But yeah, there's an inverse head and shoulders forming for sure, with this red line acting as, of course, the neckline. But it's perfect. It'd be healthy. It'd be really, actually, for traders, it would be a good to have a retrace, right? The retrace is very important to allow us to sync up our entrances with altcoin long. So say you've got a setup on XRP and you want XRP to come down a little bit. If Bitcoin comes down to here, it'll pull XRP down. Good buying opportunity for XRP, because Bitcoin now should hopefully bounce from this area. So I would like to see a move downwards for sure. But we need to, of course, wait and see. We've just had a question from Slay Zasks on the live chat. I don't have the live chat up at the moment, but they ask, thanks for the question. Are you guys swing traders? Yeah, I mean, I definitely swing trade for sure. I mean, how would you categorize yourself, James?
Yeah, swing trader. I like a bit of scalping every now and then, but I don't have a lot of time for it, and it's pretty exhausting. And I found that it really just comes down to money. I think if you've got a bigger, and also maybe account size too. I think if you've got a bigger account, if your account grows and you want to make more money from a bigger account, I think swing trading is more profitable for sure, and it's also a better lifestyle. But if you've got a smaller account and you need to leverage up, juice it up a bit, then you have to day trade. And there are plenty of good day trading systems and methods. So I kind of like both, but I'm a swing trader. Yeah, I think it's just a
Yeah.
preference, really. And mostly,
Yeah. No, I mean,
most of the, like when I was 25 and 30 trading, starting out, I was definitely a scalper and a day trader because it's just a lot of fun. But when you get older, it's not so much fun anymore, and you'd rather just be on the beach or watch your charts from the restaurant or something like that. Yeah.
yeah, no, and yeah, for sure. And I think the territory we're entering in with the altcoin market may be finally moving us to a position where it's a little bit more capable of swing trading, midterm holds, that sort of thing. But I do obviously scalp. I mean, scalping for me is not intraday; it's just like a day or it's 48 hours. But that's what essentially I will do when the market conditions require it, and I will leverage it up, of course, because that's sometimes with the market is very hesitant. That's the only way you can do get in out, get in quickly. But we're definitely moving to a more a market which is a little bit more supportive of this kind of swing trading approaches. So yeah, so that's Bitcoin, and obviously, we want some organic price action, a move back from here. But if you're looking to sort out some trades, this is the line in sand you want to watch, of course. But I wouldn't be shorting anything right now. Just pay attention to what Bitcoin does, and if you do see a move higher from here, a higher high, then this probably becomes the area which you can join in for a long. But until we see a higher high, you have to presume that we're going to eventually come down at some point, and then that will be a great place to start entering positions. But let's just have a look at something which is much more relevant, I think, today, and that's the money flow. As James, you've been talking about, as well as me, we've been talking about altcoin season. Now, what does altcoin season look like? Right, altcoin season looks like this. This is Bitcoin dominance. So when this is going down, right, this is money flowing into the altcoin market, right? Just this turn BNB from $12 to a few hundred last cycle, right? It made a load of money and a load of other people a load of money, right? So this is what we're waiting for. Now, this has been the 2-year trend we've had from Bitcoin dominance, and we've had these fake outs. But now we've broken down this primary trend again, which is money flowing into the altcoin market, which is fantastic with a lot of volume, of course. Red is green, essentially, for altcoin. So how do we trade this? Now, the first thing to understand is that we need to avoid being caught in a trap like we were in November. So the trap was this. We had the lower low and the breakdown. We then had the bearish retest, but then we had a higher low, then a higher high. And this was the biggest liquidation event in crypto history because it caught people out. Now, how do we avoid that? Now, obviously, I will be looking for long entrances when this comes up to here. So then we hopefully get a bounce down, and that'll be more money coming in. It will propel along for me upwards. But I need to think of the third move because we haven't seen that yet. So that would be the breakdown. That would be the bearish retest, and then the lower high, excuse me, the lower low, right? And if we see the lower low, right, from that point on, then it's something we haven't seen before, and that the break is probably going to be not a fake out, and we're going to be heading down from here. So depending on your risk tolerance, depending on how hesitant you are, you just need to know, of course, what you want to see, which we haven't seen yet, to confirm that this may be about to happen. I mean, James, any thoughts on that coming from a altcoin season bull?
Yeah, if the back end could just switch over back to my charts, please, again. Look, I think the question that most traders, there are a couple of questions in chat about Bitcoin wallets and so on, which we could talk about, and seasonality and a couple of other questions. This is the Bitcoin day chart. Now, you can see I've got 3 positions on here, and one. So I don't want to actually. Could be a little confusing. But I've got one right at the top here. These are not new. These are kind of old positions that I took off at the bottom. And I've been long since the 74s. And just the way I've structured it, I took most of, on this account, took most of it off quite recently, halfway up here. And I've added some back on, taken it off. These are my new tranches. Don't worry about the positions. In fact, let's get rid of them. You can see I've got a couple of small ones and just one Bitcoin. So not a lot on here. And I want to buy into dips, as Paul was talking about. The obvious dip, the most juicy and delicious dip, the perfect dip, actually, is down to here at 112,500. And currently, that's the 20-period moving average. It's also the previous swing high, and it's the 38% Fibonacci retracement. So 3 things in confluence. But it's just, the Bitcoin chart has been so beautiful and so neat. We've got the bubble head at the top here, like we had on XRP yesterday, which looks top heavy, but XRP just ignored that and has carried on moving higher. We've got the bubble head here, just like we had on XRP yesterday. And we talked about this, Paul, and I said I was a bit worried about this bubble head over here. I'm just going to make it there. And look what's happened. So bubblehead
Oh yeah.
nullified, and bubblehead on BTC might also be nullified by a sudden move up. But I actually am, you see, I've got very little on here. I actually want to get, I want to buy the sort of biggest chunk of it down here and reload all the positions that are in the 70s. So most of these were in the 74 region, and I had a bunch at the 100 region. And I've showed these repeatedly, these positions over the last couple of months. Now taken all of these off, and I've started very tentatively adding some back on. And that one right at the top there is just in case the bubblehead just carries on doing what XRP did. But actually, I don't have enough on this. So what I want is a dip back down to here. We have to switch down to the shorter term charts. If you're trading with your prop account, and if you win one of those beautiful 100K or 50K juicy giveaway accounts today, you'll be looking to get into perhaps Bitcoin longs and wondering what to do. If you want to know how to win that, I'll tell you right now, put a question in the chat box, make sure you subscribe to the channel, and you can win a $100,000 fully funded account, no challenge required. So if you do win that account, or if you've got your own account, you might be considering the dips. This is the 4-hour chart in Bitcoin. There's the line. It's also the 100-period moving average down here at that line. There's the 50-period moving average. Let's go even closer. Let's go to the 1-hour chart. Dribbling down a bit, we've got some support here, big order blocks. And there's the line still. The orange line is the one that we're looking at. And if we go down to a sort of a day trading chart, 5 minutes, it gets a little bit more difficult because we're not then trading the longer term picture. If you're day trading Bitcoin, you should be prepared to swing both ways, up and down, like this sort of thing that we see very frequently on Bitcoin. So basically that line's quite a long way down, that line that both Paul and I really like. And you're going to have to either be patient or do what I've done and take a few little nibbles in this region, and without being prepared. So what I'm going to do is, if we dip down below at this level here, it's very precise, very clear, 115,650. If we close beneath that level, I'll just hedge these small existing positions and ride that down. If we break that level and close beneath it, there's like a 80% chance we will get the dip down to 112,500. Maybe a 90% chance. So hedge it, dip, exit the hedge, take profit on the shorts. I've held the longs the whole time. I'm not getting rid of them. And then I'll start stacking up these long trades. I don't have nearly enough on here. I'd like to add maybe another, I don't know, 5, or maybe I've got like 15 or 20% size on. So I'd like to add the other 80%, something like that down here. But probably not even there.
Well,
I'll
James,
probably add the other 50% on here. And then I'll add
maybe
another,
James, you actually
the rest. So
maybe you want to add a little bit more. Maybe you want to add 100K, because I actually think that even though we're giving people advice about where they can use these funded accounts, I think we're actually going to be able to announce the winner very soon for the 100K prize, right? Which would be very impressive. And we're not. I'm only joking, of course.
wow.
We shouldn't be putting 100K down on anything. That's 100%. Don't go 100% in. But yeah, we'll be announcing that very soon. Very exciting. So when James says
Wow.
nibble on
What, in this session, Paul?
Yeah, in this session, I've just found out it's going to be fantastic. It's going to be very exciting. We're going to announce it very, very soon. So yeah, that's going to be big deal for whoever wins that.
Big.
So
That is
congratulations for whoever that will be. We'll find out.
Paul, I'm going to sign out very quickly and put a comment up in the chat so that I'm in the pool. Is that okay? Can I step out for a second?
Yes.
Yeah, so folks, put your comments in the chat right now. There's going to be a draw for 100,000K fully funded account. All you got to do, subscribe to the channel and the Hola Prime main global channel, and put a comment in the chat or a question or anything you want, or just say, hi, I want the 100. So back to the Bitcoin trade, if you're, and Paul, I guess you'll be announcing that when the time comes. Getting back to the Bitcoin trade, this is a 4-hour chart. So the orange line is the line that we're looking at, really. I think we've lost my charts. Are we there? Are we back?
No, we got it. I can see it. It's good.
Oh, right. Okay. So the orange line is really what we're aiming for. And we'll only get there if we close under that swing low at 115.7. If we do that, we should get down to 112.5. And that's my strategy. I might add another long position here, right down here, right at the bottom, because there's almost no risk because I'll be hedging immediately after that. So the closer to the hedge point you can put a trade, the better, the cheaper and the less risky. So I'll be probably adding one more tranche there and then hedging the whole damn lot for a move down to here. I'll take all of those shorts off for profit and add those longs that I've just taken off as shorts on over here for a ride back up. I'm very bullish on Bitcoin, and I think we're going to 140, 170 in this next, I'd say 4 to 6 weeks, is my opinion. And that's not just pulled right out of the air, by the way, or right out of anywhere else for that matter. That's based on a very, very simple study. The gradient that I've got here, this purple line, is the same as the run up into the bull flag. And we can follow this line. We're still above the line. We have not broken rank with the gradient. We're still absolutely fine. We're on top of the gradient line, and the target's up here at 135 at a minimum, but I think we're going up here to 160. So I'm pretty bullish on Bitcoin, and not only because I'm a Bitcoin trader, but I'm also a Bitcoin investor. There's some questions in the chat. I don't think we can talk about it here, or there's probably no time, about Bitcoin wallets and how to invest. All interesting topics, which I've been talking to others about quite recently. How do you start storing your wealth in Bitcoin? Might be an interesting topic for a chat outside in a different session.
Yeah, absolutely. We can certainly get to that, and thanks for your comments. Okay, do you want to just do you want to have a quick check what Ethereum's doing, James, and then we'll have a look at what's going on with this, this price draw.
All right, Ethereum, very similar to Bitcoin, actually even better. And all of these names have traded in a pretty similar fashion, with a bull run, a flag with a false break, dip, clean out underneath the bottom of the flag, and then the run up and then breakout through the bull flag. Ethereum has done that, and XRP has done an identical move. Sorry about the shading on this. Let's get rid of this. Let's just make this background a little less offensive. So this is XRP, exactly the same. Bull flag, in this case, a very, very big bull flag, but within that big bull flag, there's a smaller one too. There's the clear out through the bottom and then the breakout through the top. So we've seen exactly the same moves on both of these altcoins, XRP and Ethereum, whereas Bitcoin has done something a little different. Bitcoin has flagged, fallen down, and the altcoins have moved up. Now, I can do exactly the same thing on Ethereum as Bitcoin and XRP. I've drawn in this gradient line. It's not a trend line, simply drawn from the bottom of the move to the top, the bottom of the lowest wick to the top of the highest wick. That's a gradient line, and it's not a trend line. I think the difference is that the price may trade above and below the gradient line, but it should keep roughly to that gradient. We've exceeded the gradient line by some distance here on Ethereum. We've got to come back to it, or even below it. Remember, it's not a trend line, so trading below it is an option too. Below it means we need to catch up to the line, and we should be buying. Above it means we've gone too fast, and we should be careful. That's where we are now. Too fast, we should be careful. But the target, in a way, to Bitcoin and XRP, simply set from the bull flag, the run up to the bull flag, flagpole, bull flag, and the flagpole exit equal in gradient and length to the run up into the bull flag. And that takes us up to 3,760 on Ethereum. We're almost there actually already. So we're getting a little ahead of ourselves. We're going to have to come back a bit. So I've now exited. You can see I've got no positions on here. If you looked at this chart yesterday in my live stream, in our stream here in Hola, you'll have noticed or seen that I had, I think, 3 or 4 Ethereum positions on, which I've now taken off. I've also got orders, and I'm going to show you, actually, this might be interesting for those who want to know how I'm trading this. And I'm going to show you my orders on the screen. And this is exactly how I'm trading it. And there's my orders. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4 Ethereum coins on order, all the way back down to the gradient line, starting quite shallow, not very far below us, at 3,240. Then we've got 3,200. Then we've got 3,130, 50 odd. And then all the way down at 3,050, right at the base of that breakout point, and slightly above that swing high. So that's my approach. I've taken all of my profit, not because we haven't reached target or that we have reached target, because we have not. We haven't reached target. It's up here. But because we've departed from the gradient and we've gone too fast. That means a pullback is most likely, and I can draw that in for you. So I wouldn't be surprised at a dip below the gradient line. I'm hoping to scoop up as much as possible like that. And if we can get down to the bottom one, I'll be the most happy. I don't think we're going to, though. I think we'd probably just get down to the, excuse me, I need a sip of Red Bull to give me some wings. I think we're just going to get down to maybe the first or the second buy zones there. Let's just reset this. Yeah, maybe down to that one or that one. But I've got orders further down. So that's what I think on Ethereum. And I think the target is up there.
One thing to recognize is that when Bitcoin is sitting pretty with a bullish posture, altcoins will move, right? And even though we're at the start potentially of some more long-lived altcoin movement, Ethereum, XRP, these are always going to be the first movers. So it's not just a case of necessarily you need Bitcoin going up for altcoins to move. If Bitcoin is sitting with a really bullish posture, it's great trading sometimes for altcoins. So you have to bear that in mind and learning kind of the moods of the market. But I'm just going to answer one question from the chat before we move on. But I can tell you that we do have, James, we do have a winner. We do have a winner for 100K. Yeah, absolutely. So I'm just going to answer this question and then we'll go to it. So the question was about seasonality with Bitcoin. And I want to get through this very quickly because I'm so hyped about this. Basically, I look at Bitcoin's own seasons in terms of its 4-year market cycle, and that determines how I trade, not autumn, winter, or anything like that. So that would be my answer to that question. It's more about Bitcoin's 4-year cycle and the price action approaching the halving and after it. So I hope that helps. But I think we can now announce the winner. James, I'm excited. Do you want to do it, or shall I do it, or should we fight for it?
No, you do.
Who's going to announce?
Well, I'll do it. I'll do it. Let me.
James, you do it. No, you go for it, James. You've got it.
Who is it?
Who is the winner?
Is it?
Do you know who the winner is?
I haven't got it.
I know who the winner is.
Where do I find it?
You don't have it? Okay.
All right.
Well, maybe I'll announce.
All right, here we go.
So, here we go.
All right, here we go. Are you ready, folks? Are you ready? We need the drum roll and the Red Bull tin roll. And the winner is of $100,000 funded trading account at Hola Prime is Gabriela Lopez. Well done, Gabriela. Well done. You won a $100,000 trading account.
Wow, that is incredible. That's amazing. 100. I can't believe it. Why don't I get it? We should get
that. Congratulations, Gabriela. You're one step closer to becoming an Hola trader. How does it feel? Let us know in the chat if you're here still. What an opportunity. This could change your life. Absolutely amazing. Zero money down. All you had to do was subscribe and say hi, and you've won a $100,000 trading account. Absolutely amazing. Brilliant. Well done, Gabriela.
I would love to see her face when she hears that news.
Yeah. That is just huge, guys. This is absolutely massive. The problem with funded accounts is it's really difficult to get them to pass the challenges. And Gabriela's just won a $100,000 fully funded trading account with Hola Prime. Absolutely fantastic. Paul, I think I've not heard of this happening before, so I think this is a new one in this wonderful world of prop trading. Brilliant.
It was somebody puts 100K in my lap and just says you can trade with it. I'm like, I would be over the moon. I would just be, that's fantastic. So Gabriela, make sure you're paying attention to all of this one original Hola Prime TV now, so you can make use your capital. So wow, unbelievable, Gabriela.
Well done, Gabriela. Well done. That is just unbelievable. $100,000. That's a lot of money, a lot of trading, and you can get your Bitcoin trades going if you want, but later on. And there's lots of other opportunities coming up later on today with the other traders. They'll be telling you what they're trading.
Still 2 more prizes, right? 2 more prizes, 50K, 25K still to go. So, okay. So, all right. So it's not 100K, which was an amazing prize, but 50K, I mean, I'll take any of it. I'll take any of it. In fact, I'm going to do all the subscribing. I'm going to change my name, pretend I'm not me. I'm going to see if I can win it too. So that would be a good idea.
Yeah. So,
but, wow.
So folks, still two giveaways of fully funded trading accounts at Hola Prime. All you have to do is subscribe to this channel, subscribe at Hola Global, and put a comment in the chat. That's all. And you could win what Gabriella's just won, $100,000 fully funded trading account. There's not a $100,000 account left today, but there's a 50, a 20. Is that right, Paul? And a 10 maybe still? I'm not sure. But unbelievable. Well done, Gabriella.
Unfortunately, but yeah, 50 and 20. Also, James, did you know that I changed my name yesterday to Gabriella Lopez? It's just a coincidence. Just a coincidence.
I knew it.
I knew it. You knew it?
Yeah, that's insider trading, Paul. Not allowed. Not allowed. Yeah.
Oh, really? Oh, so disappointing. Look, well, what an amazing session, what an amazing prize, and there's still 2 more to go. So stay tuned because I'm sure they'll be released a little bit later. But that's it for us now, I think. So just to sum up in terms of the markets, we've got a long bias on the Nasdaq. We're looking for a break on the S&P, but short for now. Waiting for Bitcoin to retrace for some good altcoin entries, and of course, we're looking for further clarification from Bitcoin dominance to check that altcoin season truly has begun. But I think that's it from me and James. Congratulations again to Gabriella Lopez for that 100K funded account win. But next up is Futures Takeoff. We'll assess the key market areas and key levels for the coming day. James, good to see you. See you all tomorrow.
Hello, Coach Daryl, Coach Paul. Good morning to you guys. How are you doing?
Hello. Good. Good afternoon to you.
Market's just opened. And hello to all the viewers as well. Hope you're having a great trading day wherever you are in the world. Let's make some money today. How's
Yeah,
that
man.
sound?
Let's go.
Let's do it.
Beautiful.
I would do a bit of a longer intro, but the markets have just opened, so I mean, we can the backend can pull up any one of our charts. Really, doesn't matter who at this moment in time. And
Let's get
we can have a good look, see what's going on. I'm kind of keeping my eye on NQ right now. NQ had a massive little sell-off in the last 30 minutes or so. If you look at it on the 1 minute, absolutely insane. I've never seen so many red candles in a row. It was crazy.
Oh yeah. That's good like 80 points there. I wasn't paying attention to the NQ actually. I was just looking at the Dow and the S&P. So okay.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Back end, can you pull up one of our charts, please? Any one of us will be fine, and then we'll switch it when we place trades.
Yeah, man. So, guys, I'll just maybe I can just start out with some of the levels that I'm looking at honestly here for some trade setups. But so for yesterday's session on the S&P 500 on the ES futures, I'm looking at 6302 for its value area high. I'm looking at 6295 for POC and 6275 for value area low. So we're opening in yesterday's range, but ever so barely. I mean, like close to the high essentially of yesterday, but not within the value. So I'm looking either for like a bounce right here above the 6302 or like a kind of settling above 6302 and maybe a bull run up, or a dip into POC and then a bull run up, or a dip into value area low. So it's going to be one of those three where I'm kind of looking for longs essentially on the day.
Gotcha. Yeah, I was looking for longs, but the way the market's moving right this second, especially on the open, a lot of volume came in from the sell side. So I don't want to short it either at this moment in time because it's dropped quite a bit. So I'm holding off for right now. I'm just going to keep my eye on certain areas. Oh, there's a lovely area, actually. I do want to go long. If we get that, we're almost there, actually. So this could be something about to play out, to be fair. So,
yeah. See the big offer at 854. 6309.75. We got 850 contracts on the ES.
Nice. So I'm just going to mark that out. 56 is the bottom of it. Boom. It could potentially, as long as the footprint gives me some kind of confirmation, I think we could see a trade in the next 5-10 minutes, hopefully. Fingers crossed.
Fingers
to all
crossed.
The viewers as well, let me know what you guys are trading. I'm looking at the chat as well, so do make yourself known. Leave a comment, interact. It's always fun to see who's watching right now and interacting.
Yeah.
And if you're in any trades, let us know. Or if you, I don't know, see something, we can check it out. We can
for sure.
We can trade together.
For sure. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, give us something. If you see a setup or something, we can pull up a chart and maybe go through it. And yeah,
absolutely. We have a nice few hours here in this session. About 2.5 hours in this session still, so plenty of time to catch some really good trades, especially since all three of us are scalpers. meaning you should see some
Exactly.
exciting activity happening. I'm seeing a trade setting up, but the sellers are very. I am interested in getting long very, very soon, but just waiting for that sell pressure
Yeah.
to die down ever so often.
Yeah.
Or ideally, sellers getting trapped.
Ideally, yes, yes. You'll learn Coach Sam's trading strategy throughout the day, guys. He is extremely attentive to the footprint and finding buyers and sellers getting trapped. So pay a close eye to him.
Pretty much all I do. I take advantage of people's pain, sadly. That makes me sound like a bad guy. I promise you I'm a good guy. But unfortunately, in the markets, anyone who's trapped and who's in pain, they're going to be forced to exit their positions, and you can capitalize on that and get some good trades and good scalps in at the very least. So it is. I'd rather people weren't in pain in the market and everyone wins, but that's just unrealistic. Sadly, it's a zero-sum game. For someone to win, someone has to lose, and that is trading, sadly.
Yeah. Yes.
I got very close to my area where I wanted to get long, and it's just kind of consolidating in quite a big range. It's moving very fast. Maybe a few more minutes just to let it cool down as and sellers battle it out. Let the big boys, swing around their massive contracts, and once they're all done playing their game, battling it out, because it is literally a battlefield on these first 10 minutes, of market open, especially in indices. It's a battlefield. People are buying, people are selling. It goes a bit crazy. Once it calms down a little bit, then us retail traders, the smaller guys, we can kind of, collect the crumbs and jump on the bandwagon of whoever won the battle. So patience is key.
Collect the crumbs.
Believe me.
Love it.
Absolutely. Because believe me, you'll see in the first 10, 20 minutes sometimes of market open, you'll see such heavy movement to one side and you're like, oh, it's going to go down. Oh, it's going to go up. And you try and chase it and it instantly reverses because the market's just trying to grab as much liquidity to fill huge orders, unfathomable size orders, stuff that we retail traders just have probably will never experience. We're talking billions.
Yeah.
So once the big boys have, made their decisions and battled it out, then it gets a bit more crystal clear, and then you can usually find some good opportunities.
Yeah, and it looks
like
already
comments.
Yeah, and while you do that, actually, real quick, I was just gonna mention, right off the opening candle, we tested that 6302 area that I was saying was the value area high, and immediately have not revisited, and the ES just literally took out those 850 or so contracts stacked at the 6309 area, and looks like it's trying to run up. So this one might take off on us a little bit, not allow us to get in lower, but going to be a little bit patient.
Absolutely.
A little bit patient.
Absolutely. So comments real quick. Master G Daniel says, hello, what is your view on gold? Okay, we will get to gold as well. So bear with us. We'll have a good look at gold. And Slay Z. I like that. See, I naturally wanted to say Slay Z because I'm British, right? So we say Z, we don't say Z. But as soon as I heard Slay, like J, my mind converted it to Z. So interesting. But yeah, I like that name. He goes, let's go. Dow Jones has moved. Yes, the Dow has moved as well.
Look at it.
Open, I see the NQ's pushing up now. This is very annoying. It got so close to the area I wanted to buy in. I was being patient, and now it's pushing up. I'm hoping this is just a little temporary push up, and then I can it can kind of just come back a little bit into that area and I can buy it.
Yeah,
I really don't
gold
wanna
right
miss
now
out
is
on-
kind of dead. So
Gold went crazy yesterday, though, didn't it?
it did, yeah, right, exactly. I mean,
Yesterday was
I don't feel
just a crazy day.
it was, man. I mean, I feel I feel unsteady with gold, honestly. If a relatively strong trend, pops up, we've been trading in a relatively compressed trend in gold for a little while now. So look, the ES is just my goodness, it is going, dude.
Taken off,
goodness
isn't it?
gracious.
Yeah.
No
I should have.
chance.
That's very annoying. I can pull up my. In fact, if the back end want to pull up my charts real quick, I will show the
Yeah.
audience what I was waiting for. In order to buy it, I wanted to buy it. There we go. So you see those two blue lines, the zone, the area I was looking at potentially buying in, and it got a few ticks away, and it's taken off now without me. It's fine. It's fine. There's always another opportunity. That's very annoying. That got so close to the area I wanted to buy in.
Oh, boy, man.
But to be fair, there wasn't that much confirmation on the footprint either. I only really got confirmation we're going up on this candle here on the footprint. We had 790 contracts on a single level right there. That's a lot of these sellers dropping out, getting out the market, being forced to get out. But by then, it was already quite high up. I felt there could be a bit of a retracement. So I didn't want to have a stop that is too big. So you got to sit on your hands sometimes. Even when you miss a trade, you got to sit on your hands. Don't try and jump back in just in case. Oh, I missed it. Revenge trade. Unfortunately,
and
that never works.
and
out.
you see things like, if you've got a depth of market that you're looking at right now in the ES, you saw there was like the 6309 level that had roughly 800 contracts at it. And then all of a sudden that jumped up to then 800 contracts being offered at 6313. And then and then they took out that offer and brought it up to 6316 essentially. And every single time price is chasing those higher offers right now. And then finally, I think we just got filled on that offer. And it still looks like it wants to go up, but we are at the overnight high now on the ES. We have definitely plowed through the overnight high on the Dow. So that's not even a question. And how about the Nasdaq here? We're still a little bit off from the overnight high here on the Nasdaq. We're about 40 points off. So, oh man.
Yeah.
Come back.
Still
Come back,
waiting.
market.
Oh no, I wanted to come back a little bit. Let me get in. Don't run away without me.
Coach Daryl, are you looking long today? Or you're thinking long, or are you looking for any shorts or anything, or what are your thoughts? Oh no, the audio. That's okay. We'll figure it out. All right, here we go. Getting a little bit at the overnight high here on the ES. We're getting a little bit of resistance. A little bit. Ever so slightly. But lots of buyers coming in.
Yeah. There is an area I want to short it, which we're touching now. But I'll have to have some really good footprint confirmation in order to short it right now.
Yeah.
because these buyers are very, very much in control. I mean, I saw in one area, so let me just count this up. So we had, wow, 668 buy contracts. This is delta, by the way. So this is additional, okay? 668 on the 2397 level, 387 on the 101 level, and 790 on the 105 level. So what is that? Almost 2,000, just under 2,000 contracts for the NQ. That's huge. That's a lot of contracts confined in a very small area, right? So the chances are, if it gets back into that area, those buyers are going to defend the hell out of it. So could you go short? Absolutely. But you would have to be super aware that only a few points down, you've got those buyers sitting, and they're not gonna allow themselves to get stopped out, or they're gonna really put up the pressure against the sellers. They're not just gonna let it happen. So you have to be prepared that that's probably as far as the trade would go, and we're talking about around this area here. Oh, Daryl, you're back.
You hear me?
My camera has gestures.
I don't know what's going on with my system.
I
don't know what's going on. I thought I resolved it, but apparently, I don't know. And everything only works when I wear the headphones. I don't want to wear these things, but that's okay. Sorry, boys. I've been listening. You've been doing well without me. So carry on, and I'll jump in.
Glad
and appropriate.
Glad you're back. But yeah, like I was saying, you're going to expect a bit of pushback in that area. So probably not a good idea to short it against that kind of buy pressure. If it does retrace down a bit, better idea to potentially buy it, right? And that's essentially how trends are formed, right? You have that kind of push up with a lot of buy pressure come in. People start taking money out the market. They're taking a bit of profit, partials, whatever it might be. But money basically leaves the market, right? And then it kind of drifts down a bit. It's not really new people selling, so to speak, because there are going to be sellers, but in terms of bigger boys, they're probably not going to sell, and it drifts down, and then buyers say, okay, I quite like this level. Good time to buy. And start buying it up again. And then you just get that kind of zigzag kind of motion. But yeah, I mean, look.
Yeah.
In this area,
it's just taken off.
It stopped, but it didn't really retrace. So the fact that it wasn't even a retracement, it just stopped. It just went sideways for a bit. Kind of shows you the buyers are really, really powerful right now. But you're probably asking why
I just got into a trade in the EF.
Oh, there you go.
Nice.
Back end, can you get Daryl's screen up, please?
We're playing the same thing, but yeah, you can switch over to me, guys. Oh, I may not be sharing. Hang on, because I had to log off. I'm not sharing.
No problem.
1 sec. Sorry, guys.
Yeah, all the
out this to get it right.
No worries. All the economic data that came out earlier today was all, I think better than expected, and core retail sales month over month, retail sales month over month, everything was better. Expected. Unemployment claims were lower than expected. Philly Fed manufacturing index higher than expected.
I know.
One of those situations where, you wonder, what is the rush to cut rates based on the data? So that's, I'm sure, what the Fed is thinking, and they might not feel like there's much of a reason to cut rates. But I haven't looked at the Fed Watch tool today since that data.
It's so funny you say that, Coach Paul, because we were just talking about this yesterday. I mean, if there's a change of the Fed chair, what if the data keeps behaving the way it is there an incentive to really cut much? Because you go through all of this volatility to make the markets in a tizzy, and then for what?
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
I was a little surprised by the prints this morning at 5:30 my time on the West Coast. But yeah, so I'm in this trade. I took a little trade in the Asian session because I was on the quiet markets last night with Coach Tiger. So I took a little trade and I was up a couple $100 going into this morning. And now I'm in on this trade up about 350. So it was a little interesting. I was listening to you guys while I was trying to get my mic working, and Paul, you mentioned that we were right here, and this was the overnight high, and we came right up to it after really didn't have much of an open swing low here at the open. We kind of just kind of creeped up. We come back up to retest the overnight high, which we had just made like 20 minutes before the open, and I heard you, Sam, talking. It looked like it was going to roll over, and I kind of was waiting for it. But then you just can see the strength coming in, and it just keeps pushing through. I decided to get longer at that point, looking like maybe we're going to trend today. Maybe, because we still, again, have not made, we haven't tested that all-time high, which is way up here somewhere. Oops.
Yeah. It's 63.42. So
42. Yep. And right up here in the purple, I put it last night. 63.43. Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Somewhere in that area.
Yeah, exactly.
So yeah, that's I'm just going to stay in here and I'm going to start trailing this thing. Yeah, I mean, this is, boy, guys, this is like the other two mornings where we've had it's behaved well early, but we got to wait and see if there's some fireworks coming. I don't know.
Yeah. Lots of news headlines. That's for sure.
Yes. So, so you guys can take it if you want from here. I just wanted to show because I was in a trade and let the viewers know. And of course, I didn't get to say much early. So welcome to the Hola Prime TV Live. We are officially launched, and we've had 2 giveaways already this morning for funded accounts, not just challenge accounts, funded. A 10K and a 100K. That's pretty amazing. So stick around on these streams. We enjoy having you guys here, and please participate. We'll try to get to your questions.
Definitely.
Congratulations to the winners as well.
Yeah, it's amazing.
All right. I have a feeling this is just a runaway. We're going to have to look for opportunity. I'm going to have to check out gold again, see if there's anything.
It's not really pulling back, enabling me to enter. I'm kind of, those are they're non-existent. Let's just put it that way. There are no sellers in the market at this moment in time. When you do see sellers in the delta or on the footprint, those are buyers just taking profit. But there is a little, if there is a little pullback, I see an area I want to buy it. I'm hoping that happens.
All right, so I just got taken out.
Very soon.
Got taken out in the money because it was ripping down, and I wanted to
actually
get something.
Gold is kind of trying to do a little reversion back to where it started before the 8:30 a.m. EST news. All the economic data kind of dropped off 14-ish points on the GC futures, and now it's climbing back. It's halfway back, so maybe we do see a little bit of a correction in the indices, and we see gold pop a little bit.
Okay, I'm seeing a potential long. Come on, show me some confirmation. I'm not seeing any sellers trapped. I want to see sell pressure come into the market and get trapped, ideally.
Well, look, so you see what I got out right here just because I wanted to capture something. But here's our low volume node right now, right here. Came down to low volume. Are we going to revert back up? I think it's got a good probability to do so, but we'll wait and see.
Feels like
I'm not going to jump back.
Yeah,
in
I
yet.
think definitely more on the bullish side than.
For sure.
I'm just waiting for a bit more of a. Didn't retrace enough. Just didn't retrace enough.
Well, for me, it came down to, it came down to the lower volume node here on this upper distribution, right? So
Yeah. Give it a few minutes. It might retrace.
yeah,
It might get a little pullback. While that happens, I'll have a look at some of the comments. Master G Daniel says, "How do you do your confirmation using the moving averages?" I personally don't use moving averages,
right.
so I can't really
Neither do
comment
I.
on that. But I guess most traders would use moving averages as a kind of rolling support / resistance. So, I mean, it's a really I wouldn't use it as confirmation, so to speak, right? But I would use it as more of a confluence. So, for example, if you already see something you quite like, it's all kind of matching up, and then it happens to be on a moving average as well. And that little added bit of confluence might do you know what I mean? Give you that little bit of more push
well
just to
put.
get into the trade.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
That's what I use like the EMAs for. That's what I use. I'll use short-term EMAs like the 21 period and the 50 period to essentially follow trend on like the 1 minute and 5 minute as possible pullback areas, and see if the technicals are just respecting those EMAs. I use personally EMAs over SMAs, but because EMAs put emphasis on most recent price action, whereas SMAs are just like everything is averaged together. So for trend following, I like EMAs personally, but yeah, it's kind of more so like you said, Sam, like just a little added extra possible confluence. I think there are some people that trade that there's a simple simple strategies that some people use where they simply, if there's an uptrend and price pulls back to a 50 period EMA, like let's say on the hourly or something, they'll just get long and it works, so everything, if you just do the research and the back testing, and make sure that you've kind of studied it enough and it works for you, I mean, it's perfect.
I think Coach Troy once
going in long.
said a few days ago. Awesome. Coach Troy once said a few days ago, he said stuff like the EMA, Fibonacci, things like that, he likes to use them because other people use them, right? So he likes to know where other people are entering because they're seeing something. And then in trading, if enough people collectively, if we all believe, for example, if 90% of traders believe that the position of the planets somehow dictates the market, and if it's a full moon, it's a good time to buy. And if 90% of traders believe that, the market will actually go up because everyone will be buying. So it doesn't necessarily have to be any truth to something, but if enough people collectively believe in it, it will have an effect. So it's quite interesting. It is definitely quite interesting.
Exactly. So true.
Oh, we had a lovely little push up, lovely little pop.
We kind of bounced
Didn't
off
retrace
of
enough for
current point of control. That's why I decided to get long.
Yes, I see. There's also a low volume node right below it. I was kind of waiting it to get into that low volume node.
Well, we got there. We got there on this little wick.
Points away. On the NQ, we're still a bit far away.
No, not for the NQ. I know that. We're fairly correlated today, I believe.
Yeah, it was good entry there, Daryl. Really good entry, honestly. I think that was literally where, if you were going to enter long, that's exactly where you needed to enter long. So
Yeah, I
good job on that,
watching
man.
to see if the continuation. Thank you. Yeah. And
Absolutely.
Now
Small
we're marching
pullbacks.
forward here.
We'll look at other comments as well. He goes, which strategy? So Master G Daniels asks again, which strategy do you use to approach the market and how do you use it? I think I speak for all three of us, order flow, right? We're looking at essentially live transactional data, buyers, sellers, who's buying, who's selling, who's aggressive, who's passive. And
Yeah.
we're kind of looking at specific areas, not just at random areas on the chart, because you want to up your chances, right, in the trade. So if you're looking for, I personally love low volume nodes, right? So the areas I always want to trade are the low volume nodes, because price,
Yes.
if a node is low volume on the volume profile, the reason it's low volume is just 99% of the time is because the market is kind of gapped through that for whatever reason. There was some sort of
doesn't
big
spend
order
much
or
time
something
there at
placed.
all.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It didn't spend hardly any time in that area, meaning if it comes back to that area, there's a good chance we could have, some kind of pushback. So I love low volume nodes. So I mark them out on my chart, and then I just wait for price to get into that area, and then I'm looking at the raw data, right? Who's buying right now? Who's getting aggressive? Are there any people trapped in the market? And when I say trapped, if you see a lot of orders, let's just say we're going up right now, right? And we see loads of buy orders right at the tip of a candle, a huge amount, but it doesn't push up anymore. That's telling you that someone or a bunch are absorbing that buy pressure, right?
Yep.
And those buyers, even with so many contracts, are not able to push the market up. What is that telling you? That's probably telling you there's someone on the other side pushing back, right? They're absorbing it, building up a big position, and generally speaking, the market will then drop down. And those traders who bought are trapped now. Okay, so you don't just want to chase big numbers. That's the first. Most beginners, when they get into order flow, they just see big numbers and chase it. You kind of want to read how effective buyers are, right? So if you're seeing lots of buy pressure come in the market, but the market's not moving up, probably start shorting the market, right? And then if you see sellers come in and they're a bit more effective, jump in. That's essentially what you want to do.
Yeah.
That's.
I'll also add that I do focus a lot of volume profile with the order flow and the auction, because you said it too, Coach Sam, the low volume nodes, which are prevalent here in what I'm doing as well. I mean, we have a low volume here. We have one where I just re-entered here. We've got a bigger one here. Now, this profile, this distribution, to be fair, is not the RTH session. It's not the current US session, because we opened up, let me just move the little circle here. We opened up right in this area. And so it's including some of the overnight, right? But there's still low volume there. And I look at it as a retest. It's just like you said, not much time is spent in those prices, those areas, but the market may want to kind of come up or come down to a low volume and see if there's any kind of, buyers or sellers that want to participate at that level. If it doesn't, it'll just keep moving through. And so that I use a lot of that to really gauge where I want to get in, because kind of like what we talked about with how Coach Troy, so I just got taken out with more profit there. I'm just kind of trailing this all day. I'll be happy doing this if I keep getting a couple $100 every time. But like how Troy's talking about, what was he using? Fibs, or what was it that or EMAs? Is that what he said? Something, right? Because everyone else, most people are doing it.
That's it. Yeah.
So
he didn't use it as like entry. He just wanted to know where other people I'm most likely going to enter,
yeah.
and then
Yeah.
he'll make his decision
To
based
gauge
upon
sentiment and stuff. Right.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
And I feel like this trade that that Coach Daryl took here is like a really good testament also to kind of analyzing order flow and whatnot in real time, because you'll see that in the ES when he got long, it was roughly 63.19-ish, somewhere right around there, and you can see in that pullback, you had volume. You had volume essentially get absorbed right below 63.18 and then closed above. Yeah. And then we had those two bullish candles. The problem is what people run into is if you don't get in at that that area of confirmation within seconds, your execution can be relatively poor, and you get up closer to where this double top is just occurring here. And then you're going to get stopped out. Executing very quickly and precisely and having conviction means a lot, because you don't want to FOMO. Just because you saw the confirmation at 63.19 doesn't mean you should agree with it also at 63.22, because something different is happening in the order flow up here than it was down here. Exactly. So Coach Daryl got in at a great price, is giving himself some a really good opportunity to win here with relatively low risk. So we don't want to be getting in up here at 63.22 with a risk down to 63.16 because of this volume absorption here that we saw in this little dip. So point being is minimize the risk. Just let's minimize the risk, analyze the order flow, and get the decision made quickly. Let's not we can't be confidence. So
yeah, and point of control just moved up again in the ES. So we're kind of just stair stepping upwards today. We're not ripping, but we're 2 steps forward, 1 step back.
Annoyingly.
Sort of deal. Yeah,
I did jump in for a long. I'm already out. On the NQ? I did jump in for a long. But I'm already out. I saw 162 sellers come in, and the market started pushing down a bit, and I thought, nah, get out. But I'm up like $7, so we're pretty much, let's just ignore that. It's like pretty much break even, right?
Yeah.
I feel like we're going to start arranging a little bit in this area.
Right.
I'm thinking we're going to break high here at some point. We're just kind of coiling a bit. And feel free to show me what you got on the NQ if you want to switch screens. I mean, my trading's kind of boring, but we know, it could be profitable. Boring can be profitable, but it's pretty simple. I keep things pretty simple. I don't use too much indicators, so there's a lot of sexy stuff to show on the screen for people, right? It just is what it is.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm still waiting for a good entry.
Okay. I may get back.
The day in which
I want to buy it.
Yeah. The day we're on the Nasdaq.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. The day on the Nasdaq when we made that all-time high of 23,225 or 222-ish or something, that day we are right at the point of control of that day's range, and the value area high of that is 23,180. So we're like 20. The point of control was 23,160-ish. So very useful, I think, to understand that we're trying to accept that this area as a normal area of trade as well on the Nasdaq.
For sure. Yeah, so point of control's shifted up here, even with all the volume from the overnight point of controls up here. We're dipping below. If we get a pullback to VWAP, I think this VWAP unfortunately is full session from Asia opening yesterday, so it's a little lower than what it could be. It's kind of right around 63.15 on the ES. If we could get down to VWAP, I'm going long, barring a massive drop, right? But you can see over here in my dome, I think, are we still sharing my screen? Yeah, we are.
You are.
This is kind of like to your point, Sam, about absorption, right? We got a lot of buying activity here in the green, and sellers are just holding it, and they're just absorbing all that. It's not making much progress. Now we're starting to move a little bit.
Yeah, this is now finally we're getting a bit of a retracement.
That was an entry.
Like I did buy earlier, but I got out because I saw that sell pressure start building up. And I was like, actually, I don't think it's actually going to go up much more. So I quickly got out when I saw heavy sellers come in.
Yeah.
But I still think we're still gonna be more bullish. We just want that retracement to happen. It looks like it might start happening now. So hopefully we get that good retracement, dip back down to, ideally 23,134 around that area. That would be beautiful. If NQ dipped down to there, I would definitely be looking to buy.
Look at how top heavy.
Make
Look at
my
how top heavy
dreams
this
come
distribution
true.
is, though.
Yeah.
So, and it's flat. We keep trying to bounce off of this resistance here, but the profile is pretty flat, which to me means we're just coiling. We're just biding our time for something to just kind of push through. And I don't know what that something will be, but I think we'll. I don't know. I mean, I'd love to see the all-time high in the ES tested today, but I have a feeling if we don't do it today, we may do it tomorrow before the end of the week, because we never did it, right? We came within one tick. We made new all-time highs in the overnight right before the U.S. session opened, and we sold off. We just had profit taking, and we never came back up. So I think we need to retest that level. Whether or not we continue to go and make new all-time highs or not, I just think there's stops sitting there. And what are stops? That's easy pickings. That's liquidity. People want to get filled. That's a good place to go to, even if they want to get short. So we'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Yep. Maybe some of the viewers can tell us what kind of strategies they like to abide by, maybe what like technicals they use, or anybody willing to share, or maybe explain a little bit about like what they like to follow, and maybe what sessions they like to trade or products they like to trade.
Yeah, who knows?
Yeah.
If we get some good participants,
Before we get into that,
the win in favor.
Before we get into that, we do have a giveaway. So we're announcing a giveaway right now. You can win. So basically, to all the viewers watching, to all the audience, the question we have is, what is your favorite part of the order flow strategy? So best comment wins. So to participate, subscribe to both, obviously, Hola Prime TV and Hola Prime Global. Comment on this live session. Make sure your email is in your YouTube channel. Okay, that went a bit quick, but I can read it all. But yeah, hopefully you got that. If the viewers didn't catch that, let's put that up on screen one more time. Make sure your email is in your YouTube bio so we can contact you, and winners will live. Stay tuned until the end, because we will be announcing the winners. Okay?
Beautiful.
Awesome.
And good luck to everyone
Cool.
participating.
And these are funded accounts. These are ready to go. It could be a game changer. It can change your life, literally. You don't have to pass a challenge. You can start making money and getting up to 95% payouts and 1 hour payouts. I mean, doesn't get much better than that.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Very cool. I mean,
Okay, this market's
so
calming
we are
down now, which is good.
Yeah, we are like flat topping here on the ES, and the Dow and the Nasdaq are starting to come down a little bit. I want to short actually,
I got in at
but
19.5.
part of me wants to short, but I don't have a good level at the moment to short off of based on the DOM at the moment.
There we go.
Oh, the comments are popping off about the giveaway.
Oh, good. Yes.
Zakaria.
Yes.
Zakaria. If I pronounced your name wrong, I do apologize. Goes, yo, you can give me an account. Well, Zakaria, leave a good comment. Follow the steps. Subscribe. Make sure your email's in your YouTube channel so we can contact you, and we'll announce it live at the end of the session of who wins. Eric Lake says, hi all, up 605 so far. I'm assuming dollars, so well done, Eric. That's phenomenal. Keep it up. That's what we love to hear.
Yeah.
And Robert,
awesome.
Our longtime viewer, Robert's back.
There's Robert.
Good morning, guys.
He's back.
Yo.
Robert, it's great to see you. I've missed you, Robert. And Master G Daniel says, please give me the 100K account. Same thing. Leave a good comment. And who knows, you could be the winner.
Yeah, pretty easy to enter, man. Just a comment, like, subscribe. That's pretty easy to me.
I gotta hand it to Robert. He's shown extreme dedication. He goes, I stayed up to catch the first. So, I mean, fair play to you, Robert. Eric Lake said, my birthday was on the 2nd. Hook it up. Hated birthday.
Happy belated birthday.
Yeah, absolutely.
Ola is the best to do it. Hands down. Thank you, Eric. Thank you.
Yeah.
Let's have a quick look back on the markets. See what's going on. Do we have a trade? Okay, we are approaching an area I want to long. Finally.
I'm in long.
Just drop down to the 1 minute.
No, I don't like this. Now we're breaking through VWAP.
We're in a low volume area right now. I'm looking for trapped sellers and then buy pressure come in. I've got my finger on the buy button just in case because it can happen so quick. This is why you need multiple screens when trading, I think, because if you're analyzing and you kind of, you got to execute on a platform and you need to have your finger ready on that execute button. Sometimes you can't because every millisecond counts in trading, I think, especially if you're a scalper. It could be the difference, depending on the size you trade, it can be the difference of a few $100s, So, okay, I'm starting to see the buy pressure come in. I think it's worth a scalp, but there hasn't been a lot of buy pressure come in, but I think it's definitely worth a quick entry. I've jumped in. I'm going to have a really tight stop. I'm hoping now buyers do step in. If buyers don't step in, I'm going to have to get out with a really tight stop. My stop is going to be at 125. Where's 125? Right there. Just by that heavier volume.
Jeez.
Come on, buyers. Come in. Come in, buyers. You know you want to buy the market. If anyone's watching, please buy the market. I'm joking. I'm joking. All right, we're getting a bit of buy pressure. If the back end want to pull up my charts, feel free. Because I'm currently in a trade. So the moment that buy pressure dies off, I'm getting out the market. Okay, I have a target, obviously. I don't know if you guys can see my charts yet.
Yes.
Yeah, we do.
But I'm seeing sell pressure come in again. Why? Come on, break through those sellers. Don't allow those sellers to bully us. Don't allow them to bully us. Nah, they're coming in too strong. I'm getting out. They're coming in too strong, those sellers. Right at the tip of the candle, they're just coming in way too strong. I'm going to wait. I'll re-enter if needs be. But the buyers just didn't. I mean, it came in a little bit, 154 contracts. It's medium power. And then 160 plus contracts came in from the sell side there and just wiped them out. So I had to get out.
I just missed a short on the YM like by a second and a half. Dang it. Dang it, dude. Dang. Goodness.
God, look at this.
I think we could be dropping a bit more, to be honest. I think we can be dropping a bit more.
We're moving. We're moving with some gusto now.
And this, to any viewers, this is why the footprint is so important. How did I know I should get out right at that second? Because the footprint told me. If you're just trading candlesticks, like if you're just looking at this screen here with the candlesticks, there's no way you could have seen that in this area here, 160 plus sell contracts just came in and absorbed any buy pressure in the market and were effective. So that would have been my stop hit. My stop was right there. So I would have got stopped out. But instead, I managed to get out at a small profit rather than allow myself to get stopped out because the footprint gave me that information. So hugely, hugely important. That's why order flow is, especially if you're trading futures, order flow is the one. It can really give you that precision in the market, absolute precision.
Yeah. Really elevates your ability to pinpoint opportunity for sure.
Absolutely. I'm just looking at some of the comments. Robert says, I'm positive with my Hola Prime Direct Futures account. We're going to give you a round of applause. Robert, well done. That's what we want to hear.
Well
keep
done.
It up. Keep disciplined. Keep sharp between the ears. You'll smash it. That's what we want to hear.
All right. We are back down to the initial 10-minute range of sorts on the ES. The Dow is really coming down. Jeez.
I'm gunning for the IB low at this point. It's a
bit of a sell-off.
How quick it changes. I was thinking we were going to break through on the upper end. But I think we're coming back there at some point. It's just the sell-off is rough.
I see a potential buy again. I don't see buy pressure come in, but sellers are trapped at this moment in time. The seller's trapped right here. A bit lower, actually, just at the wick of this candle. Buy pressure is coming in, but it's just not strong enough. We're looking at 70 or 100 contracts. There we go.
Come on.
But we're in that low volume node. We have hit the point of control. This could be the move. If I get in, I'm going to have to be really tight. There it is. Yeah, I'm getting in. Bit of a bad price. Go back up. I'm going to have my stop at 128. really tight. If those buyers get absorbed at these highs again, which looks like they might be getting absorbed. I got in at a bit of a bad price. I've got my finger on the exit just in case. I'm seeing the buyers come in. They've got 125 contracts pushing it, but they're still getting absorbed in that area. I'm going to give them one last shot. If not, I'm getting out. No, they really don't like that area. They keep getting absorbed every time they get to it. Come on, buyers.
Yeah.
Give it just one push. That's all you need. One strong push. Bit more aggression, and you've got this. Bit more aggression. Come on, buyers. Little bit more. Those sellers are really, in this area right here, the sellers are really, really adamant at pushing, trying to get the market down. But we do have trapped sellers just below the wick of this candle, so that's why my stop is just below it. Come on, buyers. They're still not coming in aggressive enough. They're trying it, but they're not that aggressive. 132 contracts, that's a bit better. That's it. Push it up. Getting to the point of control off of that area. So I am expecting some kind of pushback. I'm holding a little bit longer. Come on. Come on. They're getting absorbed. They're getting absorbed. Out. The buyers are struggling. They're coming in with a bit of, they'll go up, their numbers would go up to 100 plus and then drop instantly back down to like 40.
Mm-hmm.
Meaning, if you do the math, it was like 160 at one point, dropped to 40. That's 120 sellers absorbing those buyers. I don't like it.
Yeah.
It's not clean cut enough. I mean, they are now, again, coming in. So we are getting this kind of push with the wick, push, wick, push, wick. But I don't like it. It's not clean. I want it to be a bit cleaner. But either way.
Yeah, I don't blame you.
You just need that one really good trade where it just kind of, like this. See that? I mean, that's extreme. Really extreme. I mean, I've never seen so many red candles just in such just one after the other. But there are cleaner trades, Look at the wicks here. It's just kind of boom, boom, getting absorbed, and they're really struggling. Just constantly struggling. The sellers are just absorbing. And the problem with that is that could be a big seller accumulating a large position, right? And you could get this pop where all of a sudden you just get one of these big red candles just kind of pop down. Now it looks like the buyers have finally broken through those sellers. So it would have been a great trade, to be fair, but I'm happy I got out because it could have very easily also been overwhelmed and come back down again and get stopped out. So
yeah,
I'm always just looking for the cleanest setups, the cleanest ones.
Yeah, right now we have both with the ES bouncing off of VWAP, the continuous VWAP, and the Dow bouncing off.
Which I didn't want it to get down
VWAP
to
as well.
I'm so mad.
Yeah.
It's all right.
I have a feeling there's going to be a trade.
I wiped out
soon.
all my gains from that. I got stopped out on the way down, but I'm back in. I'm long 3 contracts, and I'm gunning for the IB high and beyond. But I'm up like maybe $275. I'm still in the trade, but I'm just thinking that I would have liked to have seen a cleaner rejection from testing the continuous VWAP. Or it was almost really at midpoint too for the session profile, but it sat there and that's where I got chopped up on a couple. Now it's starting to push away, which is good. But I hate when it kind of sits around at an area and I don't know if it's about to roll the other way or not. That's where I can get trapped.
Yeah,
that's the problem with getting in when the market's already moved. You could be the person getting trapped It's happened to me
Yeah.
so many times. That's why when the market is like trending quite strong and it never pulls back, I physically cannot enter the trade. In hindsight, yeah, you could have entered at any point and it would have been great.
Right.
But in that moment, you could be the person getting trapped, and
That's right.
it's never worth the
Yeah.
risk for me. So I always need to. I like to trade more kind of reversals, and when I say reversals, I don't mean like hard reversals, but like just how we had this push down and I bought it where it kind of reversed up. I like trading that because then I will, using the footprint, you can kind of see where that shift in power happens, and you can capitalize on it. But if you're wrong, your stop is tiny. You know, you have a really tiny stop if you're wrong. If you're right, and the buyers do come in a bit stronger and are a bit better. This wasn't a great example, very wicky and very copy, but you can have a great trade, like a really nice move, and yeah. But we'll catch more. Don't you worry. I wanna get a really clean, nice trade. At least one today. I want to get like a really nice, clean trade. But yeah, the buyers have now come in very, very strong. So
Yeah, for sure.
yeah, it would have been a great trade. That was near perfect entry. Near perfect entry, terrible exit. Now I'm checking.
I wish I got in, but I got in around. I mean, I've scaled in, so my average is around at the 63.13 level on the ES. But I wish I would have gotten in more around the 63.11, maybe 10 on the initial lot, and then scaled in. But it's okay. I'll capture all this back. I've actually captured back all my loss, so I'm back positive. Beautiful. But I'm gunning for. I got to take profit at 63.27 ish, which will be 10 points more. Will get me a big move. Yeah, you can pull up mine.
We also have a poll in the. We have a poll in the chat here. What type of trader are you? And feel free to vote on it. And or if maybe you're multiple, maybe you do multiple versions of trading, and let us know in the comments for sure.
Absolutely. What type of trader are you? Scalper, day trader, swing trader, position trader? Scalper for me.
When I was trading equities, I wanted to be a day trader, and then I'd get really hurt, and I'd sit in it, and all of a sudden I became a swing trader and then a position trader because you didn't want to get out, right? You're like, oh no. And with equities, you don't have the risk of having to flatten with margin. So it's kind of the old
back end.
The old tale.
Back end. Please put up Daryl's screen.
Yeah.
There we go. Oh yeah, beautiful.
Yeah, so I got in down here. And my average is showing my 3 at 63.13 3/4. And I moved my stop in. But it may get me out at a profit, which is again okay, because like I said, I'll do that. I'll just trail if I need to.
Yeah.
Let's see what happens here. I'm happy to sit in this thing.
You know what? I think that could actually happen. I think annoyingly I see because we're so close to the all-time high, there's actually no place for a short anymore. Because there's nothing to the side of me where volume profile wise that is indicating.
Look at how flat. Look how flat this top profile is. Look at that thing. So there's unanswered business. We haven't formed any sort of tail, right? We haven't exhausted it. So just from the auction standpoint, I'm just looking at it. Forget even the shape of the distribution. I'm just thinking we're going to get back up here. Some big sellers came in and pushed this thing down to where we were, but we're probably, I'm hoping we'll recapture this, get back up here, and who knows what we do.
I think so. Yeah, on the Nasdaq, I've only got 50% opportunity now because we're so close to the all-time high. I have nothing I can potentially short. I can only long the market should it retrace. So that's 50% of my opportunity as a scalper wiped away, which is a bit annoying. That's what I hate. I hate being at all-time highs. I truly do.
Yeah,
There's
no man's
nothing.
land.
There's nothing to the left of you. Exactly.
That's
You
right.
don't know what's going to happen.
That's right.
So you just kind of all right. You just have to wait until it retraces. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
When you're in between the price. Sorry, Paul. Carry on.
No, it's okay. I was gonna say, literally, today has been for me rough in the sense of like I've seen 2 opportunities now in the last like 15-20 minutes, and I'm really disciplined. Like if I miss my ability to enter where I deem is a good risk to reward, I'm simply not entering. And on the Nasdaq, when we just had this run up from 23,155 to 23 to essentially the highest 23,180 on the day, like you could see if you do look at the chart that there were 2 hammer candles at 10:30 and 10:31, and if you look at the order flow, buyers just or sellers just getting absorbed, and like I went to go get long there again, it was like literally 2 seconds too late, and instead of being able to try and get in at like 23,152 ish, it would have been getting in at 23,162. So it's like I think it's a good lesson to like, yes, it still would have been a good trade because it went up to 23,180, but my risk to reward, I would have been risking 20 points to make maybe 20 points. So
This sucks.
I feel like the only thing I could teach is, or like, you know, in that moment is that's just don't chase if the risk to reward doesn't make sense. So.
Oh, absolutely.
I need this.
We'll go
I
through
need
some
this down leg
comments,
to hold here at this low volume. Come on.
We have Zach. I can never see your name. Zachariah off says, I have no funded account. If I get one of those accounts, that would be the start. That would be of a starting from a low income. Well, I really do hope you do win one of the accounts, Zachariah.
Yeah.
I'm rooting for you.
Yep.
Rick asks, are you guys live every morning, Monday to Friday? Yes, we are.
Yes, we are.
Every morning,
Yes, we are.
Afternoon, into the Asian session. We're live all day, Monday to Friday. So, yeah, definitely tune in. Eric Lake says,
Definitely.
I'm loving you guys. Thank you, Eric. Much appreciated.
Thank you.
And Robert says, I hear it's not good to trade the all-time high. Yeah, I mean, it's a hard one. I mean, is it good? Is it bad? It depends on your strategy. Personally, I don't like trading the all-time high just because everyone kind of freaks out a little bit. You know, everyone knows it's all-time high and everyone's all a bit skeptical. Will it go up more? Is it really going to get higher? Is it just going to, it all just becomes a bit messy. So I tend to stay away from all-time highs as well.
Yeah.
But, each to their own.
I'm sure, Coach, when we Coach, you'll eventually our viewers will meet Coach Troy, and you'll learn. And I think honestly, Coach Troy would have some good input on all-time highs, because what you'll figure out relatively quickly, or as I should say, right now, Coach Troy is a very short biased trader, so I'm sure he would have
fade
some
that
good
move.
If you catch him on a stream, I think he's on tomorrow for sure.
Yeah, he's on tomorrow with
Make
us.
sure to ask him that question. I'm sure he'll have fun answering it. So he'll have a good answer for it for sure.
Absolutely. But it makes sense. I agree with him as well. If you had to pick a direction especially in the indices or equities, right? Like if you had to pick a direction, should it be, and you could only choose, you know, to either ever buy or sell, I would probably choose sell as well, because when the market drops, it drops aggressively. When it's trending bull, it's a bit more, I don't know. People are quicker to sell than they are to buy. Let's just put it that way. So you have more of a kind of instant reaction when the market drops. Whereas buying is just a little bit more slow and a little bit more choppy. But so I totally get why he loves shorting the markets.
Yeah, it just takes a lot of skill, that's for sure.
He must absolutely. He must have loved it back in April when we had that crash.
Oh my god!
I think I talked to him about that one of the other last week. I think, yeah, but you know that V reversal was so violent. It only took like 3 or 4 days to come all the way back. So I don't know how much of the down move he captured, but I think the first day, April 9, he said he was he was like a mad dog shorting the heck out of that.
To be honest, I think everyone was just shorting like crazy. When that happened, when I saw the amount of percent it dropped and the volatility, I remember I remember zooming into the 1 second chart. Right, I've never touched a 1 second chart. It's just ridiculous, right? But I did it just to have a look at the kind of, because there's so much volume coming in, and I looked at the 1 second footprint, and there was literally like over 1,000 contracts on a 1 second footprint.
Yeah,
like that's just insane. I have never seen that in my life. I was like, damn, this is something else, and that's when I started to realize, like, this could be a proper crash. This isn't just a little move down. This isn't just a kind of, you know, oh, it's a bearish day. You know, this is a crash because people were selling like I've never seen before. And then we did literally crash for like the next month. So, but recovered very quickly as well. To be fair, recovered very quickly. Like you said, that V-shaped reversal was brutal. Because so many people were like, oh no, this isn't over. We're going to, you know, because it was tariff based, right? So we had that pause in the tariffs, and that's why it kind of recovered.
Exactly.
I think a lot of people were still like, but it hasn't been finalized. So they were still, you know, shorting it, probably thinking, like, the market, why would it recover again so easily? It hasn't been finalized. But it did. It did recover and continued making all-time highs. So it is what it is.
Yep. As Coach Troy has said a few times, you know, the markets love to climb the wall of worry. So there's nothing truer than this market. So,
for sure,
absolutely,
for sure.
Well, the market's died down a little bit at this moment in time.
Yeah, it
has
has
a bit of sideways movement, which is expected.
Man, when I said that gold was looking to possibly break out, that was about 30 minutes ago, and it's gone from 33.26 to 33.40. So it definitely broke out. Jeez.
Yeah,
I think gold's back on the bull wagon again after its little reprieve. Yeah. I think gold. Yeah.
Someone wanted us to analyze gold. While the market's a bit quiet, we can absolutely do that.
Let's do it. I'll pull
Paul,
up.
I know you like. Yeah. If the back end, if you could pull up Paul's chart.
Yeah, gold's a fun one to look at. We'll as soon as they pull up the chart, we'll talk about it a little bit, and
yeah. Gold, personally, I'm terrified of it. I've said this a million times before. Gold is like Freddy Krueger to me.
Yeah. I feel that way about. That's what I feel. How I feel about silver for sure. I will not touch silver.
And I know guys that'll only touch silver and not touch gold. It's funny.
That's so funny.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Sahil, you just took the same trade. Which trade? The gold trade or my trade?
Back end. Can you switch to Paul's screen, please? There we go.
Here we go.
Look at that. Look at
Cool.
that.
So this is the weekly chart. So just from the beginning of this year, I mean, we are up, I'm going to say that's close to 20-ish% or so. So 10%. Yeah, like somewhere around 20%. This is obviously a relatively bullish chart. All right. So the thing, though, is with gold is that what we need to understand is for literally the last 2 months, we've been in this like compression triangle. And with an uptrend, some would say that the probabilities of this kind of pattern of sorts, I'm not a huge pattern guy, but with this kind of compression in an uptrend, you would expect a breakout to the upside just to continue trend. But unfortunately, we don't have a crystal ball and we don't know when this compression will actually break, either whether it is to the upside or the downside. And especially when you've got headlines going on that can influence, anything like economic data related or any like tariff decisions or whatnot that we've been going through can massively affect the price action here on gold. So with the weekly chart being looked at, you can see this compression here, and then we're right in the middle of that. We're literally trading right in the middle of it. If I was somebody who is trying to invest in gold, that's a different story. Like, investing is different than trading. But as far as trading, I would have a relatively hard time, like if I was swing trading, for example, trying to justify a position to the short side or the long side just because of us being like literally right in the middle of this range, of this compression range. But if you look on like the daily, again, you can kind of see it. It's just so... The only thing I have up here that kind of would give me a little bit of a slight bit of the smallest bit of confidence to the upside is like this
breakthrough.
Late respect of the no, you're okay. This 50 EMA, looks like, oh yeah, we're breaking out in the ES now. So and the NQ, jeez,
both of them, yeah.
Just woken up.
Yep.
So I think the point is what we need to do is keep above this, like probably this 3,300 area, I would say roughly, if you're bullish, and you'd really want to see a breakout of like 3,400 or like 3,380, and it continue to the upside to try and test this 3,475 area. That would be what I'd be looking for personally on a day-to-day basis. So let's take a look. Let's take a look at the ES here, or we can go back to Daryl's. Daryl, do you have a position on or no?
Oh yeah, I got 3 contracts long.
Yeah.
I'm gunning for a $1,500 profit at my take profit.
Nice.
I've recovered nicely now after giving back everything I made. Although it could I'm trailing tight, so it could take me out. But yeah, back end we can switch over. Oh, I'm out. Just when we're gonna go switch to me. I'm back up though. I'm in the green.
Very good.
Yeah, when I'm in trades, I get quiet. I'm not like Sam. I know Sam likes to talk to himself.
Yeah.
I talk all the damn
talk to the
time,
market.
guys, as you know. I talk too much, so when I'm in a trade, I'm just kind of like quiet. You're talking to the market.
I do
like
that
it's
even when I'm
listening
by
to you.
myself.
I know.
Yeah,
I believe it.
It's a weird habit. Like, it's not just the live stream.
By the way,
Like,
nice
even when I'm
haircut
trading
today.
by myself, I'm just talking. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I just got it done.
Nice haircut,
Thought I
buddy.
looked nice and fresh.
I like the fade. You know who would love that fade?
Yeah.
Coach Troy. He would love that fade.
Oh, really?
He wants to fade everything.
Clever guy. Clever.
I like that.
Well, I tell people I'm a scalper, and then they look and they go, "Oh, you shave your head. That's why you're a scalper." I go, "Well, maybe. I don't know. I don't know."
Oh dear. But yeah, no, I would recommend talk to the market, because when you're speaking out loud of what you're seeing, it kind of drills it in your head better. Do you know what I mean? Like, if I'm seeing, buy pressure's coming in, I'm saying that out loud. My brain registers it. I don't know. It's hard to explain, but if I'm really silent,
Yeah,
I can kind of miss.
It's like the mind.
Really,
it's like the mind muscle connection. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So yeah, I literally sound like an auctioneer when I'm trading. I'm like just mumbling numbers.
Hey, Robert, I see you in the chat. I know you're leaving, but I think you live in SoCal, don't you? If you do, let me know roughly what area you're in. I'm in Ventura County.
All right, Robert.
Just FYI.
Have a good
catch you later.
Ahmad, you're asking about.
See you later.
Yeah. Ahmad's asking if a stop loss and a take profit's necessary after taking a trade. I subscribe to that logic, because if you were with us on this exact stream at this time yesterday, you would have seen what would have happened if someone like myself was not or didn't have a stop set. And some news came out and just literally ripped me a new one in about 3 seconds. So
to be fair, that was a 1 in a million situation.
I know.
You jumped in the second you clicked buy. Trump tweeted something, or his team announced something, and the market dropped instantly before you could even set a stop. And it was just
couldn't even get my mouse on it. It was gone.
Yeah.
So bad.
Yesterday was insane because we had so much unscheduled news. Every few minutes, Jerome Powell might get fired. Market crashed, and it was just whoa! Like you have no idea. You can't defend against that because if it's unscheduled, it's unscheduled. You know,
for sure.
But those days happen. They're luckily very rare. Luckily.
Yeah.
Yeah. Definitely. I think like you said, you need a stop loss. I think take profit, you can kind of move it up. It depends. You kind of feel the market, how it's feeling, but you need to have a hard stop at very least, like a stop where,
yeah.
If it gets to this point, I have to get out the market, and you cannot,
for sure.
You cannot play around with that.
Yeah, if you have a strategy,
Grover Beach.
Like if you have a genuine strategy, there's got to be a line in the sand where you're wrong, and so you have to have that in place. It's just what you should do to be a responsible trader, and yeah, like Sam said with the take profit. I think when you're an order flow kind of obsessed trader like we are here, what you have is an idea. You have a risk to reward, right? You have an area that you think that price will gravitate to because of, let's say, previous order flow or yesterday's auction session, etc.
Right.
You just monitor the order flow on a consistent, second by second basis or minute by minute basis to just understand how trade is taking place. And the better you get at that, the more likely your win rate will be a bit higher and your risk to reward will be higher. So, or you'll have a better risk to reward ratio. So,
yeah.
Yep.
I am going to pop to the toilet real quick. For the viewers who don't know, I'm doing a really, really drastic keto diet. I'm on day 4 of it. And yeah, no carbs. I'm having one meal a day and just drinking tons of water, but it does rush right through me. So every hour,
And he looks like Adonis underneath.
Hopefully, in a few months. Hopefully, I am.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm on a self-improvement month for me. So I'll be back in 2 minutes, and yeah, you guys take over.
Perfect.
Yep. Robert, I don't know if you're still listening, but I went to school at Cal Poly SLO, so I know Grover Beach, and I love the Central Coast, my friend. You're lucky to live up there at Grover Beach. In fact, I don't know if you remember, it used to be called Grover City, and when I went to school there in the early 90s, they had an election to change to Grover Beach because all the other cities were beach cities. And I just remember that. It's a little fun fact.
That is a little fun fact.
You're probably like, oh. By the way, are you a Florida native? Are you a Floridian for life?
I am not actually. My family, I moved here, or my family moved here when I was young. I was like 9-ish years old, but we are originally from Philadelphia. We're from Pennsylvania, so moved here when I was young though, and I've been in South Florida / Central Florida ever since. Yeah. How about you? You've always been in California?
Yeah, I've always been. I was talking to Tiger about this last night. Yeah, I'm one of the rare LA natives. I mean, I'm not really in Los Angeles anymore. I'm out of it. I'm about an hour out of downtown, but it's still LA. People say, "Where do you live around the world?" You got to say LA because they don't know. You got to reference something.
Yeah.
But born and raised here. I grew up in the San Fernando Valley, which is like called the Valley Girl. Wow. And like Encino Man, the movie, like Encino. I grew up not far from Encino, and
that's cool.
I've been all over. I mean, I've been to all 50 states. I've traveled a lot, but I've never lived permanently outside of California. Kind of crazy.
Wow. Traveled to all 50. Yeah. Man, that is, I probably have.
We drove.
Probably traveled to like
my mom's from Eastern Canada, so we used to take a motor home, and there's four. I'm the oldest of 4 kids, so when I was a little baby and my sister was 13 months behind me, I think my parents flew us back once or twice, and then my dad was like, yeah, flying to Montreal from LA gets a little expensive, even in the 70s, right? It's just crazy. So we started out with a little camper, and we took the dog, and we would go back to visit my mom's family back there. But then we started getting a larger motor home and a larger motor home and a big bus, and every time we'd go back, we would take different routes, and we'd just see the country different, and sometimes we went up, we'd go across Canada many times, went to Alaska on separate trips. We went down your way and did all that. Like, I remember one year we just did Interstate 10 all the way out, hit New Orleans. Right. We went to Disney World. We were down there, did all that. And then we didn't make it to Miami that year, but then we went up, and then we hit like DC, we hit Philly. We did all the, we went to Independence Hall. We did all the stuff, all the sightseeing stuff, right, on the way. So we'd always because my dad owned his own business, so he was able to take 4 to 6 weeks off in the summer. He'd take a big chunk, and we just travel. We'd go and we'd try to see as much in that time on the way to going back to the farm. My mom grew up on a dairy farm between Ottawa and Montreal, and so we would we'd try to sightsee and learn about the country and do stuff. It was fun. It was great. I really enjoyed it because I learned so much about the country and cultures and things. It was awesome.
That's a unique experience. Not many people can say that they've done something like that. To be quite honest, that's a very rare and unique one.
And what's really funny is my old neighbor I don't know how long he lived. He lived across the street from me. We both bought new homes when I I got married in 2003, and I bought my house with my wife in 2004, and it was a new like tract home. Everything was booming. This was right before the financial crisis. So this was everyone was
Right.
getting loans for nothing. Yeah. So he was a former army guy who was stationed in Germany and met his wife in Czech, in Prague. And he's a little short, buff Filipino guy. And he married this tall blonde bombshell from Czech Republic, right? So they end up being my neighbor directly across the street. And I think he lived there for about 10 years. I was in my house for 14 before I moved, but he was out of the army. He went and worked for the LAPD. So he was a cop. And then at that time, he was also a U.S. Marshal. So I learned a lot he told me all these crazy stories, right? Well, long story short, they ended up moving after about 10 years. He went up to Monterey, which is like an hour south of San Francisco, kind of on the coast, on the beach. And he's the captain, the detective captain for Monterey County, for the whole county. Because he was an LAPD detective near the end. And then he got an opportunity to go up there and be in charge of all of that. Well, he calls me I want to say a month ago. And I was busy, so he leaves me a voicemail, and he's like, "Oh man, hey, I just got back from Florida. Everything's cool with us, but I got some news for you. But it's not bad news. So call me when you have a chance." So I call him, and he's like, "Yeah, we were just in Ocala," and I'm like, "Ocala?"
Yeah.
And he's like, "Yeah, it's right near Gainesville, and north of you, obviously." And so he just bought a house to kind of retire because he's sick of California stuff, and he wants to go out that way. So he'll be out. He'll be a Floridian in a few years.
What a change going from LA to Ocala, Florida. That is he's
in Monterey, but he's in Monterey, which is very foggy, and I mean it's beautiful,
Right.
but it's cold and it's a different climate. But he's on the ocean right now. Yeah, he's gonna go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've been through Ocala a few times, but if you do want land, I think that's where you would be in Florida.
I asked him why there. I asked him why not other places, and because I get the appeal for Florida, and he's pretty conservative like me, and he's like, oh man, even though he's a policeman, he's like, you don't need a concealed carry, and you get he's all pro for all that stuff. I'm like, yeah, that's cool. And I'm like, why not Texas? Why not, why Florida? And he's like, oh, they go back to Europe a lot. So I think it's just closer to fly.
East Coast, yeah.
Go back.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And he just wants something totally different. Both his parents recently passed, so he's kind of just, I think, ready for a change. But I said, why Ocala? And he says, one of my other detective buddies was researching good opportunities for new homes and where things are being built. And that was just an area that someone told him about. And they went there a few times and checked out some. So he's building a new little home. It's a one story. He's like, dude, I got land, I got space,
Yeah.
You won't believe how much I get for $500,000. It cost me $2 million for the same thing out here. It's just,
oh yeah, easy. Are you kidding me? Actor from Pulp Fiction, I know, has a house there in his own airport hangar and everything. What's his name?
Travolta?
Grease. Travolta. Yeah.
Travolta.
Oh,
yeah, John Travolta.
Travolta.
Is he in Ocala?
He's...
Is that where that house where he pulls up the jets to and he's got the thing? That's where it's at?
Yep.
Ah.
Yep. That's why I was saying,
let's switch to my let's switch to my chart.
Yeah, real
if
quick.
We could get the back end to switch.
I was going to say,
I'm moving my take profit. I want to go more.
Nasdaq has just hit all-time high.
Beautiful.
All-time high? Nice.
All-time high. Nasdaq just broke it.
That bodes well for the ES
Slazy
today. Come
in
on,
the
keep
chat
going.
also said that.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Slazy. There you go. Great name, by the way. Look at this.
Ahmed
I'm happy
Waka
I recaptured.
Said, how will we receive the giveaway? if you have to leave your email address in your YouTube channel description, and then we'll contact you via that email and basically set it up if you win. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I think they also need to subscribe to the Hola Prime Futures
You got to do the
YouTube
steps as
channel,
well,
and I think the Global's channel too. Both of them. Oh my God, it's still going.
Oh,
I got taken
the
out,
polls
but
come
that's
in.
fine.
How much are you up now, Daryl? You must be up quite a bit.
$980, $980.
Update your P&L for everyone.
Yeah, I'm going to.
The
Give me a second, man. It just
The
happened.
poll.
You're like,
poll just
update,
came
update.
through.
Oh,
Sorry,
no
I thought
position
you were out a
traders?
while back. I didn't realize.
No. I just got out.
We got 0 position traders, 0%. Scalpers 46%, day traders 46%. So in basically,
That makes sense.
and then swing traders
That makes
7%. So yeah,
It's very
I
hard
guess
to
if
do
you're a
right.
scalper, you
in
can.
futures. You can't. You got to have a lot of capital, right? If you're going to swing or hold overnight in any way, shape, or form, right?
Yeah, I think just order flow in general serves scalpers best, and day traders as well. But you would only really become a day trader if you're a order flow type guy. You would do what Daryl just did. So you would enter and then just keep moving your take profit as the trade progresses and updates, and then you kind of become a day trader. You can on really nice trending days. You can just catch a really nice leg, but yeah. Ahmed asks, when does the giveaway get announced? At the end of this session, so in about 52 minutes. Okay, so a bit before the end of the session, obviously. So say about 45 minutes or so. All right.
Yeah.
Exciting.
There you go. So to
It's
participate,
great.
hopefully you can see this on screen. You got to subscribe to both Hola Prime TV and Hola Prime Global. You got to comment on this live session. Make sure your email is in your YouTube bio so we can contact you. And the winners will be picked live. So stay tuned until the end of this session. So yeah, do those 3 things, and we'll pick. We'll pick. I don't know if it's at random. Someone in the back end will pick the winner.
That's random.
Best comment. Random. I think it's down to which one's the best comment, essentially. So
Yeah.
get creative.
I want one of those like confetti popper things when we announce the winner. I wish I'm not prepared. I should have had one.
That's a great idea. Next time I'm getting that.
There's a little when they announce it,
that
because I've seen it in the previous sessions. We do a little Hola Prime like little trophy thing in the middle. It's kind of cool.
Yeah.
That is cool.
Yeah.
But
I
like your
it would be
idea.
cool
I'm gonna buy some party poppers from Amazon tonight, and then just we'll pop it. And those little those things you blow into, and it's like bloop.
Yeah.
Oh, like the kazoo, or the thing with that with the air unravels it. Yeah.
Yeah, and it unravels. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. We ripped through all that liquidity. We got the stops.
Slazy asks, since Nasdaq is at all-time highs, can you scalp longs? You can absolutely scalp longs, but you have to wait for that pullback. So what I do is I take a volume profile. In fact, if the back end want to pull up my screen, as long as no one's in the trade right now, are they?
No, yeah, go ahead.
Awesome.
No.
Doesn't matter anyway.
So, Slazy. So if you see on my screen, I've dragged the volume profile from the start of this uptrend to the current position. And anywhere where there's kind of like a drop-off in volume, a gap in volume, I look at those areas as potential areas to buy. So the further down, the better, right? That's the way I like to look at it. So this one is you can see, I've got to move it down a bit actually. And the way I'm looking at the gap, when I say gap, I mean a lower volume node trapped between heavier volume, right? So this one is a perfect example. This is the ideal one, right? And you can actually see how when it came back, it really held lovely and was the initiator of this really hard move. So you see how this volume node is relatively big, and then it gets really small and then big again. It's a low volume trap between heavier volume. Those are the areas I look for support and resistance. So if we're at all-time highs now, the only way I could trade it is if it comes back at some point. It will have to come back at some point, and then get into one of these areas, and then I would use the footprint to actually make my decision to enter. Right. So what I'll be looking for in the footprint would be, since in this example, since we're going up, I'll be looking for sellers traps. I would want to see, heavy sell numbers in this area, but it doesn't move the market down. And then as the market goes above those heavy sellers, I want to see buy pressure come in, right? And when we have that, we get this pop, and then boom, the market will pop up. So that's the only way I could trade an all-time high. I couldn't short the market in this moment. You could theoretically short it using just the footprint, but then I'm missing one element of my strategy, which are low volume nodes. Because there's nothing to the left of me, this is unexplored space, right? Unexplored price. There is no such thing as a low or high volume node at this current in time. So I can only buy it as it retraces. I hope that answered your question. Rick says, I went long.
I mean, you could theoretically buy the break and just trail tightly, right? And because you're making the all-time high doesn't mean that the party's over. It can continue to go higher. So you could theoretically still scalp. You're scalping long. Either you do what you said, Coach Sam, where you're coming in on reversals and pullbacks, which is probably what I would do as well. But theoretically, you can still do the other way, because I mean, if you're in a trend day, we're not so much. It looked like we were going to be a hard trend day, but we're still heading up. If it gives very little pullback and it's just marching forward, you just want to almost just kind of get in and jump on the wave and just ride it for a while. But
absolutely,
there's very few days where that happens, right?
So if you look at what I just drew out on the screen real quick to all the viewers, I've marked every zone, right, where there's lower volume trap, low volume trap between heavier volume. And all right, this one never got reached. It got very close. This was my initial area where I said way back earlier in the stream, if we get to this area, I'll really, really want to buy. Sadly, we didn't. That can happen. This one got touched, moved up. This one came back in, moved up. This one, it never really came back. This one, it got close to coming back into it. And it's now starting to move up. But if we start moving down, then I'll be, which is more than possible. We could get another kind of retest coming into this area, and then I'll be potentially buying it. If it breaks through this area, then I'll be looking at the next one. If it breaks through that, I'll be looking at the next one. But then once it's broken through one area, I can now start shorting the market. So the way it works, right? If I get a little tool out here, I need to find the little, bear with me 2 seconds, path tool. Here we go. So the way it works, if it comes back into this area, of course, I'll be looking to buy it, right? But say hypothetically it breaks through this area, now I do have a short position available. So the way I can short it then would be if it comes back in from the other side, then I'll be looking to short it back down to this area. And then when it's in this area, I would potentially be looking to buy it back into this area. If it doesn't reject this area and blows right through, then it comes back into here. I'll short it again back into this area. And then when it's in this area, I'll potentially look to buy it. So there's always then a trade available. Do you see what I mean? Whether buy, sell, depending on which side price is relative to the low volume node, right? So
For sure.
that is how that's essentially my whole strategy laid out. That's
Great explanation.
50% of it,
Mm-hmm.
and then the footprint's the other 50%, and that's it. I hope that helped.
Yeah. No. Well done. That's cool.
And and it's not and I think what a lot of people will sometimes think is like some of these strategies are just like complicated. You've got people running calculus behind the screens to figure out where to enter or exit, and a lot of the times it's just a couple of relatively simple thoughts that have a good amount of consideration behind them and just strict discipline to follow them. And if that strategy is just not panning out for the day, then it's fine. You're just not taking any positions, and you're saving yourself for the next trading session. So
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
Okay, so I've got word. The back end will be choosing a winner in the next few minutes. It won't be announced just yet, but they're basically doing their deliberations, so to speak. So hopefully,
got it.
soon we'll announce it.
Right. Nice. Oh, that's cool. Nice. Okay, cool. All right. Okay. Yeah, Eric, you got a good chance to win, friend. You got a good chance.
Yes. And I think Sam mentioned it earlier. Rick said I went long after it broke the 15-minute OB.
Yeah. Yeah.
So you're looking pretty decent still. You're looking pretty decent.
So. I would think so.
And Coach Darrell actually talked about this yesterday on stream. He talked about the initial balance, initial balance specifically, like breakouts and retests and whatnot. Yeah. So I'm sure we'll talk about it again. What do you have to say, Sam?
No, I was just going to say, have a look at the chat every so often as well. But yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've been looking at the chat.
We've got a lot of my Ola Prime Futures 100k fund account will be a game changer. Ola Prime the best. Gamez says great work. Ola Prime the best. Thank you, Gamez. Eric says sweet deal. I hope I win. Fingers crossed.
Yep.
Let's keep the love blazing. Eric Lake goes, do you guys ever use anchored VWAP? I personally don't. Do you guys use anchored VWAP?
No. But I could touch on that in a second. I'm just typing here. I do. I don't anchor anything. Do you?
Yeah, I do. I use anchored VWAP on the daily sessions from 8 p.m. the previous 8 p.m. EST from the previous night. So like if it 8 p.m. last night EST, I have an anchored VWAP from there. It's not anything that I use like religiously to any degree, but I do tend to see it act as support and resistance quite often. And I kind of just keep it in the back of my head. It's a small thing when I do see price testing that anchored view up. Usually on the ES is what I pay attention to it most for, I should say. So yeah.
I mean, I guess I should
Nice.
retract what I said. I mean, I when I hear people say anchored anything, usually I'm thinking, oh man, sorry, I got in a trade here. I do anchor like you do. I anchor to the RTH session. So I can't, the platform here is showing from the full session from yesterday, Asian Open, but I would much prefer having VWAP from the US Open through all the way till the end of the day.
Yeah.
That's what I use. But I don't really trade around VWAP too much. I use it. It's a good line in the sand. I'm more concerned with the high and low nodes and point of control and that sort of thing.
Yeah.
Sorry, I am in a trade. I'm back in long off of coming back down to the initial balance high. And
back end,
yeah, I can switch back to
Can you pull up
Daryl?
Yeah, pull up Daryl's screen, please. Thank you.
So this little orange may be hard for you guys to see. Yeah, it's pretty hard. That little dotted line is the initial balance high. It says IBH over here. I put IBH. Maybe still hard to see. So we came right kind of down to it. We bounced around a bit. And I was waiting for a failure move because oftentimes, because I do trade with the IBs. I know Coach Paul just started to allude to kind of how my methodology about it. But it's so interesting because I trade to kind of targets which are probability based, and I have a very high probability based on years of watching this instrument every day that over 90% of the time, either one of these initial balance levels, the high or the low or the first hour, will get taken out, either touched or taken out completely within the entire session. So it doesn't have to happen right after the first hour, but it gets taken out at some point. When we were coming down here earlier, after we were kind of consolidating at the high a day at the time, where the initial balance high has been, we start dropping down here. I'm thinking, oh man, maybe we're going to go and take out the IB low, because you just, I've seen it happen. But when we held up here and we kind of came back in, so we've now taken out the IB high, and a continuation play that I will do is, if I wasn't already in a long here and we were moving up real quick, I would have gotten in long and I would have front run that move, because I have a very, very high confidence factor that we are going to take out that IB. Even if it was for 3 or 4 points, I would have gotten in with 4 or 5 contracts, and I'll just get a quick 3, 4, 5 points. That's a nice chunk of change. And if we got to it, if we keep ripping through it, even better. But if we slow down like this and we come back, I want to wait and see, was it more of just kind of almost like, a stop pick or a sweep up just to get to the high and then come back down and come back maybe to point of control here, this pink line, whatever it may be. But what we did just now is we bounced off this IB, and after some time, and just me watching this, I'm going back in long, because I have a much higher conviction that we're going to keep going long now. We're not going to fail. And I just had my stop pretty tight. And what do you know? Now we're moving pretty good. So this is just experience, the way I do this. There's no other way to really trade for it than just me doing this for a long, long time. I mean,
yeah. And guys, just a quick reminder, please make sure on YouTube for the giveaway to put your email in your YouTube bio. We can't
Yes.
pick winners
Yeah.
unless we have some way to contact you. So please just do it really quickly. It'll probably only take you a second. Yeah, and make sure to like and subscribe to everything, and just put the email in there, please. And we're gonna pick a winner soon. So
Absolutely. Yeah, please do that.
man, another great trade, Daryl. I mean, I feel like this feels like the ES
Daryl's
wants to
smashing
try. Like, if the Dow
I make
revisits
it
its
up for
highs,
yesterday, Sam.
if the Dow revisits its highs and the Nasdaq continues its trend, I don't see why the ES won't hit it or try to break all-time highs. Honestly, so
I would agree. When was the Nasdaq's last high? Like over a week ago, wasn't it? Or 2 weeks ago? Or was it very recent?
it was
I don't-
within the last week.
Oh,
It was literally
okay.
2 days ago. Yeah.
Oh, it was okay. Same as the ES.
Yeah.
Then. Same
Right.
Same time.
I think
Well, we're
trader
coming
of the
up
session is
to.
definitely Daryl.
Yeah, that's cool.
He's
We'll see how I am when I come back
called
in
it
an hour and a half for
perfectly.
the next session. But London's about to close. Europe's about to close here, so we may get a little flurry. It could go either way, but we're probably going to get a little.
If London's
reaction
about
here.
to close, does that
Yes.
mean I can walk away? I'm technically in London, so
Yeah, you can. You can do what you want. You're in charge, man. You're
All right, guys, I'm
OMAD.
off
You're
now.
one meal a day, Mr. OMAD. You guys like this little? I kind of changed it to a little red circle now as a pointer, and I made it translucent. I made it opaque, not opaque, so you can kind of see through. I thought that was a good way because we have a hard time showing things on here with this crosshair, right? Anyway,
let's read out some of these comments real quick. Give me 2 seconds. Sorry. Oops.
I'm getting long the mini or the micro Dow. I've got to do this. I have a feeling we're going to retrace back upwards here, and pretty relatively tight stop. Let me see.
yes, lazy.
You know me and
thoughts on Powell being fired. Sorry, Paul.
Oh no,
We
it's
talked a lot
okay.
about this
I was going to say,
yesterday. We talked so much.
yeah. I was going to say that you guys know me and my fascination with the Dow, and that I have I'm getting my feet dipped in it a little bit. So don't be surprised, guys. YouTube, if I am taking a Dow trade every once in a while, trying to get into the Dow markets a little bit.
I think it's great. Speaking of the Dow,
Absolutely.
I think we had some earnings. Let me go back. These aren't Dow components though. Abbott, Pepsi, General Electric, Dow. GE blew away expectations. It's crazy because we keep talking about the tariff, potential effect, and some of this could be like what we were talking all week actually about a lot of these companies. If they manufacture or they're doing things, they're almost front running the tariff because they've been loading up on supplies, loading up on raw materials, loading up on whatever it is to kind of control their margins if and when it gets worse. So now we've got, earnings coming out, and in a lot of cases, their decisions that they made are making it look maybe better than it is. I don't know, but the earnings have been we're not seeing any cause for concern, right? It's been, everything's just almost like, business as usual. Keep marching on.
Yep. Every data headline that comes out thinks it's going to be bad, and then it's actually pretty decent, and there's a surprise to the upside. So
exactly. I was just going to say that, surprise to the upside.
There's a famous quote, and I cannot remember who said it, but it's something in relation to basically, like, as traders, what we're looking for. Dang it! You know what? I don't want to butcher it, so I'm going to find it real quick. I'll find it, but it has to do with surprises, essentially. So I'll find it. Come on, Dow, keep going.
I'm gonna trail. Yep, I'm gonna trail a little closer, lock in more. I don't like where I'm currently at with my take profit, though, because I'm sitting kind of in the middle of this little node, right? I'm kind of like on a point of control of sorts, a mini, versus being on the outside. I'd rather, but I want to lock in the profit. So this is my quandary right now. I'm like,
lock it in.
Yeah, because if I want to let it run, then I'd probably sit it somewhere like out here to just get a little bit out of the danger zone, right? Out of this danger zone, I'd be down. But I also just kind of want to lock in, and I'm comfortable with that at this point. I don't need to be more greedy.
Yeah. I can
definitely.
I can understand that. You're doing good on the day, so there's not a whole lot of reason to risk anything too much.
There, see, I just got taken out for a profit, but I could have had more, but it's okay.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Daryl, you smashed it today. I've got to say, hats off to you.
No, it's still early. Anything's possible. You got to see if I can hold it.
You can share my screen.
No, I'm seeing the market. I mean, it's behaving the way it should. Honestly, guys, I would have had this day yesterday if it wasn't for that crap in 1 hour. All that freaking noise that just, because I was already up like $500-600 prior to getting just whipsawed by the tweet monster. My God.
So
crazy.
Everybody watching, we will be announcing the winner very, very soon. So stay tuned. It's for a $25,000 account. So stay tuned.
Funded account.
Very, very soon we'll be announcing it.
Awesome.
Let's go.
Yeah.
We're going to read out some comments as well. We've had quite a few comments come in. Someone asked about how does copy trading work, because I have 2 accounts. So there is, I'll get back to you in a moment. Eric Lake says he's updated YouTube. Why so many links for the stream? There's only one link for this stream. I'm not entirely sure what you mean. What are your thoughts?
You guys can share my screen real quick. Sorry, because I'm in my Dow trade at least, and we can have the screen up on.
Yeah.
Apologies.
What is the biggest mistake you made early on in trading? Oh, good question.
That's a loaded question.
What mistake haven't I made? I made every mistake of the book.
I know. Tell me about
Biggest one was probably. I don't think there was like one bigger mistake than others. It was a combination of mistakes, you know.
Yeah.
Probably getting too overconfident, over leveraging, over risking too much. That was probably the biggest mistake, and over trading as well. Just jumping in, revenge trading, stuff like that. Just kills your P&L.
For sure. Absolutely.
Yeah, no, I was gonna say I think the mistake that I look back on earlier in my trading career that I hated the most was the any sort of FOMO and feeling like I was getting in at a poorly executed price. That is my number one, that having the discipline to understand if you're getting in where it means something and gives you a better risk to reward. That's just such a big deal to me, because you do not want to just be hot. Look at this. Look at the Dow. Come on.
I know. I'm back in on the ES.
Took my
Robert Mashiro, by the way, I don't know if you caught me, but I went to Cal Poly Slow, by the way, buddy. So I love the Central Coast. So that's awesome that you live up there. Anyway, that's just an aside. I think he's back at work listening.
All right. My target profit was roughly the 660 area. And so I got in at 44,602, and I got out at, let's see, what was it? I ended up slipping a little bit, and I got out at 651 there, but not too bad. I risked about like 18ish to 20 points, and I ended up making 50. So not too bad.
It's really good.
Yeah. Let's go. Push up, baby. Push up. Push up. There we go. ES is still breaking up, breaking high.
Solid trading from all of us, guys. I mean, I'm really like, this is a really good day for all of us, I think.
Oh, absolutely.
Troy's lucky he's not here today. Troy would be freaking out.
Okay, so we had a question about copy trading by who asked? Rick. So Rick, in the Project X platform, it's actually very simple. So actually, your Project X open, right? Who's currently sharing a screen? It's you, Paul, right?
I am.
Yeah.
I am.
So, for example, Paul,
both of you guys,
you can show live. Yeah, there you go. The little setting, copy trading, and then you can select which account you want to copy to, basically. Right. So if you have multiple accounts and you don't want to, two separate devices or whatever, just want to copy it over. Boom. Very cool. So that's how the copy trading works. So yeah, you can copy trade with Project X. Very, very simple. Just go to settings on the left-hand side, copy trading, and select the account.
Easy peasy. And Eric, thanks for the words of encouragement there. Congrats, I appreciate it. It was a nice little trade. Definitely like getting in on the Dow whenever I can. So I'm sure we'll go. Oh, look at this. We'll keep going. Come on.
Yeah, I'm in my trade still. I'm just
All
adding.
right, let's switch
I'm
back to
adding,
Daryl.
baby. Switch back.
Daryl, this is your day, man. This is your day to shine.
Oh, don't jinx me. Don't jinx me, buddy. Don't jinx me.
I mean, there's no jinxing. I mean, just
No, I'm
continue doing
calling.
what
I
you're
mean,
doing.
this is how it.
You're on fire.
Yeah, I
today.
do it. This is what exactly. It's just doing what it's doing. We are in the ES. We are 11 points away from all-time high. So I'd like to see it just get there.
Slazy says, do you guys still experience emotional pain avoidance? Slazy.
Not really. Not really. I don't.
I don't know how
I'm
you
kind
don't.
of-
I still, of course, I still get emotional pain. You just got to try and. There's only certain things that really tick me off now. One is missing a really good trade, but not missing it because the market didn't give me an opportunity, but missing it because I, for whatever reason, maybe I wasn't paying attention, maybe I was on my phone in that moment and I missed it. That really ticks me off. Getting stopped out doesn't really bother me. It's happened far too many times now.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, that probably missing a really good trade. That gives me a bit of emotional pain still, because I feel I should have done better. I should be concentrating. I should be watching it and reacting quicker and being more disciplined. So that's on my part.
I'm right there with you. That's exactly, I think, what I like. I literally, we went through it today. Everybody on stream saw today how I had missed. I was saying how I missed 2 trades, and just having to gather yourself, calm yourself down, just get ready for the next opportunity. Eventually, the Dow presented an opportunity here, and I was able to jump in. It's like you just get used to it. Eventually, you get used to how to tame yourself a little bit, and sometimes it takes just a little bit of time. Let yourself simmer down a little bit, and then you move on.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I must be weird. I've never really felt like I missed out on a better entry or missed because I trade so much. Like I can always find a trade, and I think I get more. I mean, it took me a long time to get to this point, but I was talking to one of the coaches yesterday on another stream for our viewers here, and we were talking about skill sets required or that benefit you to do this kind of work. And I mentioned that I think an important skill set to scalp or day trade is to have a healthy amount of risk aversion. I mean, not risk, just risk appetite. You need to be able to put on risk, and you need not to be able to freak out about it, because if you're going to get into a trade or you're frozen with analysis paralysis or whatever, it may not be cut out for you, because ultimately we have to do what is to our strengths. I think everyone talks about always trying to improve your weaknesses, like in lots of different careers and sports and athletics and things. Of course, everyone's trying to improve their weaknesses, but there's so much that you need to worry about with the financial markets. I think try to dumb it down, try to simplify it, and work on getting better at the things that you're strongest with, and focus on that. Just work on that. So to me, I've never shied away from getting in on anything, and it's just my nature. It's just, I don't know.
You're the
weird.
Terminator.
I really. No, it's just, I mean,
you're a
there were so
trading
many years where
robot
I
from the
lost-
year 3000.
I lost so much money though before, when I was so stubborn and stupid, because I just would go. Yeah.
But guys, everyone watching, the time. Sorry, Paul. The time has come really quickly to announce the winner. I have been told who the winner is. So the winner for the $25,000 funded account is Eric Lake. Eric, congratulations.
Let's
Way to go, Eric.
Round of applause.
Good job, my friend.
Well done.
Woo-hoo-hoo.
Let's go.
Look at him
That's
dancing.
awesome.
Yeah,
Awesome.
yeah, you know it. You know it.
Well done, Eric. Protect that account at all costs. Keep your risk low.
I love how
And
I love how
just keep a
Slazy
cool
and Eric
head.
were playing each other back. You got it. No, you got it. Oh, that's good. That's good stuff.
So awesome. So
Man,
Eric,
this was random though.
Our team will send an email to you. The email in your YouTube bio. You'll get that very soon, and basically take it from there. All right.
Beautiful.
Well done, Eric.
Awesome. Congratulations once again. That's great. And I love the participation
Congrats.
we're having on the on the new TV channel. This has been a great day kicking off everything.
Yeah,
Yeah.
this was fantastic. Really,
I'm
really
really-
good. We're loving all the comments.
Really
We're
good.
loving how enthusiastic everyone is about trading.
Agreed.
Normally, I'm used to
Agreed.
when I talk about trading to people in my regular life, people fall asleep. So this is lovely.
Yeah.
I love this. To be able to sit and talk about
Oh, dude,
trading, and people actually
I can't
listen.
talk about it in my house. I can't talk about it in my house. My kids are like, we don't want to hear it. My wife's like, oh, I don't want to hear it. But I
Yeah,
suppose that's
yeah,
good
it's-
because I need a break from talking about it all day, right? If I was to do it, it would drive me nuts.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
for sure. Oh,
Oh dear.
I guess
Well,
I do talk to my
have
dog
another-
about it though. He listens. Sorry, go ahead, Sam.
No, I was just going to say we have another 12 minutes or so. So any last scalps? But we will be back very soon. I mean, today, I
Yes.
think there's going to be
Yes,
about
we
an
are.
hour between trading, and then we're back again. So yeah, just to wrap up the session, and there's usually some decent trades even in the later session as the market calms down. You get sometimes a bit
I
more
like those
clarity
times.
in the market as well.
I like those
Yeah.
times. Yeah.
It's a lot more calm.
Mhm.
yeah. It's fun. It's fun for sure.
Most people,
I
they
guess-
always say avoid it, right? But I like it. I don't mind it when the big boys come in
Yeah.
or they go to lunch or anything. You're right. A lot of the volatility, it just slows down a bit. It's easier it's cleaner. It's cleaner moves sometimes.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Sorry, Paul.
And,
I keep
and
cutting
you know, a lot of people. No, it's okay. Don't worry. Don't even worry about it. It's a lot of the time. This is where like keeping track of maybe some traders like trading in the afternoon, and like we definitely enjoy these the live sessions we do in the afternoon. They're a lot of fun, and we are usually able to get some trades on, if not multiple trades on. But other people, maybe if you're not like an afternoon trader or anything, and like you just don't enjoy maybe the type of liquidity that's in the afternoon markets, that's okay too. And everybody's got their strengths in terms of like time periods in the markets, but you'll still have fun if you come and see us on the live stream at least, and just listen to us chat and whatnot. So
For sure.
yeah, you might as well still
For
come over
sure.
and hang with us.
I love it. I love the
That's
invite,
it,
man.
that's
That's
it.
great.
Yeah.
Trading is it doesn't always have to be high stress, just staring at charts all day. It can be a bit relaxed. There's as we saw today, there's times where the market does go a bit sideways, and you can kind of just chill for a bit
Yeah.
and talk. And you guys were talking about where you're from, California, Florida,
Yeah.
Yeah.
etc.
Yeah.
Just normal everyday chat as well. So
Definitely.
Yeah. It's like if we were all in the same room, at different desks, we'd just be, downtime and chatting. It's good. It makes the
Absolutely.
sessions go by. It makes the days more fun, I think.
Yeah. And, you know, and I will say, you know, like a lot of times trading can be a little bit like a little lonely. Like a lot of like we've talked about, like not a lot of people maybe in your personal life or anything are really even interested in trading or care to know.
For
So it's really
sure.
cool to just have a community where you can listen to people talk about things and, you know, learn a little bit maybe of something you haven't, you know, heard before in the markets. And
Correct.
it's just a fun time, and it's just
Sure.
nice to hear other people chat about the trading day. So
Totally agree. Completely.
yeah.
That's awesome.
Absolutely. Well, last
Well,
10 minutes or so. Daryl, have you locked in
Yeah.
even more profit? Got another
yeah,
couple of
I
grand under
locked
your
in.
belt today?
Yeah, I'm $3 shy of 1,400. So it's good.
Oh,
Nice.
Yeah.
that's the
13.97.
worst when you're like a few dollars away from like a nice round number, and then you
It's
can't
okay.
finish the
I
day
don't want
being you know $3 short, and you're like
to. This is a gross
I've done
figure.
that
It's not
before.
doesn't include fees yet. So it's okay.
I've done that before.
Yeah.
You know, I'm talking a long time ago where I was like shy of like
You
1 grand.
push it.
But I was probably
You push
shy
it. You're
by,
like, I want to get to
$5.
that number. Yeah.
And it was getting late, and I thought, how easy is it to make $5? It is easy, right? Like you barely need a few ticks,
Yeah.
not even like
Yeah.
just like a
Yeah.
micro sign. It's fine, right?
Right.
Entered,
Right.
and it was just happened to be the worst trade in history. Well, my balance went back
Exactly.
down to like 800 something. I'm like, why didn't I just walk away? Like that was the dumbest thing ever. But your
I used to
brain,
do that quite a
it
bit.
does these things.
You're not alone. I did that a lot. I would, it's like, like in this case, I made almost 1,400. Well, why can't I make 1,500? I'll be cool. Make 1,500 on the day. Make it, and I'd push for that extra $100, and I would force these trades. I would just be not minding my own methodology, and you just get a little bit clouded because you're just like so hell bent on hitting that number for your own ego. It's just for your own ego. And then you lose a bunch, or maybe you give half of it back, or most of it, or all of it. And you're like, what a damn idiot. I could have been in a much better position, and you would have been thrilled making $1,400. And instead, you only made, you're left with making $200 on the day, or something really not great. I mean, you're still positive, but not compared to what you had. So it's like, at the casino, you got to know when to walk away, take your chips and cash out. Just
Exactly.
That's it. You got to know when to walk away.
Yeah.
And, on a different tangent, going back to the trade that I had just made on the Dow, some of you might have wondered, like, why did I have that profit target of roughly like 44,660-ish? Like, why was that the area that I was looking at? And I didn't really explain it. I forgot to explain it. But getting in at roughly 44,600 and looking at 44,660, and you'll notice, I mean, I'm no Nostradamus or anything, but for some reason, you'll say, wow, it got there to the tick and then came back down. Now we're right back up to it. But what is maybe the reason why that 660 level means something? And when you look at market profile, when you're looking at market profile on like a daily basis too, and you're looking at the auction session for each day previous to the current one you're at, sometimes there are days that stand out that maybe you're trading in the range of that previous day. And you look at things like that 70% value area. And the reason I picked 660 as my target is because we were coming up right on the point of control of, what do you know, at 44,660 from 3 sessions ago. And 2 days ago, there was a big spike that had drawn down. So we're already testing within the spike. And I'm just looking at that the day before that and what the distribution looked like and the point of control there. And that's where I think that a decent amount of volume will come in to sell sell the market down before maybe a pullback or something. And now we saw the pullback occur, and then sellers got exhausted, and then what do you know, we're back up to the upside. So I personally don't like, if I have a 60-point profit target, I don't like to hold for, let's say, like a 40-point drawdown like we saw here. It's not a drawdown, but you know, from the total profit.
Given,
so
exactly.
So you know, so
no,
that's
but you're
why
right. So you're describing volume profile on a multi-session basis, right? So I do the same thing. You go out, and those common points of control or low volume nodes or whatever there were, it acts as a support of such. So it's coming back to retest. And if you're looking at it on a micro level, on a, you know, a 1 hour slice, or even just the current day, you're going to go, why did it get to that level and bounce off? Why there? You explained it perfectly, Paul, because it's like, there's more to it than that. It's going back to numerous sessions before where it's done the same behavior, and there's a higher probability that it's going to do the same thing again. Could it rip through and go further south in your case? Yeah, it could. It could do anything. But with trading, anything's possible. It's completely random. We have to have some edge, but an edge isn't 100% guarantee. There's always risk in everything we do, right? So, well said.
Yeah,
I think that's so smart right there with that happen.
Yeah,
it's all that. It's,
even if
I
there's a
appreciate
strategy,
it, you know. Yeah, and you know what's funny is we have a situation right here where, you know, we were talking about SMAs and EMAs earlier. You know, if on this pullback, I have the 21 period EMA that I like to look at. And what do you know? Sellers got absorbed right here and like stuck to closing above this 21 period EMA. For some people, that might be confluence to get in long as well. It's like, okay, I saw the order flow, sellers got absorbed, and then also on the trending EMA, 21 EMA short term, it also held, and then maybe that helps you get long. But it's just, that's like a personal feel thing after looking at the charts for so long and understanding trends and momentum and stuff. So.
Absolutely. Well, what a great session, especially for you, Daryl. Daryl, I think you take the crown for this session. What a
Do I win a funded account
excellent
too?
trading.
I want one.
You did amazing. Did really well. But we are in the last.
Not all days are like
so we
this.
are going to start wrapping it up.
Not all days. Yeah, we're done. We're done here. We'll be back, guys.
We'll be
Eric,
back.
like wash, rinse, and repeat. Exactly. Cool.
So we'll be back to trading.
Thanks, Eric.
This is Central Time. We'll be back to trading at 1:30 p.m. Central Time. Okay, so that's 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Okay, but between that, we have lots of good stuff as well. So coming up next for everyone, we have Mind Over Market by our performance coach, Lara Leon. So well worth giving that a watch. She's incredible.
Absolutely.
She even made me think so many times, like, damn, I should start implementing that and become better. So incredible stuff, honestly. So yeah, go ahead, stay tuned for that. But from now, Coach Paul, Coach Daryl, I'll see you guys.
We'll see you guys soon.
And thank you all for watching. Take care, people.
Absolutely.
See you guys.
All right.
Markets are unpredictable.
Hi traders, welcome to another episode of Mind Over Markets, and I am Lara. I'm your performance coach, psychologist and trader. And today I'm going to dive a little bit deeper into what is trading psychology. Somebody asked me not so long ago, What is more important, strategy or psychology? Well, I like to use the analogy, you've probably heard it before, of the Formula One racing car. Let's just imagine you have an elite machine, an elite Formula One car, which is absolutely equipped to win the race. But if the driver of that car gets scared on the bends or loses his nerve, do you think that car is going to go to the finish line? And with trading, it's exactly the same. Your trading psychology is what gets you to the finish line. Your strategy is what gets you in the race, and your psychology is what gets you to the finish line. So today I'm going to go a little bit deeper into how our trading psychology affects us, but kind of just talking about the multiple layers of psychology and how they actually play out for individuals. Every individual, trader or not, but obviously more specifically, the trader has a particular psychology dealing with money, and that's what I'm going to go into a little bit today. So when I work with people to master their mindsets, I like to do it in quite a structured way. We start with this idea of bringing around awareness of psychology to the trader. Because we talk about trading psychology, every trader has heard about the psychology of trading, but they may not necessarily understand how that is multi-layered and how that could affect them and will affect them actually every day in the markets. And especially with newer traders, they're very much focused on strategy and getting used to the environment. But as you go forward in your journey, coming to terms and understanding the psychology of trading is super, super important. When we look at psychology in the trading environment, there are multiple layers of psychology that affect us as individuals in the live markets. There are three main ones, and I'm just going to touch onto those very, very briefly. The first is the natural psychological concepts that every single human is subjected to. If you caught yesterday's episode, I was discussing with my colleague Stanislava, who's also a performance coach, about the concept of ego depletion. And what ego depletion is a very natural concept and process whereby, as individuals, people, high performance traders, let's be specific on that, every decision that's made or every time you exercise your willpower, your ability to exercise willpower or your discipline is actually depleted somewhat. So that's one psychological concept that you are going to have to battle as a trader. So yesterday we talked around how it's important to become aware of that and how you might build in sort of resets and time out of the market. But that's one very natural psychological phenomenon. Another such phenomenon is something called self-serving bias. And we see this one a lot. And we're actually going to go into this in much more depth next week. Stanislav and I on Wednesday's episode talking about self-serving bias. But how this affects people in the market is when we see strategy hoppers, the idea that when something's not working out, we tend to blame the tools which we're using. But when something is working out, we're very quick to congratulate and praise ourselves. That's just a very natural and normal phenomenon that is seen in every walk of life. So those are two examples of normal psychological phenomenon that affect you when you're trading. Then we've got the really interesting one. Well, it's all interesting. All of this psychology stuff is super interesting when you actually get into it. But when you understand how it's affecting you, it becomes a very, very, it can just wake you up to a whole different world, actually. The next one that people are battling with every single day is cultural and upbringing and social beliefs. Let's just say, for example, two friends, they were brought up in very similar neighborhoods. One's family was not so well off, but the narrative that this particular individual was exposed to was one of, we've got to save every penny, there's not enough money to put food on the table. you know, we don't have enough to pay for that, we don't have enough to pay for that. And then the other had a very similar background, but the narrative that that person was exposed to was very different. That was very much more along the lines of, well, we don't have much, but how can we make this money work for us? What can we do to get ourselves into a different situation? So not a defeatist mindset, not necessarily a saving every penny mindset, more a mindset around let's view money as a tool, and it is only a tool, and we will not let it govern us. We'll do everything that we can, and that's a very different mindset. So you can see how two individuals could end up with very different set of beliefs around money and the role that money plays in their lives. One being a scarcity mindset, and the opposite of that is not abundance mindset. A lot of people talk about abundance mindset, and it's not even that. You don't have to be abundant. It's about having a sufficiency or an enoughness mindset. It's the idea that you're not going to necessarily run out, that what little you have, you can make it work for you, or that there's very much a probability or a possibility that you can make it work for you. It's a mindset that says, there's something I can do around this rather than the scarcity. So if you then took those two individuals, you're going to see that they're going to end up as two very, very different traders. And I'm going to come back to that in just a moment. The third layer of psychology that affects everybody in terms of how they approach money at different stages of their lives, and therefore their trading, is their age and their purpose and their stage of life. So our psychology is very much affected by our goals. So your psychology as a young trader is going to be very, very different to your psychology of, as say, an older trader who might have very, very different goals and a shorter period of time in which to potentially achieve that. So all of those three layers of psychology are going to affect traders every single day that they're in front of the market, in front of their screen in the live market. If you haven't read the book, The Psychology of Money, I absolutely recommend it. It was written by Morgan Housel. It's an absolutely brilliant book, best-selling, and it dives deeper into this. And it looks at so many examples of those who have gone on to be successful versus those who have had a scarcity mindset, and how their results have been very, very different. There's a very popular, well-known story about, and I'm sure many of you have heard it, about the janitor who kind of carried on doing his cleaning all of his life, but he was investing and kept on investing all of his working life and died a multi-millionaire through just having a mindset that said, I can just keep on making this money work for me. So it's very, very important to understand your own psychology around money. And I wonder whether you are aware of whether you have a saver's mindset, or whether you have an enoughness or a sufficiency mindset, because whether you have one of those things or whether you have the other of those things is going to affect how you come into the market. Now, the good news is that even though most people are not necessarily aware of their own mindset, when somebody like me comes into it, we kind of bring all of these things up to the surface. We make you aware of what your own processes are. And so we can start bit by bit to kind of look at those, examine those, and work with those. And then you'd be amazed at how the changes can be. I mean, it's not an overnight change. Absolutely. We have to work with identity, and that's what we're talking about here. But that awareness can be so powerful. Let's just go back to those two friends. Let's say they ended up being traders. How might that play out in the live markets for each of those traders? You've got one who's got a scarcity mindset. You've got one who's got an enoughness or a sufficiency mindset. How might that affect them if they haven't necessarily worked or looked at their mindset and whether they have mastery over their mindset? So let's take the first trader. They're both trading the exact same strategy. They both execute on their trade the exact same time. Let's say they're trading, I don't know, an order block or supply and demand strategy. Market breaks structure, comes back to their order block, and they're ready to get in the trade. get their signal to enter the trade, and they both do. Okay, so they're both in the trade, they've got exactly the same strategy, so they've got the exact same Formula One car, but maybe they've got different drivers behind the wheel, and that's what's going on here now. So your scarcity mindset trader, his trade gets to, let's say, 1R, and then starts to do a little bit of a pullback. Your enoughness or sufficiency mindset trader, his is doing the exact same thing, because let's say it's the exact same market and the exact same strategy that they're using. So scarcity mindset trader starts to have an internal panic, unconsciously to him, because all of our beliefs that we talked about earlier are operating on an unconscious basis. And most of what we do is our decisions deriving from those pieces of information that we're not even aware of. 80% of what we do comes from these unconscious beliefs that we don't know about necessarily. So the first trader, he gets to the 1R point and he starts to think, I've got to save what I've made. He can see that he's in profit there and he can see that number going down. So he has an emotional reaction to that, and he is absolutely determined to protect what he's so far gained in that trade, quits his trade at 1R. The sufficiency mindset trader, he's just going to allow it to run, because he knows that if it wins, he's actually going to make 3 times more than he's put on as a risk in that trade, and he's prepared to take that risk. He's been brought up to look at money as a tool, and he is not going to deviate from his plan. So what you've got there is a resilient trader. He's already a resilient trader. There may be other aspects of his psychology that he probably needs to look at, but what you've got is the very, very different money psychology. And that is how these two traders could be absolutely effective with the same Formula One car, but very different drivers behind the seat. So that's just a very common, actually, real life example. So when I say, are you aware of what your money psychology is? Just have a little think. I hope you're tracking your trades and journaling. But when we say track your emotion, have a look at whether you exited quickly. Have a look at how you felt when it started to go into a little bit, if it reached a peak and then started to pull back a little bit, what your P&L was looking at. Have a look at your emotional response to that. So to just recap that first part, psychology in trading is absolutely multi-layered and very, very influential. In fact, Investopedia have made a statement that says those who master their mindset will definitely go on to secure profitability over the long term. And conversely, those who haven't are 2 times more likely to revenge trade and 3 times more likely to quit their strategy after just 1 loss. We know what that would do to the confidence, and confidence is absolutely everything in trading. So you've really got to build your confidence and resilience as a trader, and therefore mastering your mindset is absolutely vital. So the idea about you trade your identity, this is what we've been talking about, the first part of this, and the fact that that's very, very unconscious. But all of your beliefs are actually built into your identity. So as you discover your psychology around money and how that's probably affecting you, people will respond to that in very, very different ways. It can be quite an eye-opener to recognize that maybe your upbringing is affecting your P&L. And many, many people may not necessarily even think about that. And it's not just necessarily your upbringing. It can be any kind of prominent figure or cultural beliefs, social beliefs, all of those things that people are very much exposed to, the lessons that go in unconsciously while they're developing, while that brain's developing. So when you become aware of how these issues are affecting you, you've got to look at how are you going to approach that? Because if you've got certain things that you need to work on, you've got to be open to working with those to be able to get that through. Because what you then don't want to do is start to say, oh, I'm a failure, or this is too difficult, I've been like this for too long, so therefore it's going to be impossible for me to change this. That's what we would call a fixed mindset. And it's very, very, well, none of that's true for a start, but it's very, very different to what we call a growth mindset, which is one that says, okay, this is a piece of information. It's a little bit like the kind of the money scarcity versus sufficiency mindset attitude and approach. When you find out that maybe you have certain kind of blocks that are holding you back, try and work out how to approach those with a growth mindset. In my experience, it's absolutely possible to work through all of these things. Like I say, I do it in a very structured way, but the development path or the trajectory of the trader is not linear. It's actually cyclical. And so you go through various different kind of parts of the journey when you are working on mindset. And I see that you can go through awareness of something, working on that, then you kind of plateau maybe for a minute, and there's maybe a bit of frustration because there's something else to work on, and then you push through that, then you plateau. And that's how we get through all of the different layers of our psychology. The main thing is that we're bringing that up into our awareness from our unconscious mind up into our conscious mind. And in that space, in our conscious minds, that's how we can work with it and cultivate our growth mindset so that we can incorporate some of these changes into our identities. Because what we want our identity to be is somebody who's resilient. It's not about being perfect. It's about understanding that our pasts or our beliefs or our stages of life, plus our normal psychological processes, are all going to affect the decisions that we make. And so when we can look at it in that way, that will absolutely help us to be more open to those different phases of the growth cycle, if that makes sense. So we know that psychology plays a huge part in our trading. We know that the psychology of money plays a huge part. The psychology around fear, the psychology around greed, scarcity, all of the things that I've mentioned, they play a huge, huge part in our trading and ultimately our P&L. All the traders that go on to be successful either are doing this unconsciously or they're working with somebody to kind of get to the root of what may be holding them back. So I'm just going to take some water. So in terms of that journey, be aware that when you're confronted with some of the stuff, that can be quite challenging, not necessarily in too difficult of a way, but it can be quite challenging to then look at your life, and especially trading where this is kind of really, really important, to be able to look at that and say, wow, okay, so that conversation that I overheard multiple times between, I don't know, my parents, let's say, has actually shaped where I am in my life right now, all the decisions that I've made, the money that's in my bank, the way that I think about my future, all of that. They say that the way that we believe, the way that we view the world is how we end up creating our reality. There's that sort of statement, thoughts create things, but unconscious thoughts create things. So not just the conscious ones, but that's my job, is to make the unconscious ones conscious, and that creates things. But before we're aware of them, the unconscious thoughts create things as well. But to recognize that that may have happened throughout your life can be quite an eye-opening moment. I mean, it's very empowering, but actually can be quite just a little bit of an eye-opening moment to think to yourself, oh my goodness, here I am, I'm X years old, I've been doing this, I've been doing that. And a lot of those decisions that I've made, if not all of them, have been based on some of those beliefs that I didn't even know that I had. So that's where we start. That's how we look at what those beliefs might be. Then we can start to unpick them bit by bit. So just have a think about those two traders and how the scarcity mindset trader can change his trajectory through unpicking All of that, looking at it, working with it, and gaining mastery over it. And it's really, really possible to gain mastery over your mind, but we can't work with what we're not aware of. So we become aware of it. And from that point on, we are able to work with it. So I just want to kind of summarize what I've talked about, is that the mindset mastery looks at how psychology is affecting us on 3 levels. The physiological concepts that affect all of us as individuals, such as ego depletion, which means that, when you get tired or the day's been long, you're making loads of decisions, and as time goes on, you become less able to make decisions. That's always a super interesting one, because so few people are aware of that. Self-serving bias, all of those things, we talk about ego, so that comes into that category, all of the normal psychological things that we're all subjected to. Then we've got the cultural upbringing, educational, social beliefs playing a huge part. I would actually encourage you, if you just write some of these things down, because what you can do after this episode is to just kind of go, okay, where am I with some of this? How do I feel if I'm trading later in the day? Is my session later in the day? What am I doing in the morning? Is it possible that I'm susceptible to ego depletion, meaning that I'm much less able to make disciplined decisions later in the day? Does that affect me? How about self-serving bias? Am I somebody who strategy hops, constantly saying, oh, I haven't found the right strategy? Does that apply to you? Because if it does, just make a note of that. You haven't got to share that with anyone. It's just about becoming aware of these things. So that would be the psychological concepts to which you are going to be subjected, as all humans are. Then your upbringing and your beliefs around money, the psychology of money. And just once again, to reiterate, the book, The Psychology of Money, Morgan Housel, 100% recommend that book. It's so brilliant. And it dives deeper into those cultural learnings and everything like that, and how that affects us. But yeah, what was the mindset? What mindset do you think you have? Just make a few notes. Are you somebody who likes to see your money saved? Are you somebody who likes to use it as a tool? Just broadly, what category do you think you fall into? How do you feel about spending money? Does it make you nervous? Or does it make you feel something else? And if it's something else, what is that something else? So make a few notes, because if you don't necessarily know what your relationship to money on a psychological level is at this point, then you can definitely unearth that and become more aware of it through a bit of self-reflection, understanding what your responses have been. You can think back to kind of some of the conversations that happened in your household when you were growing up. What were those conversations that you were subjected to? And how do you think they might have affected somebody? You can take yourself out of your own, it's often easier to kind of step out of our own reality and say, I'm just observing as though that was somebody else. All right, so if somebody else is listening to those conversations day in, day out, week in, week out for multiple years, how do you think that's going to affect their psychology? How do you think that would affect their psychology around money? And so if that's you, then you can get really close and much more granular on what is actually going on in your unconscious mind around money and what your beliefs for that are. Then look at your age, look at, what's going on in your life. Do you have multiple decades ahead of you? Do you have 1 or 2 decades ahead of you? Do you have money saved up? Do you not? All of those things are going to affect your psychology as well. So hopefully you can make some notes there and understand a little bit about where you're at with some of this. You can also have a look at how you feel in the market when you're in an actual trade. What are some of the emotions? You go back through your journal and try and match some of the emotional responses that you've journaled to some of the things that I've talked about today. What can you line up? Where can you find parallels? And this will start to give you an insight into what your relationship to money is. Because it's so often the case that the strategy, as we said, the Formula One car is absolutely perfect. There's absolutely nothing wrong with it. But if your belief system and your mindset is in charge, you're just going to keep on failing. People keep strategy hopping, hoping they're going to feel different, and they don't feel different because the market isn't testing your strategy. The market is testing your mind. And that's the point. So you have to master your mind in order to not be constantly moving along. You just want to get to the point where you just say, okay, that's the way it is. And you can kind of analyze, execute, and detach. And when you can do that comfortably, you're pretty close to having kind of mastered some of this anyway. So become aware of what your psychology is. And it's hugely powerful. Get that book if you can. Remember that awareness precedes change. We can't change anything until we become aware of what we're trying to change. And actually, in my experience, the awareness is such a massive part. I would say it's 50% actually of effective change. When we're not aware of things and we're just operating from the unconscious mind, there's nothing there to work with because we're not aware of it. Once we become aware of it, even before we've started fully working with it, it already changes things. So your conscious mind is there to question things. That's how it works. So if you have made some progress in determining what your mindset as it relates to money might be, then your conscious mind is going to help you with the goal that you're trying to achieve to kind of work against that in the first instance. Now, yes, of course, there are exercises, there are things that we do a lot to kind of help move you forward with that, but that awareness piece is absolutely crucial. Awareness, acceptance of that, you know, with no judgment. And you probably hear me talk about that quite a lot, and Stanislawa as well, my colleague. But whatever emotional responses we have to anything, we have to be able to accept those with no judgment, because the way that we respond is the way that we respond. There's nothing inherently wrong or broken or flawed about that. It is what it is, but it's just something that we want to work with. So recognizing your own money psychology is absolutely vital. As you may know, we're going to be talking about psychological concepts on each of these episodes. And I will be back next week on the Thursday episode to dive a little bit deeper. What I'm going to be talking about is emotional regulation. So obviously, some of the responses to the markets based on what we have experienced, what we have discussed today, will be things like FOMO, revenge trading, and all the usual stuff. So next week, I'm going to be diving quite deep on emotional regulation and how we can look to work with that. I do really hope that you found this useful today, and good luck with your little self check-in and psychological money psychology exercise. Thank you for listening, and I look forward to seeing you soon. Take care.
Yeah, and I made $1,000 a day, so I'm straight. I'm good. So I literally got in 28 minutes. I put it in. I was like, I couldn't sleep at that point because I was excited. So I went in my living room, ate a bowl of cereal, watched some TikTok, and I got the little notification from my PayPal. I was like, wow, like I'm sold.
Hello everyone and welcome to another Trader Stories here at Hola Prime. Today we have Melvin, who is a funded trader here with Hola Prime and who recently had a really nice payout of, I believe, around $2,982 on his 100K Prime account. Melvin, it's always great to hear success stories. How are you doing today?
Doing great, doing great.
That's awesome, that's awesome. So Melvin, the whole point of this podcast is basically just to show the viewers, you know, kind of your backstory, how you got into trading. So I guess the first question is, where did it all start for you trading-wise?
I'm originally from Alabama, small town in Alabama where it's not really much to do. The year was around 2016, and a good friend of mine, he was into crypto real heavy, and I knew about crypto, but I didn't really, know that you can actually make money, in cryptos and, Forex and all that. And, he basically sat me down at Panera Bread and was like, you know, this is the new ways, you know, and been going strong ever since. And it's completely changed my life. So I've been doing them now 8-9 years now.
Wow, 8-9 years you started trading. And how long did it take you, would you say, until you started seeing results where you started getting profitable?
Honestly, it took a couple years, to be honest with you. I'm a very impatient person, and I learned early on that you cannot be impatient with trading. So being impatient was like my downfall. And then another thing, like if I lost money, I'll try to go chase it back, you know, so chasing those losses and things like that. So it took me a little while to get a little discipline, you know, to actually start seeing, you know, some return on my investment. But yeah, so it took a good 2 years for me. Some people would take longer, some people would take less, but you know, when it comes to trading, it's a mental game. You know, you have to be mentally strong and you have to have discipline on yourself. If you don't, yeah, it gets tough.
Absolutely. And I would actually say 2 years is pretty quick, to be fair. Hell, it took me a hell of a lot longer than 2 years. So. But I'll say you're doing pretty well, especially considering, you know, you said you're not a very patient person. I'm exactly the same. And that was like my biggest obstacle. So you're absolutely right. So it's a mental game mostly. But I would love to know, like, what kind of strategy do you have? Like, what is it?
I mean, it's a very simple strategy. I mostly trade gold, and I just do support and resistance. But I'm a scalper, you know, so I don't hold trades very long. I've gotten a few transparency reports from y'all about holding my trades a little longer than I want to. You know, we can talk about that off camera later. But yeah, I'm a scalper. You know, but I trade on the 1 to 5 minute charts. You know, so I look at support and resistance levels to see things like that. I don't really trade news. I wait a good 30 minutes after a red folder news comes out to see what the market's doing. But yeah, a very simple strategy that I got comfortable with doing. But yeah, gold is my number one traded instrument. I'll trade Nas 100 here and there. And I only trade those Monday, Tuesdays, and Fridays. Don't ask me why. It's just my preference. But yeah.
That's awesome. Gold, I mean, especially gold. I mean, it's a scalper's dream, right? It moves
moves
gold
great.
Can really move.
it moves great. That's why that 5 minutes, I'm like, man, I can't hold gold that long. You know, all it takes, especially on a 1 minute candle, all it takes is that one candle, and that can be 30, 40 pips.
Yeah.
You know, and you know, I usually do 3 lots. As you can see from my account, I do 3 lots, 40 pips. That's $1,200.
Yeah.
In a minute. You know, so trying to hold that for 5 minutes, I'm like, ugh, I can't do it.
I'm exactly the same. I can never understand when people are swing traders and they hold it for like days. I tried it once. I literally couldn't sleep. If I was in a trade, I would have dreams about that trade. Like it was the worst feeling ever. So scalping was definitely fit my personality, seems to fit your personality. So absolutely.
Oh yeah.
And regarding those risk alerts, they're like automated. They get sent based on statistics, but they don't affect your account in any way. It's just more of a
I mean, I love it. You know, I do love it. You know, when I got it, you know, just saying nothing. You know, just try to hold your trades longer. So, and when I got the email so if I do 3 lots, you know, I can just less the lot size down and hold it longer, but then that's less money.
Yeah,
that's how I think.
No, absolutely.
but it's great.
As long as it's working for you, if you're profitable, then more power to you. Keep doing what you're doing. That's ultimately the game, right? To be profitable consistently. It sounds like you've cracked the code.
Yeah, and I made $1,000 a day, so I'm straight. I'm good.
That's a good
what
feeling.
I do now, so I'll put my regular lot size in on gold, and then I'll just put a smaller lot in and just let that run.
Yeah. No, good strategy.
That
definitely.
way, I'll have more than 50% of my trades running for 5 minutes or longer, so I can scalp my bigger lot and just have the smaller lots running. You know, so. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna have to do.
Awesome. No, that sounds like a good strategy. Seems to be working very well for you. So you started like 9 years ago. You mentioned about cryptocurrency. Have you completely stopped with crypto now, or is it all just Forex?
No, it's just Forex now. I was real big in the crypto and the NFT markets when he first started. I had a Bored Ape when they first came out, but I sold mine way too early before all the hype and all the celebrities got it. Crypto is a different ball game than Forex. It's completely different. It's a lot of it's a lot of stuff that you have to be on the lookout for. You have to follow all these different types of platforms, these projects. Yeah. But Forex is key now. That's baby.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, some people have been really good with crypto. Others prefer Forex. It's just, comes down to personal preference, really. But now, fair play to you. Do you not trade any Bitcoin as in terms of like day trading it? Not at all anymore.
No, sir.
Because Bitcoin can move. I mean, it's similar to gold in that respect.
It can move. It can move. It's just I've been, when I first started, my friend he was on gold real heavy, and that's just he was on gold and USD MXN, USD to the Mexican peso. So he was on those two instruments a lot.
Yeah.
And I love the way how gold moves. Like I said, 1 minute, 5 minute chart, you can make $1,000 off one candle.
Oh, absolutely.
And you don't have to, like I said, I do mostly 3 lots. So once I get that one move, that little push up or push out, or if I'm in a buy or sell, I'm out literally in 2 minutes tops.
Wow. Oh, so you're a proper scalper then, like.
Yeah, like today when I sold, I bought it and I made 500 on one and like 490 on the other, and literally 2 minutes after I closed my trade, it sold off.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow,
If I would have held it for those 5 minutes, I would have lost that money.
Yeah. No, fair play to you. Fair play to you. I mean, that's awesome. I mean, some people struggle with scalping, but it sounds like whatever you're doing, man, it's working for you.
Man, I love it. And I love it. I don't think I've been this happy to be with a funded account. I've been funded with other firms before, but the customer service from y'all's end is crazy. Like,
thank you.
When I passed my account, I got a call. I was like, I said I have y'all's number saved now, but a guy named Ankit called me like, congratulations on passing. And I was like, what? Who does that? Nobody does that. And then I didn't know. I know y'all had a news rule, and I didn't know about it. But I went and locked and saw you all's FAQs said if you do a trade during news, you can reach back out and they can re-enable it. And I'm like, whoa. Because if you do that with any other firm, they're just going to breach your account completely.
Yeah.
And they did. I'm like, yeah. So I've literally told everybody in my little trading group about Hola Prime. So it like the customer service is crazy. I literally told it to when I put my request in yesterday, I put it in at 4:11, and then I got it by 4:39.
Yep. Hey, 1 hour payouts. Under 1 hour is generally what we aim for, but within 1 hour, that's our thing, and customers.
And I was like, I was like, there's no way they can pay this out in an hour every single time. And so I literally got in 28 minutes. I put it in. I was like, I couldn't sleep at that point because I was excited. So I went in my living room, ate a bowl of cereal, watched some TikTok, and I got the little notification from my PayPal. I was like, wow, like I'm sold. So every prop firm I told my friends about, I was like, throw them away. It's over.
That's it. Come to Hola Prime, honestly. Come to Hola Prime.
Change the game completely. It's crazy.
That's the aim, man. That's the aim. And look, we're looking for the best traders. We want good, consistent, profitable traders. If you pass, if you're consistently profitable, we'll treat you right, and that's ultimately the aim for us. So, if that means 1 hour payouts, you're getting your payout within an hour. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's the biggest thing when it comes to when you have a prop firm account is how fast can I get my money, because I've had to wait months for a payout before. And in my head, I'm like, yes, I had to wait months before. And in my head, I'm like, when I pay for the challenge, you got your money instantly. So I want to know how fast I can get my money that I made, and the fact that y'all are doing the 1 hour payouts, y'all actually have a number where you call people and congratulate them. Even when I failed one of my challenges, somebody called me and was like, hey, Melvin, we see that you failed your challenge. You know, is everything okay? Blah, gave me a discount code. And I'm like, bro, nobody does that. Like nobody does that. And it just literally it blew my mind. Like I went home, told my wife, I said, hey, I blew my account, but they called me, gave me a discount code, and like it's crazy. Like the minute I didn't even pass my account. It wasn't even 10 minutes after I passed my account that I got funded with y'all. And I got a call saying congratulations on passing. Like what? Like it's crazy. It's crazy.
Yeah. Well, we try. And we're glad that, you know, you're very happy with our service. And, you know, we're happy to have you on board. I'm sure we'll be sending you many more payouts in the future. You know,
I'm gonna keep on scalping. I'm gonna try to probably my payout's on Thursday. The market's closed this week. I'll probably trade one more day to try to make $300-400 more. That's another, you know, $800 payout, which I'm fine with. You know, but y'all have you all have a customer for life. I put a Trustpilot review in. Harmon and Manny, amazing. They need a raise. But you have a customer. You have a customer for life. In my Discord, I literally deleted every single prop firm that I had and deleted them. It's just you all in my gaming Discord. That's it.
Oh, that's awesome, man. That's really good to hear. Honestly, Melvin, that's really good to hear. Thank you so much for all the praise. I wanted to ask before we quickly wrap it up. I wanted to ask, like, every trader, you know, goes through the same story, right? They get introduced to trading. There's obviously lots of failure at the beginning, and then eventually something pops off, right? What kind of changed for you? What was like your aha, I got it now kind of moment?
My aha moment was 2019. Because I got introduced like late 2016. It was 2019, and I ended up making like my most profitable month ever. It was only like $2,000 or something. And that was the first time I got a withdrawal trading. You know, been doing it for 2 years. So to actually see that money hit my account like changed me. And then the next moment was like, oh yeah, I can really do something with this. I paid my down payment for my house in Houston from trading.
Wow. That's amazing, man.
Yeah.
That's absolutely amazing. You know what? That's probably one of the more inspiring stories I've heard. The amount of people who are like, oh, I made loads of money, but I never withdrew it, and then I blew it all. And, you know, but actually taking the money out the market, you got to pay yourself, right? Too many people forget that.
Yeah, so I paid my down payment on my house. Last year, we surprised the kids to Disney World off trading. I did my man cave in my house. I turned my garage into a man cave. Got it painted. Got me a bar set up, TV, gaming system, all from trading. You know, so like I said, sometimes I do get impatient when it comes to trading because you know I try to chase those losses. But now I have a prop firm that pays out fast and everything, and I can actually call. Oh, it's a wrap. It's over.
That's so awesome to hear, man. You're gonna have to show me pictures of this man cave. I was thinking of building one as well, so we might get some inspiration.
So I'm in the restaurant industry, so I'm a director of I'm basically a director over some restaurants here in Houston, and so I have a bar, I have liquor. You know, I'm from Alabama, so I roll tide. I have the Alabama A. You know, I'm a big sports guy. I'm a big gaming guy, so I have all that in my man cave, and all that was paid from trading.
That's so awesome, man. That's really good to hear. Honestly, Melvin, I think that's pretty much it. I don't really have any more questions, but no, it's been an absolute pleasure talking to you. I don't want to keep you too long.
Yes, sir.
You know, you're a busy man, but yeah, no, absolutely awesome. I loved how you're probably doing the hardest style of trading, and you're killing it. So, you know. I get it. It's the rush, and when you get that payout, how did you feel when you got that first payout?
Man, I didn't sleep. I did not sleep. I got a screenshot of it. I was like, I sent it to my wife, and She literally sleep right beside me. And so when I requested it, like I said, I went and ate some cereal. Like I'm finna wait and see if I actually get it in an hour. So I got the notification. You know, 4:38. 4:11 or 4:39, 28 minutes. I was like, oh snap. So then I texted to my other friend who I told him about this other prop firm that the funded account I had, and I texted to him. I said, hey, drop him. I was like, blow the account. I don't care. It's where we going. But yeah, I literally have the messages saying, he was like, oh, they're for real. I was like, yes, you need to get an account today.
Yeah. No, absolutely.
Yeah.
Are you planning on getting more accounts or scaling this one?
I bought my wife one yesterday.
Nice.
And I traded Nas on hers. Showed her how to put a trade in on Nas on hers last night, and she made 6,700 on phase one, so we're 1,300 away from passing phase one.
Beautiful, really good stuff. And then after
that, I'm gonna buy another one for myself today.
Oh, amazing! You're gonna absolutely smash it, man. You'll have, what is that, 300K then? If you pass all three,
yeah, so
I'm sure you will.
I'm probably gonna buy a 300K account, because I want to get a $10,000 payout.
Yeah, hey, that's the dream.
And I got the weekly payouts because I need my money fast.
Of course, lock it in.
Yeah,
definitely, 100%. And then you can scale that all the way up to 4 million with us. So it's going to take a bit of time to scale it, obviously, but
yeah,
if you're not going anywhere, keep doing what you're doing. It'll just keep scaling. So eventually, who knows? A few years down the line, you'll be controlling 4 million with us, and that would be quite.
1% a week on 4 million is great.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm excited, but y'all just don't know how excited I am. Y'all are definitely changing the game. I appreciate everything. Yeah, y'all got a customer for life. I see no other prop firm now.
That's amazing, man. That's what we want to hear. That's absolutely awesome. Melvin, thank you so much for coming on, sharing your story. It's been an absolute pleasure. And yeah, I'll be keeping an eye on you. I'm sure we're going to probably do this again at some point next time when you get that 300K and keep scaling and get more payouts. We'll definitely have more chats. So absolutely awesome stuff, man.
Let's be on Discord and I can see you pitching in the man cave.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I'll connect with you on Discord.
Yes, sir.
All right. Awesome, Melvin. Have a great one. Take it easy. And guys, thank you guys for watching this episode of Trader Stories. Listen, look, if you want to be part of Hola Prime, if you want to control 100K, maybe even a 300K account, who knows? If you want to give it a shot, get those 1 hour payouts, pass, and keep scaling your account, go ahead, join Hola Prime, and you could be like Melvin, absolutely ecstatic, for his payout and how quick it arrived as well. So, and who knows, maybe I'll be interviewing you in the near future, which would be an absolute pleasure. So guys, go ahead, like the video, hit the like button, subscribe, turn on channel notifications, do all that good stuff because it really helps us out. And also join our Discord. That's where we connect with so many of our traders and they get so many exclusive benefits there on Discord. So go ahead, in the description, there is a join our Discord button. Click it. It's completely free to join and you'll never look back. But once again, thank you for watching and we'll see you again very soon. Take care.
Good day and welcome to your financial news update for Thursday, 17th of June, 2025. Let's begin with the Forex markets. The Euro-US dollar pair is trading in a tight range between 1.1600 and 1.1650, ahead of large option expiries. Momentum is limited by technical resistance near the 100-hour moving average around 1.1655. US dollar Japanese yen is drifting lower, slipping below the 200-day moving average and now testing support near 146.20. Market sentiment around the dollar remains uncertain as traders await clarity on future US rate policy. The Indian rupee is slightly weaker today, hovering around 86.06 per dollar, as Asian currencies respond to a cautious outlook on global growth. Meanwhile, the euro continues its multi-month bullish trend, now approaching 1.1690, backed by stronger eurozone fundamentals. Now turning to the futures markets. S&P 500 futures are flat this morning, going down just 0.02%, while Dow futures are off by 0.17%. The Nasdaq is showing slight gains in early trade, indicating a cautiously optimistic tech sector. Brent crude futures are inching higher, up around 0.18%, trading close to $68.80 per barrel on supply disruption concerns in Iraq. Gold futures are under pressure, down 0.8%, with spot gold slipping to $3,334 per ounce due to a stronger dollar. Traders are repositioning ahead of more Fed guidance and geopolitical updates. Corn futures have seen a major volume drop, with today's session at just 84,000 contracts versus over 400,000 yesterday. COMEX copper is also trading quietly, with slightly higher open interest but lower volume, pointing to consolidation. In China, lithium carbonate futures have surged over 4%, hitting near 3-month highs after major producers announced a temporary production halt. Shifting now to cryptocurrency markets, where excitement is building. Bitcoin remains steady, trading between $118,000 and $119,000, showing resilience in a relatively quiet session. Ethereum is leading the rally, jumping 8% to nearly $3,450, but institutional interest and strong technical momentum. Altcoins are seeing a broad recovery, with Solana up over 6%, Chainlink gaining more than 3%, and Dogecoin surging by nearly 8%. Over 90 of the top 100 cryptocurrencies are in the green today, marking one of the most positive sessions in recent weeks. Investor optimism is also being fueled by developments in US crypto regulation, with Congress advancing legislation aimed at stablecoins and digital clarity. The Ethereum/Bitcoin ratio is at a new monthly high, now sitting around 0.0255, signaling increased dominance for Ethereum and a potential altcoin season. Spot ETF inflows for both Bitcoin and Ethereum remain strong, keeping market sentiment in the greed zone despite short-term overbought signals. Stay tuned for more insights. And up next, we have a beginner's guide to Hola Prime.
Come, I will show you how Hola Prime is changing the future of prop trading.
Not like this.
By being on our toes so that you can experience prop trading as it should be, fair and transparent.
We are Hola Prime, the most transparent prop trading firm.
With traders from 175 plus countries and offices all across the globe.
We are the first company in the prop industry to publish daily price transparency report, so our traders can cross-verify their trades and they can trade with confidence and peace of mind.
Let me share the story. In the decentralized Forex market, traders often face pricing uncertainty, but not anymore. To ensure fair pricing every time, we introduced Price Transparency Report.
A daily tick-by-tick comparison with industry data.
We didn't stop here.
No hidden rules.
No unclear trading conditions.
Everything is stated up front,
including prohibited trading practices.
From supreme trading conditions to responsive customer support.
We operate with transparency, sharing every crucial detail with our traders.
That's why traders from 175 countries trust us.
No unfair breaches of accounts. Wherever possible, we send traders preemptive warnings because we hide nothing.
With us, you can scale your account up to $4 million.
And those profits?
We offer up to 95% of the profit splits.
That's 95%.
But what good are profits if you can't access them quickly?
That's why we process withdrawals within 1 hour.
Putting your earnings straight into your hands.
We calculate your withdrawable profits at the end of each trading day, ensuring you get your withdrawals as soon as you request it.
We know what failing a challenge feels like, but we won't leave you alone. After reviewing your account's trades, we'll create personalized videos to help you prepare for your next attempt. Our expert trading coaches and Prime Academy are always ready to help you learn and succeed.
I started as a junior analyst. With clear feedback and growth paths, I've moved into a leadership role.
When I joined here, I was just a graduate. Now, I'm an MBA and a senior manager.
My career has been transformed here, from an entry-level position to a department head.
While others are catching up, we are setting new standards in prop trading every day.
Join us today and get funded with transparency.
Behind each face, there's a story. A story of courage, a story of battles fought too soon. These little fighters take on challenges every day with courage beyond their years. Today, we brought a little bit of magic into their lives, a chance to laugh, to wonder, and to feel like kids again.
So we have arrived at Access Life, which is a very, very important charity. Their main aim is to help and support children with cancer and allow their parents to live with their children. They don't have to go to work and they can, be together during such a difficult time as anyone can imagine. We're currently here. As you can see, there is a magic show happening behind us. We prepared this magician to come to help lift the spirits of these children. A puppet show, which is trying to make them, feel better and joy. And they're laughing and having a great old time. So really good to see.
Every smile is precious. Every moment of happiness, a victory. Today, they are free. Free to laugh. Free to believe in magic, if only for a little while. A few smiles, a few moments of wonder. It may seem small, but for these children, it means everything. Magic may be an illusion, but the happiness it brings is real. It's a reminder that joy is still within reach, that even in dark times, there is still light, laughter, and love. Education is the foundation of growth, opportunity, and empowerment. Yet in many rural villages, access to quality education remains a distant dream. This is school, a place where young minds come with dreams of learning and a brighter future. However, limited resources and infrastructure challenges makes their journey difficult. Despite these challenges, these children are driven, hopeful, and eager to succeed. At Hola Prime, we believe that every child deserves access to quality education, no matter where they live. Through our CSR initiative, we're committed to creating lasting change by supporting schools like these. Our efforts include renovating classrooms, providing necessary supplies, and creating a learning environment that inspires growth. We're helping make this village school a place where dreams can take root. Together, we're not just building classrooms, but building futures. When these children succeed, we all succeed, because education is not just a privilege, it's a right.
How do you feel after another victory?
It's really good, so we're excited, we're happy to be here. People only see the wins.
And there it is, folks, the
trophies.
final buzzer sounds.
The moments under the lights. But they don't see this. Adversity. Everyone faces it.
No.
But those failures motivate you to try harder, to try again. Hola Prime is the platform used by pro traders. No hidden rules, just fair trading. In basketball and in life, speed is the difference between success or failure. Hola Prime has the fastest payouts in the industry with less than an hour. Adversity sometimes just means a new beginning. Hola Prime, trade with transparency.
Got trading skills but can't risk your money? Enter prop trading, a smart way to monetize your trading skills without risking your own money. Start your journey with Hola Prime. Here's how it works. Buy a small fee trading challenge. Hit the profit target and keep losses under 5% daily and 8% overall. Pass the challenge and get a funded account. The risk rules stay the same, but now no profit targets. And yes, up to 95% of the profits are yours. Wondering, how's that even possible? Well, we selectively copy trades from top performing traders in live markets. That's how we generate profits. Whether we copy yours or not, you still get your share. While most firms take days to pay, Hola Prime is the industry's first to do it in under 1 hour. Yes, every payout is processed in less than 60 minutes. It's a win-win. You bring the skill, we bring the capital, speed, and support, including one-on-one coaching. Take the trading challenge. Get funded.
Hola Prime, trade with transparency.
Look at something called a divergence. It means that price action and momentum have diverged. This is normally done using an oscillator, such as the moving average convergence divergence indicator or the relative strength index indicator. Essentially, what you're looking for is price to do one thing while the momentum indicator does the exact opposite. So, for example, you may have a situation where the RSI starts falling, the relative strength index indicator that is, while price continues to rise. That shows that you are perhaps running out of momentum. That is a sign that maybe the market is getting ready to turn. A divergence trade is simply looking for the market to be saying one thing, but perhaps doing something differently under the surface. So by all means, this is a great addition to any candlestick patterns that you trade, or just simple 1, 2, 3 patterns, zigzags, whatever. So in this video, I'll run through a couple of examples and show you just how the divergence trade or the divergence setup can give you a little bit of a heads up as to the fact that the market might be getting ready to change a bit. Okay, so what I will do is I will pull up a price chart and show you an example of potential divergence. So you'll need an oscillator. Let's go ahead and put the relative strength index on the chart. And you'll notice that the relative strength index typically moves with price overall. Not always, but for the most part, it does. So with that, you expect, in this case, the Australian dollar falling brings the RSI quite a bit lower. But notice over here, during the month of November in 2023, the price action in the Australian dollar spiked quite aggressively. But at the same time, the highs were equal. So you would expect at the very highs, the RSI to be stronger than it was. And it really wasn't. As an illustration, you can take a trend line and just look at it. You can put a trend line here just to show the price action. And you can see just how divergent we had been. In this case, we had a shooting star candlestick at a large round number in the form of 0.69, which historically speaking has been an area of interest in the Australian dollar. So once you saw this, you had a couple of choices. You could have either shorted the Aussie dollar, or if you were already in the position, you may have begun to take a little bit of profit, maybe even move your stop loss up. It's probably worth noting that divergence works on all time frames. So I can look at this on a shorter time frame and find examples of this as well. Here's an example on July 11. The market had shot straight up in the air and then started to rise again on the hourly chart. Notice how the trend line that you would draw on the RSI was negative while price was rising. That's a sign that perhaps you're running into a little bit of trouble. I'd point out that you formed a little bit of a double top and then broke down from there. You had run out of trending strength, as it were. Let's go ahead and open up another chart. In this case, I will do the dollar against the Swiss franc. And you can see that this has been a very choppy pair over the last couple of years. In this case, I'll put the moving average convergence divergence indicator at the bottom. And typically for a divergence trade, we pay attention to the histogram. So notice that the histogram is rising while price and the US dollar against the Swiss franc is falling. This is a sign that perhaps something's about to happen. Perhaps you're running out of momentum to the downside. So at this point, your instinct should be, is something about to happen? Do I see a momentum shift? And when I see that momentum shift, how do I tackle it? There are a lot of different ways to do it, and depending on your system, it can vary greatly. Notice this is on the daily chart, but when I do it on the 1 hour chart, perhaps it's a little bit different. And it in fact is. So as a general rule, what you're looking for is divergence on a higher time frame and taking advantage of it on a shorter time frame. So for example, in this case, we have a beautiful shooting star that has sent the market right back down from the 0.8820 level. I suspect that if we break that little bit of resistance, maybe even this little ledge here just above there, it's likely that the momentum will carry the US dollar higher. That little bit of divergence has you thinking what could happen. Divergence is not something you trade immediately. It tells you that there might be a setup there, and that's what makes it so powerful. Let me go ahead and pull up another chart. In this case, I will pull up the British pound against the US dollar. Let me put on the moving average convergence divergence indicator. And notice that in this case, we have rallied pretty significantly. We pulled back, but the momentum is still positive. So this is not divergence. And this is one thing that you can take off of your list of concerns. In this environment, maybe you look to the Fibonacci retracement levels. In this case, you can say, hey, we're at the 38.2% Fibonacci retracement level. We don't have divergence, so the momentum is still overall working for us. Therefore, you can be a little bit more confident, perhaps, of taking a trade, breaking above the top of the hammer. This is a trade that has no divergence in it, so that does help you. Again, though, this does happen on shorter time frames as well. So here's a perfect example here. You may have looked at the British pound on the 15-minute chart and noticed that we had an ascending triangle, but at the same time, notice that the momentum was sloping lower. That is a bearish sign, and that's exactly what happened. So there are other indicators that you can use for divergence, but by far the moving average convergence divergence indicator and the relative strength index are your two go-tos.
Hello, Coach Daryl. Good to see you again, my friend.
Hello.
Have a good little break.
Sam, you too. It was good.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Good. Yeah,
I caught your news
had a bit of dinner.
Your news report was good.
Oh, did you? Did it
Yeah,
feel like
good.
like I'm a professional anchor?
You were awesome. It really
You're
was
too
well
kind,
done.
Daryl. You're too kind.
I'm being serious. I wanted to give you a compliment when I talked to you next. I was like, "Whoa, you did a great job."
Thank you.
You could be on CNBC next
watching.
or something. Yeah, you could be.
That would be awesome. We got Slazy in the chat saying, "Good to see you again, guys."
All right,
so to all the viewers, this is the Ask the Experts segment. So we have, well, I haven't, but our back end team here at Hola Prime have scoured places like Discord, Reddit, etc. to find questions to ask the experts, i.e. myself and Coach Daryl. Now, we have a bunch of questions, so we're going to read them out and basically answer them. Sound good? All right, let's do it.
Yep.
So the first one, I'm going to read out a question from Discord. Yeah, let's do this one. User TikTok Trader asks, what is order flow and why should I care in futures? Great question. Order flow, listen, look, order flow is basically the greatest tool, I would say. I wouldn't even call it a tool. I would say it's just almost a necessity, especially if you want to be a scalper. So order flow basically gives you all the transactional data in a futures market, right? So traditionally, a lot of traders start out using, trading on Forex, right? CFDs. Now, that's all well and good. And don't get me wrong, you can be very successful in the Forex market. There's been people who, well, I'm sure there's many successful Forex traders. But the issue with the Forex market, I would say, is it's decentralized, right? So it doesn't have a single exchange. So if I want to buy one lot of the euro US dollar, the liquidity, so someone selling me that one lot has to come from somewhere, but it doesn't come from a single exchange. It comes from a bunch of different liquidity providers. It could be the broker themselves taking the other side of the trade. It could be, we're talking about like interbanks, we're talking hedge funds, wherever the liquidity is available, it will match you up and boom, you are now in that trade, right? So it doesn't actually track how many people are buying, how many people are selling. None of that data is available. So essentially, without that data, all you have is really candlesticks. So you can kind of just gauge, all right, there might be a lot of buying pressure here and whatnot. Now, with the futures market, it all goes through the CME, right, the exchange. Now, the CME is basically one single exchange. It tracks every single buy, every single sell order executed, and it also tracks the depth of market, which is limit orders. So people who haven't yet executed and entered the market, but people who are willing to enter at a certain price, right? And it could be also be take profit levels or people stops, whatever, right? So with all that data combined, you have now a much better, clearer picture, especially in the very short term, of if there's more buyers in the market, if there's more sellers, who's more effective, what's going on, the supply and demand in real time you get to see. Now, that sounds fantastic, and it is fantastic, but there is a learning curve to it, of course. And that's the whole point of why we do these trading sessions. If you watch our trading sessions, like the one earlier today and the one coming up very soon, you will see us trading order flow, and you'll understand, it has a huge benefit, I personally think. But yeah, there's also a learning curve with it.
Absolutely. Well said. Very well said. I mean, I would only add that I think there's more importance placed on the style of futures trading that you do. So if you're someone who's heavy into volume, like I am, or volume profile, and if you're looking at a heat map or any kind of liquidity, order flow is crucial, right? And you get that full depth of market. And what I love about not CFDs, but futures like the CME or ICE or any of these exchanges, Globex exchanges that are outside of US session. It's a pure exchange. All the participants are there. You know that for every contract being sold, someone is on the opposite side buying it, and you see it reflected. It's pure and it's right there. So
Yeah.
I think it makes for more honest trading. I wouldn't say easier trading, but you just kind of have as much of the information in front of you as you could possibly get. Whereas in Forex,
Absolutely.
you've got market makers and you've got people all over the place. You've got, non-registered brokers doing things, and, it's very hard to track.
Yeah. Exactly. Let's move on to a Reddit question. Daryl, do you want to pick one? I don't know if you have the sheet in front of you.
Oh, yeah. We've got some good stuff here.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's see. Oh, I like this one. UFlow Guru. This person asks, do I really need order flow tools, or can I trade naked charts? So going off of the order flow that we just were discussing, taking the opposite or the converse now, right? Like getting rid of that. Can you be successful trading a naked chart? I would say, yeah, you could. You could be successful doing anything. But in the beginning, I think it's very hard for a developing trader to do that, because you're trying to get a grasp of how the market works. And we all have a tendency, I think, as humans, to try to learn as much as we can, use as many tools as we can, i.e. indicators, or other resources to make us a better trader. We feel that we need more to make us a better trader. But as we know, in a lot of things in life, more is not better. Sometimes less is more. You get to a point where you start to take away some of the craziness of the indicators, where pretty soon you've got everything looking like spaghetti on a chart. You've got, RSIs and Fibonacci's and all these different things going against you. You don't know what you're looking at. A true naked chart or a bar chart, whether it's a candle, whether it's a Renko chart, whether it's just a plot map, you can do that if you have a feel for how an instrument is reacting. For example, I probably would be okay. I wouldn't be as successful as I am, but I could probably hang with trading the S&P 500, the ES, which is what I only trade because I know it so well, to do a naked chart. But it's taken me, a decade and a half of just trading the ES every day to get to this point. I couldn't start out that way. It's very hard. I would advise it. You don't need order flow tools necessarily to trade successfully, but I don't think you can really get by doing naked charts.
Yeah, I mean, look, I would like to add, when you have naked charts, so you just have candlesticks, a candlestick it does give you a bit of information, right? The open, high, low, close, right? And the size of the candle, etc., etc. But what I would say is probably more important than how the candle closed, because a lot of new traders, they focus so much on how the candle closed, right? What I would say is even more important is how the candle develops. So one thing I would highly recommend if you are new to trading and you're trading naked charts is screen record a chart. Okay, literally just screen record the chart and play back certain pivotal moments in where a trend started, whatever it might be. Play that time back and really look how the candle develops. Right, is the candle going up and then quickly jumping down, and tries to go up and quickly jumping down? And do you see what I mean? Like, how is it actually within that minute, 5 minute, whatever candle you're using, is it actually playing out? Because that will give you more information. Because if a candle is going up and then constantly jumps down, then going up and constantly jumps down, but say it closes looking like a normal bullish candle, it would still mean that there's clearly some sellers absorbing, do you see what I mean? That buy pressure, which keeps making the candle jump, right? So how it closes doesn't always give you the full picture, because it just happened to close in that area doesn't mean in that space while it was developing, so much stuff could have happened, right? Order flow obviously shows you that, which is why I would prefer order flow. But for whatever reason, if you don't want to trade order flow, definitely look at how the candle develops. Just screen record it and really just study how the candles develop. I would say that's probably more important.
The time frame of the candle also could be,
yeah.
The time
Carry
frame.
on.
I
Sorry,
mean,
no, I didn't mean to
you could
interrupt.
real quick. No, real quick. You could kind of get by with, you certainly can get by with like a 30-second candle will give you more information because you're moving from one candle to the next so quickly within that range, like you said. But if you're looking at a 15 or a 30-minute candle or a 4-hour candle or a daily, you're not going to know what caused it to move around, or within the body. Within the body, there's so much movement it doesn't tell you. You can tell from the wicks on both ends of where it opened, high, low, close. That's important. But all the other movement within the body, you're not going to know. So the bigger the time frame, I think, on a candle, you're more lost in the you're more like in the dark. You just don't know.
Absolutely. Yeah, 100%. But we will move on to another question. Chart Hawk from Discord. He asks, or she asks, market orders versus limit orders. Why pick one over the other? Okay, good question. I wouldn't say you should pick one over the other. They're both very important in order flow. I would put more emphasis on market orders, on the aggressive participants, but limit orders do have a play. And the reason I would say put a little bit more emphasis on market orders is just because those are orders that actually were executed, right? So these are people who are aggressive. And what aggression means is when a market order is essentially when you hit, the buy or sell button, right? The big buy and sell button, and you're physically clicking it, right? Because what you're doing there is you're saying, look, I want to get in the market and I don't care what price necessarily I get in. If I get a bit of slippage, doesn't matter. I just want to be filled and I want to be in the market, right? Limit orders are much more exact. I want to be filled at this exact price. And most likely you will get filled pretty much on the spot unless it's really volatile, right? Yeah, but with market orders, you might get a bit of slippage. But what that shows is that there's people who are aggressive, right? If you don't care about a bit of slippage, for some reason, you want to get in the market. And if a lot of people are doing that, there's obviously a reason, right? And that aggression can push the market up or push it down, etc. So market orders, I would say, have a little bit more emphasis, but the limit orders can tell you the overall kind of demand, I would say. If you see loads of people wanting to sell at a higher price, but they're all just stacked up there, that could give you an indication, okay, maybe when we get to that area, there's going to be some kind of, resistance of some kind, right? There's people wanting to get in the market and selling the market, right? But the problem with limit orders is that they can be cancelled. I can right now say I want to sell 100 contracts on the S&P 500 at whatever price. When it gets close to my price, I changed my mind. So do you see what I mean?
Or you get a partial fill. You may not even get a full fill sometimes too, based on where you are in the queue, right?
Exactly. Yeah, but if there's 100 people ahead of you,
right. Yeah. So
carry on, Darryl.
Limit orders are very important, like you said. I mean, stop losses that are placed are limits. Take profits are limits. These are all things that are set at a certain price away from current price. So they're in the book. You're logging them in to be executed potentially. When they're struck and they get filled, they instantaneously become a market order. So essentially limit orders become market orders, but it's important to know that limit orders are also a strategy can be used for many ways. You can use them for entry. You can, decide that you may want to enter higher than where you are. And people may say, why would you want to get in at a higher price? If you're going long, why do you want to get in at a higher price? Well, maybe you feel that there's going to be a decent pullback before it gets to that price. Or if it gets that price, there's a certain level where it's going to work in your favor more advantageously. So you're willing to put a stop, an entry limit order there. But lots of ways to do it, really. I don't, like you said, there's no one way that's better than the other. I tend to trade market orders almost exclusively because I want in and I want to get my fill and I want to just keep adding to my position. So just depends on your style.
Absolutely. Daryl.
So let's see here. We got some, let's get something. Got a good list here. This is funny. Scalp and Run asks if scalping is basically speed dating with futures. Okay, speed dating with futures. Am I a commitment phobe or a genius? Okay, that's good. So, yeah. So
good question.
I mean,
funny one.
It is. It's kind of a play on words here, but I mean, it's a very strategic way to trade. Scalping, like someone like how you and I both tend to scalp a lot, but I mean, you can scalp in many different ways. I can scalp and be in and out in a minute, but I can also scalp and sit in a trade for an hour and a half. It's still a scalp to me because it's an intraday trade. I'm going to be flat by the end of the day, and I'll let a trade develop and move in my favor as long as it's moving in my favor and I'm already at break even or I'm protected or I'm in profit, right? So I consider that a scalp because it's just, I can get out at any moment and I'm already locked in. You can also use scalps to gauge a bias in the market, or maybe if you think you are seeing things right. I got to be careful with what I want to say because we don't want to ever say like we know where the market is headed, or we think the market, or we hope the market is headed. You have an idea, or maybe you've got a trade plan and it's starting to develop and you want to just dip your foot in the water, so to speak. You want to get in with, one micro contract or a small position. You can certainly scalp. You can scalp into a normal position. Maybe you normally carry 2 contracts. You can come in with just a couple ticks at first, and you can just, if it starts to move in your favor, you're like, okay, I'll add 2 more ticks, and on and on and on. So you can scalp in. You can also scalp out. I think it's a great way to get a feel for which way the market is heading. Certainly at times in the day where either the market direction has maybe changed based on some event or news, or early in the market open where it's very volatile and we really don't know which way it's going to go. So in terms of dating, it's very much like that because you're trying to get a feel for the other person. You're trying to test them out. You're trying to see if you like them or not. You want to see more of them or not, whatever. It's kind of funny.
Yeah, absolutely. Then that's pretty much sums it up. I've got nothing to add to that one. So I'll move on to another question.
Sure.
From Spread Spectre. He writes, or she writes, if the bid-ask spread just where the broker steals, is the bid-ask spread just where the broker steals my lunch, or can it actually help me? Okay, so look, a spread is obviously, this is how brokers make their money, right? So yes, they're stealing your lunch, but they're not stealing. They're providing a service, right?
They're in the business of doing it, yeah. Right.
Exactly. It can actually help you, though, the spread. And so the spread has to be dictated by liquidity providers, like the base spread, right? So every broker will have a base spread from the liquidity providers. And that could be, let's just say it's 1 point on the euro US dollar, right? Or 1 pip, sorry, in CFD terms.
Yeah.
Then the broker adds their extra pip. So the overall spread is 2 pips, right? Now, the spread cannot go, the broker cannot change the liquidity provider spread, right? So And the reason the spread changes when the market rolls over, so when it closes, right, is because there's just no participants in the market. No one's trading. There's not enough liquidity. So if someone wants to place an order, the spread has to get really big in order to make sure they get filled, right?
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
And the same when there's loads of demand, like during news, right? When so much rush comes in,
yeah,
there might not be enough supply to handle all that demand, so the spread gets bigger again. And the spread gets tighter when there's plenty of liquidity. So keeping an eye on the spread, if the spread's really big, you know that there's a supply and demand issue, right? So if you can track the average spread of every candle, like on the 1 minute candle, and then one candle just jumps up to 4, right, the spread, but all the others are 2, you know in that candle there was some kind of supply and demand issue. Maybe it was a big order, who knows, right? But there was something there that happened, and you can know that area is probably an order block, and you can kind of deduct from that. So the spread can help you, but ultimately, it's how you use it as well. A lot of traders completely ignore the spread, and I think the spread actually tells you essentially the supply and demand in the CFDs. So well worth investigating and looking into it every so often.
Yeah, I would only add, I mean, with CFDs, it's more important than futures. With futures, I don't bother with it because it is what it is. I mean, look, you got high frequency trading firms that are the Citadels of the world, the Virtus of the world, that will front run every order routed, and they'll take, 0.0001 of a dollar, like a fraction of a penny on both sides. And they're making tens of millions a day doing that. So you could still, that's part of a spread. They're taking a little piece out of that you're paying for. You just don't notice it. It's so minuscule. It gets built into the fees and everything else. But I think another thing is a lot of new traders tend to get hung up on these concepts. Like they're just worried about the stuff that isn't as important. Spreads and, types of orders. I would say focus more on learning what you like as a trader, learning what suits you, try to develop an edge, try to be calmer in the markets, be comfortable when you're in a trade. Things of that nature is more important than all these other things. These are things that you could fine tune as you get more experienced and, have years under your belt and you're getting better. But these are great questions, though. I mean, they're really, because most people we don't talk about this stuff.
Fantastic questions.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. Fantastic questions.
We probably got time for one more at least.
Yeah.
Well, this was good. Liquid Assets asks, how many ticks should I realistically chase per trade?
Wow.
I don't know if I would use the verb I wouldn't say chase per trade. Maybe, I don't know if they mean how many ticks should they, well, I guess it's how many ticks are they trying to target? I
guess. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, I think that's what it means. How many ticks should I target per trade?
Well, yeah, because when I hear chase, I just, when I hear chase, I'm thinking FOMO and you're late to it. And you're just, you're just it depends. I mean, this is such an open-ended response. I mean, how many ticks should you?
Depends on the instrument. I mean, so many, yeah. I mean, like Daryl said, there's no definite answer. I mean, it depends on your strategy, depends on the instrument, depends on the time of day, depends on which time of the month we're at. There's so many different factors. So it would be silly to say, only target 5 ticks on average. I mean, try to only target 5 ticks when one candle's moving, twice that, for example. So
the only way I think this would,
you are using,
you would
go on.
Yeah. The only way I think this question pertains to anything legitimate is if someone has a pretty small account with little bit of margin, they, they can only put on so much size. So they're looking at maybe what's their R factor or their risk reward. How many ticks can they put on to maybe make a healthy trade? I mean, whether it's ticks or points, it still should be a percent of your account. It should be also, you got to factor in if you're trading a prop firm account or a challenge account, irregardless of how much money, what the size of the account is or it could potentially be, you have to look at it as you're trading, your drawdown amount. If it's a $3,000 loss before you're blown, or a $4,500 or whatever it is, that's the size of your account you have to trade. So you have to be respectful of that.
Yeah.
So you can't go too big, but this question is a little hard to answer.
Yeah,
without
I
knowing
mean,
more
like Daryl said,
what traders doing.
there is no single answer. I think be fluid in the market. Recognize, if are you in a range right now, then maybe don't target a really, far away place. Maybe just target the top of the range or that area. Are we in a trending market? Then, okay, you can, like you did earlier today, Daryl, you just kept moving it up and trailing your stop. You can you can manage your trade differently depending on the conditions, right? So there is no rule of thumb. Sometimes you want to trail and kind of overextend and see how far you can push it. Other times you realize this market just isn't a trending market. It's constantly reversing, up, down, left, left,
get
right.
out of
You know what I mean? Up, down.
Yeah,
Then
of course.
grab what you can and get the hell out. You have to respond to how the market conditions are.
Precisely.
We have 3 minutes of this segment. We're going to do a little.
There's some questions in the chat.
So go on.
Yeah, there's some questions.
Yes,
I mean,
great.
but I've been looking at some of these, and I don't know if we can answer in a couple of minutes. But I mean, Robert's last question here: what time of the month it is also. Oh yeah, Slazy. How do you determine your risk management? That's a long-winded answer. It's a good question. We need to address that. Maybe we'll talk about that in the next session. Coach Sam, we can get into that in about another half hour when we're back on. Mm-hmm.
That's it.
So if you guys want to stick around and join us, we'll get into some of these.
Yeah. All right. Cool. Well, apart from that, I think that pretty much sums it up. I mean, if you're in the chat and you're watching, let us know if you enjoyed this, if you learned anything, and also let us know questions as well. Our back end team will be, writing these questions down, things that traders want to know, find out, and they'll appear in the next segment with other experts. It won't always just be me and Daryl. It'll be other coaches as well. We have, Coach Troyle, Coach Paul, etc. So,
But we'll be answering questions every day. We'll be doing this segment every day, so it's a good time to build up a list. Yeah,
that's it. That's exactly it. What else can we do? Oh, it was a perfect session. Slazy said, "Thank you, Slazy. Thank you so much, and do join us later on in about half an hour or so for the actual." Trading session. But up next, guys, we do have a trader spotlight with one of our funded traders. Okay, so this is really cool. So you get to actually meet a Hola Prime funded trader, and he's going to be going through his story, his strategies, etc. So that's going to be really awesome. So join me and our funded trader in the next session, Terrence. But see you guys in a second. Thank you.
Yep. See you guys later. Thank you.
We all we're beginners. We all make mistakes. Even now we're also making mistakes, but less as in the past.
Yeah. Oh no, absolutely. I mean, look, it's funny. Every trader I ever talk to, we all have the same story.
You're thinking you can do it. You can go to 10,000. You do one little mistake. It's not a mistake. It's just you think you're the best. Your lot size is too big. One negative point in the market, and you blow your few €1,000. So, and after that, yeah, of course, I told myself I stopped trading. I stopped in general, and I stopped also for a few days. But after that, I rebegan on demo accounts, and I can say never give up. But it was not always easy.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to another Trader Stories podcast. Today, I'm joined by one of our funded traders, Davey from Belgium, who managed to pass his two-step pro account challenge in just 7 to 8 days, which is, vastly impressive. Davey, how are you doing today? It's great to have you on the show.
Yes, hi, nice to meet you. Yes, I'm doing great today, so fine to ask.
Awesome, that's good to hear. Davey, thank you so much for coming on. I think the viewers would just love to know and hear about your story, as a funded trader, how you got to where you are today, your whole trading journey. Because I believe you have a 100K account, which is, really impressive as well. You've had your first payout too. So you must be feeling really good.
Yes, it's nice to have my first payout, yes. Yeah, I'm very happy with Hola Prime at this moment, so everything is going good.
That's awesome to hear. So Davey, can you let us know? I mean, how did you get into trading? Where did it all start for you?
Oh, I think it started between 3 and 5 years ago. It was by YouTube, by viewing videos, trading on demo accounts, trading on live accounts. In the beginning, especially with trading software. I tried several trading softwares. It was always going good for a few days, few weeks, but after that I blowed many accounts. I don't know how much, but really many. Then after that I started trying to trade by myself, especially on gold USD. First on the demo accounts, then I found by accident on Telegram groups. I find an advertising from Hola Prime, so I came with Hola Prime. Now I'm trading gold USD. I'm trading very basically. Most of the time I'm using the support and resistance lines. I try to hold my lot size and my risk low. I'm risking maximum 2% per trade per day. There are days or days that I'm not trading when the charts are not like I want. I'm even not trading some for a few days. So I'm really waiting for the right moment, and I'm using looking at the charts for the 1 and the 4 hour charts.
Very nice.
Especially, yes, the last weeks, gold is going very hard, so it's not easy to trade on it. So lower lot size, it's a good tip, I think. And yeah, it's good. Of course, since Corona, everything is going hard, but the last weeks with gold is really crazy.
Yeah, gold has been hitting all-time highs recently. It's been really insane. It's just non-stop going up and up and up, and
yes, indeed, it's always going up and up, but that will not say that you can just take a buy trade and we will wait. No, it's not that easy.
Yeah, no, I wish it was.
Yeah.
That's awesome. So do you only exclusively trade gold, or is there other instruments you like to trade too?
99%. I'm also, because I'm from Belgium, I also looking for the Euro USD charts, but also there it's going hard the last weeks. it's following a little bit the same flow as gold, but less aggressive.
Yeah, yeah. No, absolutely. That sounds really good. So you mentioned you mainly trade support and resistance. Are there other things you look for as well in your trading strategy, or is it just support resistance?
Yes, support and resistance. Yes, of course, with gold, like we just talked about, it's going up, up, up. So if it's have a kick down, and then you see it started going up after the resistance and the support line, yeah, I can take a buy. But also at levels there, you're never sure, but where I think the resistance lines, it will drop. Yeah, then I take a sell. So it will not say I will only take sell or only take buys. It depends from the support and resistance lines. Like I think I see them on the most of the time on a 4-hour charts.
Nice. So are you more of intraday trader, as in you hold your trades maybe for, with a few hours within a day, or swing trader?
Yes, I always try to close at the end of the day, because you never know what happened in the night or in the weekend. I'm always closing before news with news trading, but also there it's going to hurt. I blowed a lot of accounts in the past with all the softwares after a weekend and in news time. So I think I'm okay, my risk is 1 or 2%, but I'm not an aggressive trader. I don't want to. I worked a lot. I tried a lot. I don't want to blow my funded account in a few days. So I hope to hold it for a longer time.
No, absolutely, and you're doing the right thing. Risking 1-2% per trade or per day even is the right way to do it.
Per day, because when I lose a trade of 1 or 2%, I immediately stop. I will not take a second trade on that day. No, I don't want to lose it too fast.
No, absolutely, and that's exactly I believe what makes you a funded trader. I think the biggest problem people have is they simply risk too much. They have a bad day, they lose a trade or two, and rather than stopping like what you do and say, okay, it's not a big deal, it's just 2%, I'll come back tomorrow and things will be better, they try to make it back. And
yes, believe me, I did it also in the past.
Oh, so we've all done it.
I learned from that, but I think we all did it in the past, so it's not a good advice.
Absolutely. And the fact that you avoid news as well, I mean, this is
you never know what will happen in news, and also there it will go too fast.
Yeah, you can't control them. You can't control your positions when high impact news comes out. It's gambling essentially. Then
after news, you can win a lot, but you can blow your account in 2 minutes. So
not worth it. Not worth it. No, that's really awesome. I think discipline is the main. How do I say this? The main kind of I forgot the word, but the main.
I know what you want to say. It's discipline, and also like your emotions, like you told before. If you lose a trade from 2%, go for a walk, do something else, come back tomorrow with new charts, but stop trading for a little while.
That's it, absolutely. Because strategy is only, I would say, probably 20-30% of the equation. The rest is really discipline and psychology as a whole. And if you get the psychology right, even if you have a small edge in the market, a very simplistic trading system, you can actually be profitable. You don't have to be 90% win rate or something in order to make money. That's a myth.
No, of course not. And you can look at a chart, and you can use several 10-20 different factors where you can follow. But I also did in the past, I also had bought software there following this one, the RSI, everything, but it will not be easier to follow too much external factors.
Yeah, absolutely. I think having a simplistic trading system can sometimes massively help. We find that a lot of beginners, they overcomplicate it. They use 101 indicators on the chart, and everything is telling them a different story. You know, one indicator will be telling them to buy, the other will be telling them to sell, and they get confused. And we find that
100% correct. Yeah,
exactly. And you know, even when you're in a trade, whether to hold it to your take profit, or you know, if you have too many conflicting ideas, you end up just jumping out, jumping back in, and it never really works out in the long term. So simplifying your trading to, you know, just core basics, have that edge, and then be really disciplined in your emotions. That's definitely your right way to do it, I would say. So you've done that really well.
It's like you said, very disciplined. You have your trade in your mind, in your head. You place them in my times, it's most of the time in the morning. You take your stop loss, you take your take profits, and maybe it's in my favor because I have my main job. So I've not, after that, I'm not the time to look the chart every minute, because when you look the chart every minute, every second, you can say, oh, I will close, or I will buy, I will do this. No, take your trade, I'll stick to the plan. And okay, I stop before the night, I stop before trading, but for the rest, I will let it run like I had it like I see it, and
yeah,
that it will go hopefully to take profit, of course.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So I wanted to touch up on, so you said that you started 4 to 5 years ago, correct?
Yeah, it should be something like that, yeah.
When did you really see like a change in your trading, where it started, you know, where you went from, you know, just blowing accounts to actually kind of seeing, oh, this could be something, I could actually make money from this?
Yeah, of course. After 2 days, I thought, oh, I can make a lot of profit in the future with Forex trading, but it was not that easy. But like I said, I bought a lot of accounts, a lot of with software, but also I learned a lot from the software and following the idea, how it's going, how is the market going. But I think everyone is a different person, but I think you need to take 2 or 3 years before you can see the market, you can understand the market. But even then, with Corona, with the war, with Trump, it's the market is changing every year, every month. It's not that easy. It's not that after 2 years, yes, I understand the market, I'm good for a few years. No, I think your strategy, your risk and lot sizes need to change every day, every week, every month. Like the chart is, today I cannot use the same lot size as I did 2 or 3 months ago, because then or I have my take profit, or I have my stop loss in 5 minutes. In the past, you can take for gold a lot size from 4 or 5. If I do that now, after 5 minutes, it will take stop loss or take profits. So you need to lower it to have a little bit space before you before you have your support lights, your resistance light, your stop loss, because otherwise you are just doing something that can be always.
Yeah, no, that's a very important point. You just pointed out how you have to adapt with the market conditions. You know, if the market is rallying hard, you know, and it's moving, let's say the ATR, the daily ATR is a lot higher than it has been, you have to adjust your risk. You know, you have to adjust your lot size to factor that in, right? And, you know, I mean, the same with any market conditions. If the market's ranging, you have to naturally adapt your take profit to be within that range, you know, rather than trying to target like as if it's a trending market. So you have to be quite adaptive in trading in order to be successful. So I think, you know, understanding that, like as you just showed, like you understood that and you actively do that, it's definitely another point I think that's made you a funded trader with payouts.
Yes,
and should protect your account.
Yes, indeed. When I see the market, like the last 4 or 5 years, it's a lot that's changed already.
Absolutely,
and it will change in the future also. So.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, right this moment, I would say the market's very volatile. But it will calm down again at some point, and then you'd have to adjust again. And but yeah, be on always before just jumping into a trade. Really, look at the conditions of the market. What kind of state is it in? Is it quite volatile today? Is it calm? Look at the news that's coming out. Really build that plan before you ever enter a trade is so important.
Exactly.
Yeah, but that's really good. I'm glad that the points you're putting across are things that I feel are going to help beginners, or people who haven't yet got to the funded stage or haven't got to the success stage, so to speak, of trading.
Yes, I hope so that it will help beginners, because we all were beginners. We all make mistakes. Even now we also making mistakes, but less as in the past.
Yeah. Oh no, absolutely. I mean, look, it's funny. Every trader I ever talk to, we all have the same story. I find it's quite uncanny in a weird way, because everyone goes through the same process. We all have the same mistakes we've made, the same psychological issues, and it's overcoming that. It really isn't a unique experience. Every trader has the exact same kind of route, that they go down. But talking about mistakes, I would like to know, what was probably the biggest mistake that really kind of stuck in your mind of your trading journey? Was there one that where you just kind of almost wanted to give up, or that really kind of hit you hard? Was there a moment?
Yes, I think around two years ago that I traded a lot on demo accounts, and I blowed a lot, but then I have a few days that's going good, and I think, I can trade on the market, I can win a lot of money. I started a live account, 100 euros, I'll blow it, 1,000 euros, then I flipped it, so I doubled it, so everything is going good, even till 3,000 or 4,000 euros.
Wow.
And then you're thinking you can do it, you can go to 10,000, you do one little mistake, it's not a mistake, it's just you think you're the best, your lot size is too big, one negative point in the market, and you blow your few thousand euros. So, and after that, of course, I told myself I stopped trading, I stopped in general, and I stopped also for a few days, but after that I re-began on demo accounts, and I can say never give up, but it was not always easy.
Yeah, it's funny because I have the exact same story, and I went through as well at one point many years ago, where I had a really successful, I think it was about 2 weeks, where I was trading really well, making an incredible amount of money, and then I just got too confident. I felt invincible. There's no way I can lose. That was the mindset I was in, and I over leveraged, entered with a lot size way too big, and that was the one trade that really failed, and it wiped out all the profit I made. And that was probably from the high of feeling so good all the way down to that low. That was probably the moment that really switched for me as well. Where I was like, no, I have to stick to these rules. I have to.
You need to stick to the plan. And like you said, just after 2 weeks, you are so confidential. You think you can do everything. Even after 1 week, I think of winning trades. Stick to the plan. Lower the lot size. Take your time, because you have years ago to earn money, and you don't need to do it in 1 month.
Yeah. No, exactly that. So it's funny because even sometimes when you do really well as a beginner, can actually harm you more than if you fail right off the bat, because overconfidence can be just as dangerous as a lack of confidence. You really have to almost be like a machine,
Yes.
So but what about
and that's the only good point on the software I used. Stick to the plan.
Yes.
Always taking their idea. We will do this. We will use this lot size. You can say maximum one risk, maximum 0.1 lot size. and it's like you say, it's a computer. It stick to the plan. But yeah, it's no advice to use software, but we need to think like a computer, I think.
Absolutely. Think like a computer. Try to get rid of those emotions. But I think the only way to really learn that is to unfortunately feel the pain that comes from the mistake.
No,
you know,
like that.
you can tell a beginner, oh, you shouldn't be doing this. And they won't listen until they actually feel the pain of the mistake, and then maybe after a couple of times they'll get the message and stop doing it. So pain is one way to learn in Forex, sadly.
If you just tell someone, they will not listen. They will say, yeah, we will see. But yeah, they need to be on the same point.
Yeah, absolutely. But on the flip side, we spoke about, some of the worst points or the most, painful points that you've had in your trading career. What about the highs, the ones that really stick out where you felt absolutely amazing?
Yeah, I also, of course, now at this moment for my first withdrawal from Hola Prime, it's nice to win money instead of losing money. But also in the past, I had a few good trades on my live account that I had in the past, where I also did a few withdrawals, and it's a good feeling. And also, it was never a big amount, but it's a great feeling that you can do it. It's going in a good direction, like I did 3 or 5 years ago, losing, blowing. And know that you can stick to the plan, that you can grow your account, you can pass the two challenge phases, you can have the points for the withdrawal, and yeah, I want to say you need to be happy with a few €100, with €1,000. I can also go for a few trades now where I maybe can make a withdrawal for €10,000 next week. But the change is bigger that I will blow my account, so I will try to stick to the plan and have a few more withdrawals in the past from lower amounts. But you can stay with your funded accounts, and I think that's the reason.
Absolutely, that's the right way to do it. 100K account, a $1,280 payout. It's good. Don't always target for the big, trying to get 30% or something. I mean, some people can do it, and sometimes there's a bit of luck involved. But to do that consistently, eventually you will unfortunately lose the account. So try target for the smaller amounts. Be consistent. That's the right way to do it. Absolutely. But I would love to know, how was your experience with Hola Prime overall?
Yes, for the moment, only good things to say. Yes, from the beginning, purchase, payment, receiving the account, the email with the credentials, logging in. When I have a question in the chats, they are responding very good, very fast. The spreads are good. It can always be lower, of course. Good hint. No, it's really going good. It's not the server. It's not blocking. It's not lagging. For the moment, I cannot tell bad points. To be honest.
Oh, that's really good. And how was the payout process for you?
Also, very easy to do a payout. Very fast. Yes, immediately the reset of the account so you can restart trading. I haven't restarted this week because the market is too volatile for me at this moment. But yeah, everything is going very smooth.
That's awesome to hear. And we're looking forward to sending you many more payouts in the future. Which so. I'm sure you will do that because you have the right mindset, you have the right strategy and plan. You know what you're doing. And yeah, I feel we're going to be sending you lots more payouts in the couple of years. So, but what is your plan? I would love to know. So you have a 100K account. Are you looking to scale that? Are you looking to get another account? What is your future plan?
I would like to scale them. That's my first idea. Maybe in the future, when we see how it's going, I will maybe buy a second one. But for the moment, I will take this one 100% my idea on it, and I will try to have a few more withdrawals and try to scale them. Yeah,
absolutely. So you're going for the 4 million. That's the maximum scaling.
Of course, everyone will do it, but that's a long way.
Yeah, I mean, look, it will take time, but it's possible. As long as you stick to the rules. Again, I mean, that's what it is. If you try to do it, well, you couldn't do it in like a month, but if you try to rush the process, that's where problems occur. Professional traders understand it's a percentage game. Slow and steady wins the race in trading. Fast, quick, instant gratification always sadly leads to a dark place in trading. And yeah, but you already know this. But for the beginners, take your time with it. There's no time limits with the challenge as well. You can take as long as you want. You don't have to complete it. I mean, I know you did it in 7 to 8 days, which is very impressive, by the way.
But also, like you can see, also in the challenges phases, I used a little bit higher lot sizes as in my funded account. But when you see all the advertising on the internet, all the videos gaining 10-20% profit amount, don't believe it. Okay, maybe you can have it once if you are lucky. But when you have a 100K account, funded account, and you just have 1 or 2% every month, but I mean really every month for months, for years, I think you can be very happy. You don't need to be 10% every week or every month. Yes, everybody want to have 10K a month, of course, but yeah, be calm, be happy with what you can achieve.
Oh, absolutely. Aim for, like you said, I would say, anywhere from 1 to 5% a month. That's a good aim. Whatever you're comfortable with. If you try to aim too high, I mean, like you said, it can be done. Of course, people do it all the time. But your chances of long-term success massively improve if you scale back a bit and, just aim for, because look, at the end of the day, I mean, if you do 2-3% a month on 100K, it's not bad money. I don't think anyone would turn down an extra 2,000-3,000 a month. It's a good amount of money, and you can always scale that and build upon it and look at it as a business and it's a long-term, it's a long-term career rather than quick payouts, quick gains. Then you could definitely be very successful in trading. And that is ultimately the game. It's to survive another day, as traders put it.
Indeed. That's also my idea from my funded account with Hola. And like you said, I also won at the end of the month 10K. But when you blow it and you can not coming back, I like more to have five payouts from 2,000K and then scale my accounts, and then you already have more and a nicer future.
Yeah, absolutely. And we always say this as well. We're more impressed by someone who is more consistent and actually doesn't target unrealistic numbers, trying to get 30-40%, because it has happened, people have done 30-40%, but there is an element of luck involved.
Indeed, and they will not do it every month.
Exactly. So we're more impressed by people who can consistently do 3-4%, whatever it might be, smaller amounts, but consistently. That is because that shows real professionalism in trading. Because at the end of the day, if someone can do 30-40% consistently, they should be working for some of the best institutions in the world.
Yes, indeed. Then I will not be here.
Exactly. Well, Davy, I think that's pretty much all I have written down to ask you. But it's been an absolute pleasure talking to you. I wish you, all the long-term success here with Hola Prime. And I believe, like I said many times, I think we will be sending you many more payouts in the future. You're, very grounded. You know what you've gone through, that pain and the process of every trader. You've been there, you've done it, you understand the game, you know what has to be done. And I think the future is very bright for you.
Yeah, I will try to do my best, but at this moment it's going good. But it's going also fast in the market, so it's not always easy.
Exactly. Take your time. You can relax. You don't have to trade.
No. It's like I said, I trade not every day. Only when you're never 100% sure, of course, from your trade, but I need to be confidential before I trade a day.
Absolutely. No, really, keep up what you're doing. We're very impressed. And we're very, very happy to have you on board. So, it's been really awesome. But thank you, Debbie. I'll let you get on with it.
Hello, welcome back everybody. Welcome back Daryl and Coach Paul. We're back to trading. Daryl, I saw in the chat you said you were in a trade.
Yeah, I'm still in it. I'm going.
Still in it?
I'm still
Back
in
end,
it. 5
you know
points
what to
away
do.
from new all-time highs, baby. Let's do it. You can bring up my screen. Yeah, please
Back
do.
end. Yeah, pull up Daryl's screen. Let's do this.
Yeah,
Daryl,
I kind
I've
of
gotta
got
give
in
it
a
to
little
you.
bit
Today,
a little while ago.
You have performed extremely well today. Today is your day. Mark, I think you should go out and buy a lottery ticket as well, just in case it's luck. I doubt it is, but this is your day, man.
I know.
It's great.
So I got in, just so you know, all-time highs right here, around 43, 63.43 in the ES. I got 2 contracts on. I got in at 335-ish. So I was waiting for, we kind of had, we hit the high a day, we pulled back, and we were coming up here, and I'm like, oh, is this a double top? Are we going to roll over and puke out, right? I was waiting. As soon as I saw this turn up and the profile, I go, okay, we're going to go all the way. And so I got in right at here, literally right here at 35. So I've been,
beautiful.
Obviously I want to go to all-time high, and I'm going to put my take profit in around 45.75, just a couple points over the all-time highs, because if we hit it, I think we're going to rip and do a little sweep and pick up some stops that are here. I'd be happy done there. I don't need to keep going crazy, but yeah, finish there. That'll be a great day.
Yeah, I would love to get one more trade in if possible. But truth be told, there hasn't been a pullback. I got in right at the beginning of the bull trend. I don't know if you guys remember, but I literally got in right at the start, and I got out because a few sellers came in, and it spooked me, and I thought, nah, it's not the time yet. I didn't trust it, and I got out. Obviously, there is no way in hell I would have held all the way to now. But, definitely made a much better dent in my P&L, but it is what it is. Sometimes, but I think, you know what I've noticed when it comes to trading, and I've noticed this with me. I don't know if it's the same for you guys, but when you have a day like yesterday where the market was very quick to reverse, right? So you'll be going up and then boom, all of a sudden drops down from, well, we know the reasons why it did that yesterday, but sometimes it does that as well at random points, and then it reverses again, and it never really trends. It just kind of goes everywhere. When you have one of those days and you follow it on, you're kind of still a little bit scarred from that day.
No, it messes with your head a little bit. Yeah.
Like, you don't want to hold, because you're like, what if that happens again? It just reverses, and so you're very cautious. And then you have a day like this where it's just the perfect uptrend, for holding, and unfortunately, you can't get back in, really.
Yeah, it's kind of like you just need to scoop your brain back up after yesterday because of everything. You just need to scoop it back into your head, and maybe that takes another half of a trading session or something, and just get it back on track.
Exactly that.
Yeah,
exactly that.
There's so much in this market that falls into the randomness of whatever. I mean, we've all seen people make money in various ways. It could be very, very skilled. It can be very diligent. They could be very conservative, but we've also seen people come in and not know what the hell they're doing, and they're just pushing buttons and clicking mice, and they make money. So what does that tell you? That just tells you that there's a fair amount of randomness in this, and it's not finite by any stretch of the imagination. So you have to have some sort of structure to lean on. And I hear what you're saying, Coach Sam. I came into this today thinking, especially remember we were talking about this the first half hour. It almost rhymed with what yesterday happened. I'm thinking, are we going to have some bad reactions here and wipe out all the good I did up to that point? But I also like to look at what happened in the overnight, right? And that's what builds my foundation. I look at that. I kind of see, were key levels retested from the prior RTH session, the US session, or did we, what did we do? We sell off in the overnight? Did we just kind of, consolidate and just wait for the US Open? What did we do yesterday? We were creeping up, and looked like we were on our way. And we actually, what did we say, Coach Paul? We were within the 20 minutes of the Open, we would have been trading high outside of yesterday's range, but we kind of fell back into range just within that last little bit. Mm-hmm. to me, the energy was there to go up. And so I had to just erase everything and just say, I got to follow my structure. I got to trade towards my probabilities, which is the IBs, which is the outside edges of these nodes. Like I trade, I just stuck with it. And I hate to sound like a broken record, but I do see this instrument all the time. I just kind of get a feel for it. I can just tell today's a different day.
Yeah.
I think that's where your experience comes in as well. I mean, you have the most experience, Daryl, out of all of us three. And I think you just cannot replace experience, the time spent on the charts, just watching it day in, day out for X amount of years. You cannot replace that. And you get, like you said, you do get a feel. And every trader has that kind of gut feel, but it's about, we all have it, right? Like you just have that feeling.
Mm-hmm.
But your experience definitely shined today. We could have all had an opportunity to take a really nice long trade in this market. The signs were there, but I didn't trust my gut. I got in, I got out, I got spooked too easily. Paul, I think you missed the original move a little bit. You were a bit slow. You and that happens as well. But Daryl, you got in, took your money, got in again, took your money, got in, and you just scalped it all the way up until now. You're still scalping it up. That's the experience shining through.
I've taken a lot of look at all these trades today. I mean, they're not all individual trades. They're into positions and they're out of positions, right? Like I'm adding two. Most of my trades today, I've had 2 lots or 3 lots on. I think one I had even 4. So I tend to be a little aggressive. But what you just said, Sam, is so true. But here's what's interesting as well, and this is where I think a little bit of discretion or even I truly am a fully discretionary trader at this point. I really trade by the seat of my pants, by what I see and how I feel. But if you look at I want to get let me grab my little pointer. Oh, what's going on here? Work with me. Get the dot. There we go. Okay. So if, like I just was talking about, my entry was here, right at the top. And this particular entry that I just had, whenever it was, half hour ago or so, I should have been fading this move. This is at the top of a rotation. This is a low volume node, right? And here's another low volume node. Normally, I want to get in on outside edges and try to play the rotation down and capture whatever this is. This is that's a good 12-point move, this whole rotation. But I watched it and it started to come down and it was turning back up. And I said to myself, just by the fact that Nasdaq hit new all-time highs, we're so close to all-time highs here in the ES. It's been a bullish day. I just feel like it's gonna go up. So I got in and I kept a tight stop, and I have to resign to the fact that if I lose, if I'm wrong, I get taken out. So be it. I'm okay. It was worth the risk for me to get in here, and if I'm right, I get rewarded. And if it comes back down, it comes back down. I could always play it. If it gets down below point of control here, I can keep going further south if that's what it chose to do. That's kind of the beauty of how I trade as well, because I can take so many trades. I'm not afraid to get in and out. I'll just get right back in.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So I did. I took a little bit of a gutsy risk, but sometimes you have to do that. If you play real small all the time, you're never going to grow to a big account. I hate to say it. We're not talking about passing accounts here for our viewers or getting to a funded state. I'm talking about when you get into a live cash position and you got some real money behind you after you've been consistently profitable, you want to still grow it. I mean, you need to kind of push yourself a bit. So you got to put on some risk.
Yeah.
That's just kind of how I see it.
Yeah. With no risk, there's no reward.
Right. Right. Exactly. As they say.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, that's my screen. If you guys
today.
want to share, thank you. Yeah.
I see nothing at the moment on Nasdaq. We're just in a very tight range. I'm kind of waiting. To be honest, the next area where I could potentially buy is 23,214, and we're a little bit away from that. So unless the Nasdaq wakes up, it might be a bit of, I might not have a trade in this session, but it does consolidate for a while, and then it does just wake up. It accumulates, and then boom, something happens. So I'm sure it will get out of this range in the next, I don't know.
Oh yeah.
I can't predict the time, but it will get out at some point.
It's looking just like the ES, the pattern today. It's just the same, almost exact.
It's identical, yeah.
I just took a quick long in micro gold here. I'll share my screen.
Let's share. Let's show Coach Paul.
Okay, so yeah, I just kind of saw that we were essentially okay. I'll wait until the screen comes up once the back end's able to get the screen
back end.
up.
Can you get back end? Can you pull up Paul's screen, please? Thank you.
But yeah, yeah. We'll see. The gold has been odd. It's not as negatively correlated as it usually would be with like a risk-on appetite in the equity markets. It's kind of been doing its own thing of sorts, depending on the news coming out. But right now, it looks like, or today, it's relatively been a bullish day for gold, and it looks like it wants to revisit its highs of earlier at like 130. So I'm just getting in a micro here, and I'm actually got a relatively tight stop. I don't have my screen on yet, but my stop is not much. It's like 10 points here.
Back end.
For 10.
Can you get Paul's screen, please? Coach Paul's screen, back end. Thank you. We do have a crew of I don't know, there's at least like 10 people working the back end. So
yeah, we do. We have a gang.
One of them should hear us. We do.
I don't know what all these emojis are for on the chart. I don't know when I would use these.
Yeah, I never got that. Who puts emojis on their charts? I don't know.
I don't know. I don't know. I saw that.
I mean, why not?
Sure. I suppose.
It doesn't hurt.
Yeah. I guess it make yourself laugh.
Yeah, exactly. I think the back end's not hearing us.
I'll update you.
Well, we will. Yeah, exactly. We have lost contact with mission control.
Yeah, and I got long at 33.44, and my stop is at like 33.42.5. So I'm basically just giving it some room to continue this like little tight uptrend. It's just following some shorter term EMAs, and we saw a triple bottom basically on the 1 minute and 5 minute charts between 145 and 120-ish. So we'll see. It's coming back down though right now. We'll see if it tags me out here.
Let's go, boys. Let's go. 2 points left. I'm trailing it though.
There we go. Boom.
Come on, get up there.
Well, I just got tagged out of that gold trade.
you?
It just a quick spike down. Yeah, like it just literally went from just a little bit of bullish accumulation to just a quick out there. So that's fine. Just look for the next opportunity here.
Absolutely.
You know, now we get to the outer space, right? There's nothing above liquidity wise. There's nothing in the book. I mean, there's
Scary.
sellers in the book, but there's not a lot of resting anything, right? So
no. That's all profit taken, what you're seeing in the book there.
Oh, I know.
That's all profit taken. And to the viewers,
and look, I don't have to.
Just under 10. Sorry, in just under 10 minutes, we have a really, really cool segment for you guys. We'll call it fun time or lull time. So yeah, definitely something where you can participate in as well. So do have your phones ready so you can scan a QR code because you can participate in a quiz we're doing live, which should be fun. But yeah, just letting you know beforehand. But carry on, Daryl. Didn't mean to cut you off.
No, there's nothing to carry. I'm just saying if it takes me out here with a decent profit, I'm fine. I don't need to wait for the all-time high. It'd be nice. This is how I trade though, right? I don't want to just sit back and I'll just take what it gets.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
If it rips and it goes up and it gets some, I take profit. Awesome. But if it doesn't, it's okay. And
come on, NQ. I hate to say it, but I want the market to go down so I can enter. But at the same time, I want it to go up. Oh no, you're out the position now, aren't you?
I'm out.
Yeah,
I'm out.
You're out now. So that's fine. Then drop. It's all good. Daryl's out now. He's got his money.
Now that I'm out, it's gonna go.
Let me get back in.
I'm not holding this market up. Oh, no way. No way.
Daryl's the market maker. He's a secret market maker.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah,
exactly.
He sees your stop losses and he hunts them. don't tell where your stop is. Daryl will grab it.
Yeah, from my offshore office in Costa Rica, somewhere off the grid, right? Sleuthing everybody.
I did just I decided to get long again on another micro in gold.
Good.
I think there was a bit of a pullback there and then a quick little jump upwards. So get in again, give it another little, give it a stab. Nothing crazy. Put it below the recent low that it just had and see where it takes us here.
We're gonna get your screen up right now.
Yeah. There we are. If it comes low enough, I think I'll put another one on too and set it at the same stop here.
Yeah.
If the Nasdaq breaks down a little bit, I wouldn't be surprised to see gold pop up, honestly. So
I based on just, again, and I don't trade time as you got necessarily, but based on the fact that we're 5 minutes out from power hour, I could see all indices do a little bit of a pullback. And then once we get into power hour, kind of reverse course and go north again, just by the nature of the added participants coming in at the top of the hour. you know, any other time during the day, I wouldn't be inclined to think this way. But because this to me, I've seen it so many times. There's all these buyers trapped right here in the ES, and they're all pushing for another 2 ticks to get that all-time high, and it didn't go far. But I mean, it came down to 2 points or so, and it's, you know, now it may come back, but it happens all the time.
Yeah,
like it's just. And that's what I keep all these things in the back of my head, because it's only from experience that I've noticed it, right? And that's like, it can't be that clean. So I just have to be prepared for the randomness factor to come in, because anything can happen at any given time. And I don't know anything. I pretend like I'm kind of a dummy. I just kind of just trade. No, I'm serious. I kind of just trade around these little microstructures, the high volume nodes, the low volume nodes, and that's my little structure in this madness of the futures market for me. That's how I kind of calm down and try to place my edge where I can. That's the only thing I can do.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Gold is interesting to trade at this time of day because the liquidity, the volume is a lot lower because we're outside of the open cry hours at this point on gold.
Yeah.
So it's an interesting one to try and trade. I wouldn't recommend anybody, you know, trading, you know, gold necessarily during these hours unless, you know, you're extremely well versed in the product, or you're, you know, putting a small amount of risk on board. But that's kind of why I'm doing what I'm doing here, is because I'm introducing myself into the gold markets a little bit more, and I haven't really traded it too much in the past, and I'm putting small risk to just understand some of these lower volume time periods in the gold market, and you know, get some experience, get some time on clicking the buttons, and, you know, getting that's the
beauty of the micros too. Yeah. The micros allow us to, you know, play in the big leagues, if you will, at a 1/10 the size of a mini, which is 1/10 the size of the big boy contract. So, you know, it's great. It's great.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and the thought here with this trade is now that we, you know, it originally took me out, but then sellers kind of exhausted themselves, and I'm looking for now the push up closer to this high here of 33.46 or so. That's the thought process.
Mm-hmm. Well, when we get back from our little 15 minutes of laugh out loud fun break, I'm gonna try to address Slazy's question about risk management, because it's a great question, because so much. Yeah, there's other questions here too we can kind of go through. We'll have the time to do that when we get back.
I wanted to ask, do you guys, how do each of you say LOL? Do you say lol, LOL, or laugh out loud? Like if you say it in a sentence.
I'm the old fart, so I say laugh out loud, but I say LOL. Like I say LOL. I don't know anyone over here that says lol.
Is that weird?
I know. I heard you say that last week, and I was like, what? What was that?
That's just how I read it. Like even if I'm reading a text message and it says lol at the end, I'm like,
I know, but it's an acronym, right? Like it's like it's an acronym, but it's, I don't know.
But it's like ASAP.
I mean,
right?
What do you
say,
Paul?
ASAP.
What do you say?
Yeah, I mean, I usually say it like in a not serious, like I'll say like the lol, like not seriously, like as if it's like LAWL, like that's how I'll say it.
Oh, so you will say lol? You will say lol?
You know, not very often. Like, do I say it in a sentence? But when I do, I'm usually joking around, and I'll say it like LAWL, like spelled like that. Yeah.
That's brilliant.
I think my kids
we're
say
gonna enter
LOL. So I don't know.
We're gonna
Yeah,
enter LOL. All right, everybody, welcome to LOL time, laugh out loud time, LOL time, whatever way you want to say it. Back end, if you want to pull up my screen, and to all the viewers, we would love for you to engage in this as well. Should be a little fun little bit. It's only going to be 15 minutes, so it's not going to take forever. Back end, if you could pull up my screen, thank you. So for all the viewers, if you want to take out your phone and go to menti.com, menti.com, and then put in the code 32671878. It's right at the top of the screen. You will see it. We're going to give you, 30, 40 seconds just to go ahead and do that. That's menti.com, code 32671878. Sorry, I almost got it wrong myself.
They can, if they're on a laptop or a desktop, they could scan the QR code as well and get it.
Yeah, exactly. You can scan the QR code. That's the quick way to do it. Yeah. If you want to do it the old-fashioned way, you type in the code. Let me know in the comments if you're ready. I'm sure most of you will probably be ready by now. We'll give it another 10 seconds, and then we'll get cracking.
Yeah.
And this should be fun. So this is kind of like an interactive quiz. It'll be good to see what kind of answers people give. In fact, I will also scan the code. Just do it off my phone. On the side
Robert's
here.
in. He's
all
ready
right,
to
cool.
Go. Cool.
All right, Robert. Well, let's do this. Let's start.
Slazy's in too. All right, here we go.
Awesome. So you're allowed to bring only one item from 2025 to survive in the year 3025. What item from 2025 would you bring to the future and why? Okay. So we got a smartphone charger, an iPhone 15, a book on human emotions, a packet of noodles, a Rubik's Cube, a gold coin, a flashlight, or a dog. Okay, I've put my vote in. I'm going for the iPhone. iPhone all the way. That's going to be worth $1 billion in 1,000 years' time. There wouldn't be a working... What do we have as 1,000 years old in good condition? Absolutely, that would be a relic. People would pay anything just to kind of see that. So
A castle in your neck of the woods.
Yeah, but you can't put a castle in your pocket, so.
No, I know that. I'm just thinking like what's 1,000 years old that's almost priceless. That's true. Unless you get a little snow globe one of Buckingham Palace or something, right?
That's true.
I'll get the charger so that we can, split the profit 50-50, because if you can't use the phone, then that might not have as much value. So do that.
Well, what are we going to plug
Smart
the charger
thinking.
into?
They'll figure that out. We got to vote for a book on human emotions.
That's me. I figured I'll do it.
To be fair, in 1,000 years' time,
we may be all robotic.
I don't know. Exactly.
Yeah, I don't know.
We'll be like half android, half AI. We'll be some kind of cyborg creature. So who knows? All right, we'll move on to the next one. You also get to bring a celebrity too. Who would you pick? Elon Musk, Albert Einstein, Cleopatra, Beyonce, or Nikola Tesla? That is a hard one. Oh, I don't know.
Honestly, I don't need to bring any of that. No, I'm just kidding. I would bring Albert Einstein. I'll bring Albert Einstein. Honestly, I like the idea of him being in the future and realizing how crazy everything is. So
true. I'm gonna go on the whim here, and I'm gonna bring Beyonce, just in case
no.
we teleport 1,000 years and mankind has died out, it will be my responsibility to regenerate the human race, right? So I'm going to need a female. So Cleopatra or Beyonce would be fine. So
That's why
I'm
I
choosing
picked
Beyonce.
Cleopatra. I picked Cleopatra for that reason.
Oh, dear. All right, next slide. Now, you want to impress the celebrity using 3025 slang. Which one would you choose? We have, you don't lag in real life, you look better than your hologram, your voice sounds algorithm friendly, you make a great avatar parent. Ooh.
Oh, that's funny.
You don't lag in real life.
I think the order, I'll just put it in order, honestly. I'm going to put it in high to low order. You look better than your hologram.
Yeah.
You don't lag in real life. Your voice sounds algorithm friendly.
Yeah.
You'd make a great avatar parent.
It does.
That's what I think it is, the hierarchy.
To be fair. Absolutely. I think the hologram one, definitely number one. That's no different to you. You look better in real life in your pictures.
Yeah.
We have that today. That's a great compliment, I think. So I don't know. That's almost an insult, and it depends how. It depends. If you're a model, it's a bit of an insult because it's basically saying you're bad at your job.
That is true.
We'll move on. You learn that money is not the real currency that humans use. What do you think it will be? What do humans use in 3025 now? Use as currency. Oh, so you can actually type. So we had a few suggestions. We've got Dogecoin, Hola Prime coin. Absolutely. Of course, Hola Prime coin.
That's cool. Yeah.
Ethereum, Bitcoin, time, life. That's deep, isn't it? Life. Life is the currency.
That is too deep.
Blood. Oh my.
I don't know.
Blood. Oh God.
Life.
Jeez Louise. Goodness.
How do you
I'm
pay with
hoping.
life?
I'm hoping that the currency is phones and chargers. Actually, that's what I'm hoping it is, because we have them. So me and Sam do.
Exactly. That would be good. Man, water. That's tragic as well, man.
That's what
dear.
I said. Water just now. That I put that in.
Oh, that was you.
That's a good one.
That was me right now.
Dark look into the future.
No, I was thinking about Dune. I was thinking how they have to have those dry suits, and there's like they capture like their tears and everything. It's like nothing goes to waste. It's kind of crazy. I don't know.
Spices.
Yep. Yeah, my eyes are turning bluer.
Oh dear. I mean, all of them could be possible. I like Time. Time is a good one. It's like that film with Timberlake. I forgot it, Justin Timberlake.
Yeah.
But everyone has to pay with time. I could see that happening in 1,000 years. I can absolutely see that happening. So I quite like that idea. But we will move on.
Is that thunder I'm hearing?
Yeah, that is actually
thunder.
It is.
It's not from my end.
It's crazy. It's crazy thundering from my end. I'm sorry. It is.
Okay.
It is.
No, that's cool.
Here in Florida.
I was on with Coach Tiger last night, and he had lightning and thunder and buckets and his whole house was shaking. And how he didn't lose an internet connection, he didn't know, but it was wild.
Jeez, man.
Right.
Anyway, sorry.
Here comes the fun part. You see that the government offers everyone a free futuristic body upgrade. Which upgrade would you think of having? Share your answers with us in the next question. So you got laser vision, jetpack feet, instant sleep mode, USB-C finger port. Well, I think that will be useless because USB-C will be long gone. It wouldn't even. I'll be surprised if there's wires in the future. So you will just have a useless port. It's like having a.
You're just gonna have a barcode on your neck or a chip or something. Who knows?
Yeah, it'll all be wireless
Yeah.
somehow, wouldn't it? I mean, they'll figure everything out. So definitely not that. Instant sleep mode might be quite good.
Yeah, I think
It'll help
my
with trading.
initial
If you're a
thought.
swing trader.
It'll help. I don't have much of a problem right now. I'm so wiped out, I just crash. But I don't know.
Yeah, my initial thought was jetpack feet, but actually, I think the instant sleep mode is like probably pretty OP. It's probably really good. It would be really good if you think about it. So I think
Because
I'd
you
vote that.
recharge.
would.
Yeah, that's true.
You know how it's like your
sleeper
after a
answer.
stressful trading day. Sometimes you can't switch out of instant sleep mode.
That's true too.
Laser vision is cool
Totally.
as well, but I have no idea what laser vision is and what exact benefit you get from that. But sure, why not?
Cosplay
looks
as
cool.
Superman, I guess. That's
Right.
what it helps you with.
Yeah,
Cosplaying
or
as
the-
Superman.
The guy in X-Men as well. But that seems more like a
Ah.
curse
Oh,
to me,
yeah.
because he has to wear sunglasses.
They,
As soon as he takes them off,
Yes.
he just destroys anything he looks at. That
he
doesn't
burns
sound fun.
everything. Yeah, I know.
What if your glasses fall off in the shower and you just blast off your feet or something? I don't know.
Oh God.
Definitely not. People of
Oh, my
30,
God.
25 do not do the things mentioned like we do now, and the old school things might confuse them. Okay. What old Earth ritual confuses future beings the most? Oh, that's a good one. Birthday candles, standing in lines, paying with Apple Pay, brushing teeth manually. Birthday will still be a thing. Oh, birthday candles. I think that will still be a thing. I think that's just always going to be a thing. I can't imagine anyone reinventing that, changing it. Why
Just take off your glasses and have the laser just torch them up, man.
Exactly.
I don't know.
Apple Pay.
Apple Pay.
You think Apple will be
gone,
around in
long
1,000
gone.
years?
No, long gone.
Hey.
I don't know. Who knows?
I don't know.
I mean,
Standing
Apple may
in
be
lines, I
around, but I
think.
don't know about Apple Pay.
It would just be an advanced version.
Yeah.
It would be some kind of quantum pay version. I don't know. I think standing in lines would be gone. I think everyone would just teleport everywhere, or everything will be super convenient. It will just materialize out of nothing. There will be no need for
agreed.
human interaction. So, brushing
I
teeth
agree.
manually. I don't know. Probably still exist. We'll move on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Got a few more minutes. You want to stay up to date with the fashion trends of the future. What would you choose from the given list? Holographic robes, retro denim jackets, anti-gravity hats, mood-changing capes.
What?
Mood-changing
I-
capes.
It sounds nerdy, but like I feel like the holographic robes is pretty cool. Like you could just change your outfit at
that's
any
where
time.
I'm going. That's where I'm going. Holographic robes.
That is true.
Totally.
Yeah.
I'm
Although
going
the retro
anti-gravity
denim
hats.
jackets are cool. I don't know.
They're not cool in
Anti-gravity
this
hat.
era, so I don't think they're going to be cool then.
yeah.
Well, he's got like some RGB colors and crap on that thing. That thing looks terrible, but I mean, I don't know. I don't know.
All right, we'll move on because we're almost. Oh, and that was it. Perfect. If
Cool.
laughter's the best medicine, then tonight's winner just cured inflation. Nice little
Classic.
cheesy joke at the end there. Well, everyone, I hope you enjoyed that little little fun lol session. We will in other. So tomorrow, I think we're doing reaction videos. We'll be reacting to traders, doing silly things or
That's
just
my
generally
favorite one.
funny trading memes, stuff like that. So do
the
tune in
favorite one.
tomorrow as well if you like that. We're doing all different types of little fun sessions. But as for now, back to the charts, back to trading. Let's make some money.
Yeah.
Is it raining for you, Paul, yet, or is it just lightning and thunder?
Yeah, all of the above. Yeah, it's everything.
Okay.
It's been thundering and lightning, like honestly every day for the last like 2 weeks. It's just it's just crazy. Won't stop.
Wow.
Helps out with the electric bill though,
Wow.
because it keeps the cloud cover over, and I don't have to worry about the 93-degree sun burning a hole in my roof. So
yeah, exactly. But you got the humidity.
Yeah. Not fun.
Okay,
Not
so
fun.
we did have a question. I'll get back really quick. So Slazy did ask, are we still going to have a giveaway? Yes, we're having a giveaway in the closing call session, which is now. So there will be a giveaway in this session. So do you stick around?
$50,000 account, I think.
That's right, I think. I don't want to say the wrong amount, but I'll double check. I do think it would be that. Yeah, and a lot of the viewers. So Robert got involved. A book on human emotions, etc., brushing teeth. Awesome. I love that you guys got involved. So that was really, really good. But back to the charts. Daryl, you are smashing it. You're up over $2,000 today.
Yeah.
What can I say? Incredible trading.
Yes.
I don't even know how you made an extra grand, Daryl, because it hasn't even moved on my end. I mean,
I don't need a lot of movement.
Literally done nothing.
I don't need range. I mean, look, if you have an edge, I'm completely serious about this. If you have an edge that you've vetted, you've got some pretty strong conviction, and you're willing to keep a tight stop, and you want to put some size on there, and it runs 5 points for you, you can make a lot. You can make $3-4 grand, and you're done.
Oh, of course.
It's just a matter of, I don't know. I'm seeing this today. I'm seeing this thing clean all day. I've been obviously.
Yeah.
But
you have been on point. You have seen every move.
Well, every move I've taken.
Know,
I've been stopped out. You were I've been stopped out, and not for gain. I've been stopped out for losses today too. I probably had 3, 4, 5 stops. So
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and you got to work up trading that kind of size. Trading that size takes a lot of experience too. Like most people trading, the size of multiple mini contracts, it's difficult on the stomach. It's because you just are not used to that kind of risk, and just got to build up to that. Got to eventually build up to that. And hey, guys, Coach Daryl has 25 years experience. So like, we're not going to just gain 25 years experience in a week. So you got to remember that. Got to put your eyes on the markets as much as you can, but also realize you're not going to become a 25-year experienced vet trader in a matter of no time. So
most of the first 8 years or so were really painful, and I wasn't even trading futures back then. So I was bouncing around. I was dabbling, and I was trying to find like the holy grail and all the secret sauce, and so I was all over the place. I kept changing my system every 3 months, and I was changing this strategy and that strategy. And so, it was a recipe for failure anyway, but until I kind of settled down. But in fairness, I think you kind of have to go through some of that anyway. You just have to know, you have to try it to know what aligns with you best or it doesn't, and then take what's good and get rid of the other stuff. And it's hard. Absolutely. It's really hard because it's not like an instructional playbook that you just follow or you take I know everyone sells courses, and courses are very beneficial because you get a foundational education to a lot of things, but you still need to make it your own. You can't just follow point A to B to C to D, and it doesn't work like that.
Exactly.
Yeah. To put it in perspective,
but this is good.
Daryl, you started
what you just said. Yeah.
Carry on.
No, were you asking me what I started when?
I was going to say, You started trading when I was 9 years old. I mean, that's just insane, right?
No, you were born. You're probably born in 91, right?
I'm 91. Yeah, that's quick math right there. See how quick you.
Because you're 20 years younger than me. You're 20 years younger than me. That's how I know it.
Okay, there you go.
I remember this.
That is true.
No, I mean, I didn't really. I was dabbling in 97 to like 99. I was just kind of dabbling with stocks. I wasn't really even day trading until probably right after the .com bust. But
yeah.
But this is Paul, you mentioned something about the micros a minute ago, and like with size. So this kind of goes towards, I think it was Slay Z's question earlier that we've been kind of just, I know you guys have put lots of stuff in the comments, but he was asking about risk management. Like, how do you, I'm looking for his question up here. It was something like, how do you handle risk management, or how do you?
That's right. Yeah.
Something. So, I mean,
I'll find
there's various
question.
ways. Okay, that's great. I mean, there's various ways to do this, and position sizing is probably where I guess I would tell everybody to start. And you know, we're in a time of online trading today with. And I'm not going to even bash the prop firms because it's everybody. The margins are they're giving away crazy margins. So it's very easy to put on a lot of leverage with very little amount of money. I mean, you could do it with Hola Prime with these challenges. You could put on 10 contracts, but you got to be careful because you only can lose 5% of your account before you blow your account. And then you've got daily, drawdowns and other things to factor. So that's not a smart move because you have to look at that's the size of the account. It's not a $100,000 account or a $50,000 account or what have you. It's whatever equity you have to trade with for the day before you're stopped out, essentially. That's your account size. But I've always told people, like, if they wanted to trade the ES, like, even for me, I don't put on a contract unless I want to have at least $5,000 to $10,000 in my account for every contract I trade, for every E-mini contract I trade. And if I'm trading a micro, I want to have like, maybe you can do 5 micros with $500, but I still, you got to be careful because you put on 4 micros and you're basically trading a point in the ES again, or is it 5? I think it's maybe 5. But it's easy to just kind of get over leveraged without keeping track of things. So keep it small. If you're gonna make a successful trade, you're gonna do it. You can do it with small money just as easy as you can do it with large money. But you want to get the reps in, and you want to whether you're doing it on sim or you're doing a challenge or you're live. It's all the same. And the data is so good now. We don't have lag data for sim. We have real-time data. We have full depth of market, level 2, level 3 if you need it, whatever, it's available, especially for futures. So position sizing is important. I always recommend you have a daily loss limit. I'm not talking about putting stops in, which we should all do, but you want to have a daily loss limit. Again, and Paul, since you have your screen up, maybe you want to just show in the little gear, the settings on Project X, where you can go in and you can set right there. Like you can set your off to the right, that blue where it's a lockout. You can set for like every 15 minute, 30 minute, an hour, or you can set it by session. If you are afraid that you're going to keep revenge trading or something, you can get yourself out. You can also set a percentage loss limit for the day or a dollar value. There's tools that are really, really great, and it's all within the platform. You don't have to go outside of it. So these are things that you can do to get in the habit of coming back the next day. The last thing we want to do is blow up our capital and not be able to keep trading. I had a bad day yesterday. If I had blown my account, I wouldn't be able to take advantage of today. I want to be able to come back.
Yeah.
Just because we sit in front of the screen doesn't mean that we have to trade or any of that. But it's just, again, it's like anything else. There's an opportunity if it presents itself. You want to be able to. It's just like luck, right? Luck is not luck. Luck is just hard work and opportunity that meet at one point. You just happen to be in the right place at the right time. So we want to be mindful of all of that. And I think those are good habits to establish. Be happy with what you get. If you're learning and you're on sim, awesome. Just keep the reps. Just keep coming back. The more screen time you have, the better you are going to be, regardless. I don't care what. It's just like learning to fly an airplane. The more hours in the air, the better you're going to be. So you want to be able to, whenever you think or you have time to trade, you want to try to be able to come and do that. So yeah, daily loss limits. And then, if you're in a trade, the trade management, of course. So we're talking setting a stop at the very least, maybe doing a take profit if you want. So you kind of have like an OCO or a bracket order where either one gets triggered and you're out of the trade. And if you want to scale, you don't need to scale in the beginning, but you can start to scale where you take, if you're in multiples, it's easy with micros. Let's say you get in with a micro and it starts to go in your favor. Maybe it goes 3 or 4 points in your favor and you can add on another one and maybe move to break even or your entry, and then take one off. So you're in profit and let the other one go and get used to sitting in a trade and feeling what that's like. You're kind of risk neutral at that point because you've locked in some profit and maybe your other runner is at a break even. So the worst that could happen is you'd scratch on the runner, but you've already locked in a few points on the other contract. So you really already have a profitable trade. You can't go wrong. And you can get used to sitting in the live action of the market and experiencing the emotions of how that feels without knowing that you're going to have a loss. It does a lot for you. So these are just things that I've done over the years that I still do. It's like fun. It's like fundamentals for, we talk about all these high profile athletes, the best in the world at anything, right? What do? They all go back to practicing fundamentals, even if they're the best in whatever they do. They still have to go over the fundamentals and keep at it. So I try to really simplify this whole business of trading. I had a bad problem where it was like when I started to get really consistent and I was trading futures and I had a home office and I was all set up. I had 2 data feeds. I had all this equipment. I had all this state of the art, everything. And I'm thinking I'm a big wig in a way. And I'm like, well, if I'm going to get up every morning, and I'm on the West Coast for those that don't know, if I'm going to get up at 5 a.m. and start to get ready for the U.S. Open at 6:30, I have the ability to trade all day because I don't need to go to work. I don't need to do anything. So I might as well be trading and making money, like treating it like it was like at a job with a salary. And that was not good because it made me want to just keep trading when I shouldn't have been trading. I should have been happy. Like right now, I should stop. I don't need to push it anymore. I'm content. My account was down from yesterday, like $3,000. So I built back most of that. So I'm happy. Tomorrow I can come back and build it back again, even more, right? Get to a payouts position. So just take the small wins. And it's really the momentum and the consistency that you repeat. And I find that once you get into that frame of mind, everything else really kind of falls into place. Then it's not so much, I got to get the exact entry. I got to worry about slippage. What are the fees? What are this? All that stuff's minuscule. It really doesn't matter. And you guys watch how I trade. I'm just like, I'll trail up. And it's come back in a lot of these where it's like, I gave up a few points. It would have been nice to have a few $100 more. But hey, it's all adding up. I'm just building it up for the day. I don't care. I just look at it that way. So I hope that helps Slay Z, and if there's other questions you guys want to, if I've triggered other things in your mind, you can please put it in the chat, and Coach Paul and Coach Sam can also take over and add to their expertise.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, Eric Lake says he always tries for a 1 to 5 risk to reward. Wow, that's a big spread.
And like we were talking with you, like obviously, 1 to 5 is. Sorry, guys. 1 to 5 is great. I think Sam just threw his microphone across the room.
Knocked my mic. Just boom, knocked it. Did it blow your ears out?
No, it's fine.
That's all right.
Man, I will say though that
Eric's clarifying, meaning every dollar risk he's trying to get profit 5. Okay, yeah. I'm with you.
Yeah, and 1 to 5 is like very fantastic.
That's rich. That's a rich
for sure.
Yes.
If you are able to do that, like, and you're let's say you're able to do that 35% of the time, you are killing it. Like, you're still killing it. So with your system, you don't have to be right as much. And what it comes down to is everybody's ability to take loss is different. So some people that have a strategy that only has to work 30% of the time, they might not emotionally be able to handle the losing 70% of the time. It's just a reality of understanding how the brain, your own brain chemistry is, and how well you take loss or don't. So there's like examples of hedge funds that had like 85% loss rates on like intraday trading, on like intraday trading programs, but that 15% literally that they would win was so significant that they're making millions so much money off. Yeah. Exactly. So, as long as you're okay with stomaching that, that's all there is to it. So, I usually am somewhere around, like, my aim is usually always roughly like 2 to 1, trying to get 2 to 1. And obviously anything more than that is fantastic. But yeah, so.
I try to get 2 to 1 as well, but I usually end up getting 1 to 1, and I'm fine with it. But it's hard to, the ratios change if you're scaling. So, and I do numbers, I do various things. Sometimes I go in with a full position and I'll scale out. Sometimes I scale in and I'll scale out, or sometimes I'm all in and I'm all out, right? So it just, I don't know. It depends.
It depends.
I don't know. It's yeah.
Like right now with this gold trade that I have on, my break even is 33.46, and the way that we've kind of just developed price here and where volume has placed itself, we are literally at the previous session's point of control right now. So what I'm going to do now is with this structure that's kind of set up. I just literally I just moved my stop to break even, like literally just a second ago. Like this little double bottom that's occurring on the 1 minute here, for example, just makes me feel more comfortable to move my stop up to break even. And now, I am technically, based on my original risk, I was risking 1.5, so 15 ticks. And right now I am up roughly 20 ticks. So I'm up like I'm like 1.2 risk to reward or whatever. I would like to see it, us flash up to like, 33, 46.5 or so. But with the way that it's the structure has played out so far, I don't mind moving this to a break even at this point because, like I said, this little double bottom here. And if for some reason, like yesterday, for example, where there was all these freaking headlines regarding tariffs or regarding Chair Powell
Jerome
being
Powell.
fired or whatever, got taken out immediately. Good thing I had to stop in, and I didn't lose much. But I'll move this up to break even for now, and it just looks like it's a grindy session. We're gonna grind up here in gold on low volume, and hopefully we can get the $40 or so, 30 or $40 here on it.
You have
Guys,
what
I'm
on
gonna
just
pop
one
out
micro,
for-
or do you have more?
Yeah, I have one micro, and what this allows me to do is like feel. This is allowing me to just feel what it's like to sit in a trade for 40 minutes. You know,
Yes.
like getting that feeling of letting the ups and downs come through your body essentially, and how well can I stomach it? I can stomach it well, obviously with one micro, and then you do it with 3 micros. And like for example, with my 100K one-step prime challenge account that I'm on right now, I'm like setting my limit as like my full position as 3 micro contracts because I'm trying to just be consistent, super consistent, be able to hold, hold trades a little bit longer. And it's going to take a lot for me to actually get into full position. I have to have a fantastic setup, or consolidation has to be occurring where I can get in, like Daryl was saying, like he will put himself into a full position over, let's say, 5-10 minutes time or what have you. And so it depends on the market situation.
What you're doing is appropriate because you're learning a new instrument in a way. You're trying to get a feel for something that you don't often trade, which is the right way to go about it. It's Coach Sam and I, we had this question earlier in another session where we had the Ask the Experts, and it was about, can scaling in be beneficial? And it's kind of like dipping your toe right here. In a way, you're just putting on one little teeny micro, and you're watching the behavior, and you're in the money, and you're learning. It's great. It's fantastic.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I just want to jump in really quickly. Just let the viewers know we will
let's
be
switch
picking
over.
a viewer very, very soon. So keep your eye out. I am gonna quickly pop to the toilet. My bladder's bursting again, so I'll be back in under 2 minutes. And then we should be picking a winner for the competition very, very soon. So stick around. I'll be back in a moment.
You got it.
Awesome. And something else to mention is like right now we're coming up on, it's 3:37. Got to be aware of the time here, and we've talked about this in sessions before with the imbalances at 350. And I do have to be aware of that because as the indices if the indices start spiking in a weird way, gold, especially in an illiquid time period, could also do something similar in an odd way. So I have to consider maybe in the next 10 minutes or so whether I should be getting out of this or not, and just taking my money. So
no, great point. It's also why I'm done for the day now, because the ES made its new all-time high and it's pulled back a little. It's still hanging up there, but do I want to be a greedy pig and put on some size and try to capture? I don't know, because this is all-time highs. We're in everything north of here. It's like outer space. There's like Coach Sam keeps talking about, there's nothing printed above here ever. So it's difficult, and we're at the end of the day coming up here, and we could have a bunch of taking profits or what have you, or posturing for the overnight or tomorrow. So it's you're in a good spot though, because when this algo kicks in here in about 10 minutes, it's going to whip, and it probably will whip higher for you. But if it doesn't, you're protected. So it's and you may just want to get out and just flatten right there and take your 20 points or whatever you have, right?
Yeah, exactly. So I think because right now I'm at 10, 20, I'm at almost 25 ticks. on the 15 ticks of risk, and I would like to get to. Obviously, I would love to get to 30 ticks, like I've been saying, where I like to get to 2 to 1. Would be great, but also I'm not also going to be like literally every tick is $1. So every point in the gold is $10. Obviously in the E-mini, every point is $100. Every tick is $10 in the regular E-mini. So and and I will say in the regular like open outcry session with gold, I would consider, because it would move quicker, I would actually, and there's a lot more volume, I would consider like, putting 2 contracts on instead, or, instead of just the one. But especially during these times where I honestly don't know how volume is going to react.
Because you're learning it. I don't either. Right.
Exactly.
You're kind of forward testing this live, which is okay. I think it's good to do it that way, but.
Oh yeah, I think so too. It's kind of like people hopefully get to learn through me. That's my goal is, they get to see my actions and what I'm doing. I can explain it, and then anybody who's paying attention, any viewers, they can maybe get a little bit of that experience as well along with me. And,
right.
And then we move on and we make some money. I would love for this little pullback here to base out, and we pop up one last time before 350, and I can just get out of here.
You're probably gonna get a reaction here at the 45 as well, just maybe. But as we've seen all this week, that algo that kicks in at 10 minutes to the top of the hour, it has. Well, I mean, God, in the ES, sometimes I think it'll rip freaking 30 points both direct. I mean, it's just ridiculous. It's been pretty mild, so I don't know what to expect.
Yeah.
It just, who knows?
Yeah. And I will say this doji candle here, I don't like that. Like the indecision to continue higher. It's not a doji candle technically, but it's like an indecision candle of sorts. Not a huge fan of that, to be quite honest. Part of me is thinking might not be a terrible idea to just get out of this.
Yeah, I think you did an excellent trade there, especially at this time of night. I say night because it's night here in the UK, but you know what I mean. This time of day, lock in your profits. I think absolutely fantastic.
I just took it off because as soon as I took, because I was saying the 33.46 area is what I was looking for, but really thought we could push further. But as soon as I'm glad I switched to that 5-minute, honestly, because the 5-minute really, I do not like seeing indecision candles up at the top of ranges or anything. But, now that I saw that and I got out, I took some money, but then I'm sure the market will want to just rock it up, but that's okay.
Is that high of day on the left?
Yeah, exactly.
So you're at a double top. It's almost like when I got in at the double top of the ES back when it kind of popped for the all-time high. It's kind of funny because it's like normally you're like you'd be holding off. But
because you see,
it's just the time of where we are right now. Also, it's just
right. You see, the overnight session did what it did, and then in the morning, we just popped up dramatically, and
squeezed all those guys out, squeezed them.
Yeah, very bullish for sure. My thought was we could pop through this maybe and get into this little range here of 33.4650 to 33.49. But I don't know. Might happen, might not. We're coming up at what now? It's 3:45 here.
Where you at? Slay Z? Are you in like Central Europe or somewhere? 10 p.m. almost.
I think you mentioned. What is it? He was in South Africa. I think you mentioned.
Was he? Okay.
I think I saw South Africa. Correct
Yeah,
me if I'm
that'll
wrong,
make- that
Slazy,
makes
but I think you mentioned South Africa. Eric
Nice.
asks, any word on how long it will be before we get the one account? Eric, I will message the back end and the team, and I'll let you know. But I can't imagine it will take too long. I'm assuming by the time the stream
he DM'd
finishes.
me in Discord, and he just wanted to make sure we had his email
Okay,
address
perfect.
and stuff, but we have it though. But it's good.
Beautiful.
We're
Yeah,
trying to get
you'll-
everything out to you, Eric. So we will.
Yeah, you'll get an email very soon, and then
South Africa, Slazy, good job. Nice.
so hopefully we'll be ready. Yeah, so the backend said our business team will get back to you on your email. So won't be long. Just keep your eye
Rest
on the
assured,
email.
it's coming. It's coming to you.
Check your spam
We're
folder
not
as well,
gonna-
just in case. Yeah.
Now,
So
when I look at
hopefully-
the ES here, and I'm looking at the 30-minute chart. Look at that guy. Look at this.
Yeah.
Look at that candle. That's not a good one at the
Yeah.
top.
It's doing the same thing in the ES as well. I mean,
I know this is the ES. Yeah. This is
was
I'll
the
look at
ME
MNQ
not
though,
the-
real quick. MQ. Let's see.
okay. Thanks, Sam.
Oh wow. I'm super excited. I filled out to be an affiliate. I have access to 704,000 subscribers to bring here. Eric.
Whoa.
Top man.
My man.
Top man. Eric. You're my favorite person. Hey, if you're enjoying what we're doing, by all means, we'd appreciate it, of course.
And he's going to make some good money on the affiliate program with that. That's great. That's fantastic.
Oh, absolutely.
I mean, that's what we want.
Very cool.
Look at that.
But yeah, definitely, Eric. When you chat to our business team, let them know as well. You never know. They might be able to work something out. Special rates. I can't promise anything, obviously, right this note, but yeah, they'll probably be very interested to hear that. So. How's the ES looking for you guys? NQ is just... NQ hasn't done anything for me.
It has not.
It's just in a very tight range. I mean, we're in a range of about 60 points. 60 ticks, sorry. It's not a lot. I mean, there's money to be made technically, but it's not worth the risk at this time.
And you were focusing more on it just to get away from a little bit of the snooziness of the ES. And today, it just maybe
this is it. Exactly. I mean, for any OG viewers like Robert, they know. In fact, Robert's probably shocked that I'm trading NQ.
I remember.
Yeah, Robert, if you're watching, I am trading NQ for the last, I'd say, week or probably starting this week. I've mostly traded NQ. I've dropped the ES only for a little while, just because I didn't like the ES last week. I didn't like how it moved. It was just, I don't know. And then I started trading the NQ, and the NQ I just felt traded so much better last week. So yeah, amazing. So Robert, you'll be proud of me. He goes, I am. Lol.
Lol.
It doesn't mean that I have converted, though. I want to put that out there. It doesn't mean I haven't converted. I am still ES in my heart. I'm just having a little affair with NQ right
now. That's funny.
Just a fling. That's all it is.
It's just a fling, yeah.
It means nothing.
I promise. I swear.
I'll come back to you. Don't leave me. All right, let's see our reaction here. Let's see what we get.
Yeah.
I think we're going to get a push up. I just feel it. I don't know.
It's
going to be no.
600,000 to the downside.
Could you imagine?
I don't know. I don't know what the actual imbalance is, but
I'll check. I need to check.
I might go back to ES. NQ is just not doing it for me. I'm sorry, Robert. It was good while it lasted. I'm only joking. Actually, to be honest, I quite like the NQ now. I'm slowly starting to understand.
Dude,
Robert and a lot of people. It is addictive.
Sam.
Robert calls
minus
it
3.2 billion on market on close. Ooh,
wow.
Lord. Yes.
That was only 5 times more to the sell side than I was thinking. Jesus, that's ridiculous, actually.
I mean, sometimes we see 2.5 billion, but oh my Lord.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, well, but look, what's going to happen? I just could, you watch. It's just going to consolidate this. The distribution where we're at right now at the top, the point of control is going to shift up to that because all this volume is going to come in here at the top. It's going to look very similar to yesterday where it was top heavy, and we're just probably setting up for either a sell-off in the overnight, and we'll come back tomorrow and maybe retest all-time highs. I mean, it may do this for a bit. I've seen this story before. Now, don't mark my words, and please, viewers, do not take this as trading advice. This is just my lame opinion, but I'm just, it just looks like this, man. God.
I'll tell you what.
Where's the POC for ES right now?
Where's the what?
On your chart.
The POC.
The POC, point of control.
Oh, 329 3/4, I believe, unless, let me move it out.
Is that what it is currently?
No, it's different. It's lower.
Shifted to the range we're in now. Okay.
No, it's lower.
So,
so mine is
already shifted a long time ago.
633.2. That's what I have at the moment in the ES.
Yeah, it's what do you have, Paul?
So I have a 633.2, so that's what I see.
630. I'm still showing 619, 63.19.
But
I don't know why.
But that's this is regular trading hours, though.
I know.
It's only 9:30.
I know that. I don't know. My chart's messed up right now.
I'll tell you what, though, the top sectors today are tech and financials are literally 1-2ing each other in the sectors.
The banks had all those earnings yesterday, right? It's a lot of that.
Yeah.
And then industrials and consumer staples. Those 4 at the top. The fact that industrials and consumer staples are doing so well, this is like I don't know. I don't want to burst anybody's bubble here, but this feels like a fully fledged bull market. It's not just tech running away with everything, and there's a lot of stuff in all the heavy hitting sectors. There might be rotation that starts again too. Like if we start seeing more rotation out of technology soon, and then a little bit more into, let's say, maybe people get a little defensive and they go in the utilities and some healthcare, and then financials drop a little bit, but then that money goes into the technology, and then all of a sudden you're just continuing this bull market. So
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Look at that. That whole
Right, NQ's
imbalance move just
finally
gone.
moving.
I know. Here we go.
Let's drop back again. I thought we were breaking out of a range, doing something, instantly dropped again. Yeah, but it's not going to happen, is it? Okay, maybe
It's just coming down to low volume.
finally do that.
It's coming down to low volume in the ES. It's just going to build. I'm telling you, that point of control is going to shift. It's going to shift to like 63.41 or something when we're done, I think.
Wouldn't be
It
surprised.
doesn't matter. Either way, it's at the top of the distribution for the day, right? So we're
It just
auction
did.
market and
Daryl, it just did. It just shifted.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I think we were very close earlier. Okay.
63.40 now. 63. Well, you could say 63.39 to 63.41. That's just hilarious.
It'll move around a little bit until we're done here. You watch. I mean, dude, we got a lot of volume coming in the next 5 to 6, 7 minutes here. It's gonna just. But my point was, either way, we're at the top of the distribution. So participants like prices higher. They're sticking to the highs. For now. All we know is for now. We don't know anything else.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if I should sell any of my NVIDIA that I have in my retirement account. I don't know. I'm on the fence.
Yeah, it's a hard call. It's like what we were talking about the other day, right? It's like people always say, oh, if you had bought Amazon way, way back and they weren't showing any profitability for 12 years or something. And if you only held it all the way through, but we don't tend to do that because they get these big pullbacks and it's like, oh, I think I might as well take my money off the table. And same thing with Tesla, same thing with all these ups and downs. So yeah, you're inclined to want to say, maybe I take some off or all of it off of NVIDIA, and then you watch it may just go and continue to rip for another 2 years. I don't know.
I just got word.
It's so hard.
But the team have picked a winner, but we will announce it very, very soon.
All right.
So
let's go.
Should be good. Obviously, I know who it is, but I'm not going to say. I'm not going to say until the announcement comes.
Point of control 63.40 and 3/4. Yeah, right now anyway.
Just to let you know, Daryl, Eric has messaged you on Discord. So whenever you're done, you can have a look. Yeah, this market is dying off.
Yeah.
I'm seeing nothing. I'll be honest, guys. I don't think I will be entering a trade. It'll be very, very doubtful.
No, don't.
No trades
But
for
it
me
wasn't a
either.
terrible day. I think at the end of the day, if it's a profitable day, you can't complain. That's all
Well,
you
you
can
didn't
ever
lose
ask.
money. You didn't lose money, so
That's
it's a good day. You get to come back tomorrow and play
That is
again.
it.
You know, that's the key.
The key is survival in trading. Just to survive another day.
Mm-hmm. Big volume,
survive.
just 2,000 contracts just executed. That was
I
pretty
know.
crazy, but yeah.
I'm hearing it in my ear. I got audible alerts that are just chirping at me.
No way. That's awesome.
That's cool.
Yeah, but it could be distracting.
I want audible. I get like alerts
Yeah.
like markets open.
It's
Markets
good.
closed,
It's good, but
and
it's a
stuff
pain.
Like that,
It's a
but
pain.
Chop City.
yeah, huge amount of volume
ES
coming in.
The ES just came up and just touched the current all-time high that I made. It's been just bouncing right there. Didn't go any further. Just a lot of fills right here. Ooh, look at this.
Yeah.
Huge amount of volume.
Robert,
I don't know if this is somebody.
He ended at minus 1.80
$1.80, I think,
today.
maybe $1.80.
It can't be $1.80. That's
no, because
nothing. That's fine.
He's got a sad face there.
180. That's what I mean.
No.
I hope it's not 1,800. That I can understand if you're a bit sad, but still, it's
not
doable.
1,800.
You can make that back.
Smash like. You got it. Eric, I don't know. Did you DM me, because I responded to you before, but I don't see anything new.
He said it was in CFD group.
Check your Discord.
The main Hola Prime.
Oh,
okay.
Okay, I got you. Yeah.
Probably in the trading arena.
Yeah, I know.
While we're here,
it is.
If you haven't joined Discord, to anyone watching, please do join. It's absolutely fantastic. And you can interact with us coaches directly. Probably the easiest way to interact with us is through Discord. Obviously, not when we're on a live stream. Then it's easier just to leave a comment. But apart from that, yes. Discord is the one. So yeah, Robert lost $1.80. You're a funny man, Robert. That's fine. $1.80. I don't know how you're going to recover. I think you should just reset.
Not even a cup of coffee. It's easy. That's
It's over. Reset it. It's done. You'll never recover from that.
Reset it. Reset it.
All right, I got word. We should announce the winner. Backend, are you ready? Give me a little, thumbs up
drum roll. The final,
and I will announce the winner. Okay, backend's ready. So everybody watching, the winner for the $50,000 funded account is.
No, that's nothing to sneeze at, too.
Slazy, congratulations. You've been picked as the winner. Well done.
Well done.
Awesome.
I hope Slazy caught it.
That's nice to see a lot of the big participants get stuff.
Just confirm in the chat that you heard us. Hopefully he's still around. He hasn't left.
He may. I mean,
either way,
he's an hour. He's an hour ahead of you. He's an hour ahead of you.
Oh,
right?
there you go. Yeah. He said, "Thank you so much."
Yeah.
He said it. So just check your emails. Keep an eye on them. It might be a day or two or something. I don't know. It'll probably be earlier than that. You'll get an email at some point and just go from there.
Awesome.
Well done. Congratulations again.
Yeah.
All right.
You know what's crazy is all that volume in the last 5 minutes or so. That 3.5 billion. I mean, it's on both sides, right? So it's just getting scattered, but we've got prints. I'm not joking, guys. There are like this is ES, right? 63.42 even, 16,000 contracts, 63.41 and a half, 18,000 contracts, 63.41, 16,000 contracts, 63.40 and a half. Every other tick there, if you add this up, there's probably 250,000 contracts within 5 points, all in that distribution there that I was talking about. It just all smattered in there. That is just, whew.
Yeah.
Those are that's the big boys right there. And I don't know if they're just positioning to get in, or they're covering. They're covering. I don't know. Who knows?
Yeah.
To
have a distribution, like
all
that at the all-time high is a very.
They all want to get in.
Yeah, there's maybe a little bit of euphoria going on or something. Or the opposite. It could be the opposite too. It could be a lot of profit taking and a lot of trying to get cash back. Could be a lot of pension. Could be a lot of could be a lot of that kind of stuff wanting to get in. This money needs to go somewhere. Everyone keeps putting money in, so they're and look, like we talk about, if you're managing a multi-billion-dollar fund or ETFs or anything. You need to get all this stuff in. If you can get it all in at the end of the day here, because we're at all-time highs and there's so much liquidity, you're just going to throw everything in. That may be what we saw. Because they just want to get in. They're not particular on price. They just need to tell their clients, we got you into, S&P futures, blah blah blah. Yeah, true. They probably, or got them into, like a proxy of sorts for the S&P, and then hedge on the futures or whatever, and go from there.
Exactly.
Yeah,
exactly. So, but we never know. I'm just prognosticating,
postulate,
just for my own, just for my own entertainment, right? Just like, I wonder why. I don't try to pretend like I know exactly what's going on, because I don't. I just don't.
None of us do.
Well, when I see heavy volume towards the end of the day, especially on a trending day, on a day where so much money is being pumped in order to push the market up like it did today, to me, all the sell volume is people getting the hell out, taking their money, popping a champagne, and enjoying themselves. That's the way I see it.
Champagne sounds good right now. I can go.
Oh man,
it's only 107, but hey, I could celebrate.
I just realized NQ hit the zone I wanted to buy in, but it hit it all the way back down. Oh man, I missed the buy about 3 minutes ago.
That's what you get for calling her your mistress. See, it got back at you.
To buy at
the ES was giving voodoo.
23,236 is where I wanted to buy, and it literally touched it, went down a few little ticks, and then boom, it's going up. I didn't even know. It got so boring and so sideways. I thought, nothing's going to happen. Look on the charts, all of a sudden, boom, it's there. Never mind. I probably wouldn't have entered anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, I doubt I would.
Yeah, it's difficult.
Too late.
That's a difficult one.
Oh, for sure. Totally. Especially at the time of day. That's, that was probably the killer, was when it happened. It's just too little too late.
Yeah. Should have sent an alert.
I don't think I've ever taken a trade between 3:50 p.m. EST and 4 p.m. EST. I don't think I've ever taken a trade during that time period.
Dude, I take trades up to your time, almost 5, or I'll get out before I have to flatten out. My broker gives me about 5 minutes. They're pretty liberal with me. Sometimes they'll call me or email, but I'm like, I'm getting out. Don't take me out and charge me $100 a point, please. I'm getting out of the damn trade. But I will sit, because if I'm in, like we saw yesterday, where I sit after settlement, like during settlement period, I'll wait and watch, because sometimes you've got, political statements coming out. You've got earnings that, even though it may say it comes out at at 1 o'clock, whatever, whenever the market closes, it sometimes is 15 minutes later, a half hour later, you get a good reaction. And if I'm like this is where I'm saying, if I'm already in and the whipsaw at like what we just experienced at the close of New York, if it didn't get me out and I'm okay, I'll be happy just sitting there and watching it, you know.
Yeah.
And
yeah,
because I mean, chances are it'll come back to my stop and take me out. But there's times where I just leave it and I'm like, oh wow, I captured another 5, 6, 7, 8 points out of it. Cool, you know. Get out at like you know, a half hour before the hard close. But I don't. I mean, it's not.
Daryl,
it's not a
you're a
strategy I do. No, it's not a strategy I do. I look. I'm all about just getting risk neutral as far like what I call it, or a free trade. I just want to get into that spot where if I need to walk away to the restroom, if I want to go to the kitchen and make something for 10 minutes, at that point I can leave it. I'll walk away. I don't need to sit on the screen because that's like I'll hear it if it triggers. I'll hear it make the alert. But you know what I mean? It's like, yeah,
you're an absolute machine, Daryl. You're
no,
you're a trading machine.
Crazy.
I'm calling you
a degenerate.
The tradeinator.
That's
what you are.
I'm a risk taking degenerate, guys. Listen, don't.
No.
You don't want to be like me.
Your new nickname is the Tradeinator. You're from the year 3000. Sent back in time.
Oh man.
To trade the market.
No, you should call me E Mini Mouse. That's more appropriate. The E Mini Mouse.
I like it.
I just made that up.
Netflix is reporting earnings tonight. Netflix is reporting, so there might be a pop in the futures at some point here after hours.
They are.
I think they are, right?
No, they've it already printed. Earnings per share 719 versus 708. Revenue just about expected, but they're going to do the earnings call here in a half hour.
Yeah, okay.
But we didn't get much reaction off of that.
Yeah, I didn't realize Taiwan Semi reported this morning, so that's wonder how they did. Looks like they did pretty good because they're up $8, 3.5% on the day. So
I think the whole sector's gonna. I think that they're riding the coattails, man. I mean, look at what was it? AMD was up 8%, something like that.
Yeah, yesterday it was up like 8 point something percent.
Wow.
Yeah,
I know.
Yeah, everybody thought AMD was dead in the water like 7 months ago, or like 6 months ago, and then all of a sudden.
Yeah, I know. So true.
Look at them now. I remember owning AMD at $35 a share and getting out of it at 65 and thinking I was a genius.
Yeah, I know.
So, and then it traded upwards of 200 or something.
But you don't have a crystal ball. That's the thing,
Oh yeah.
It's what do you do?
Yep. Yeah, and it wasn't even like it didn't take a long time for it to get there either when it all happened. I mean, at this point, I think it was like 2 or 3 years ago when this happened, but yeah, it was like one of those things where you're like, man, this stock is doing so well. Like, I feel like I would be stupid to not take it off the table given like 80% returns or whatever. And then it's like, oh, joke's on you.
Oh, just realized, guys, I'm going to have to leave for for a few minutes. I need to do a little setup for the next new segment, which will be after this. So I do just need to do my setup, but I will be back. very
No worries.
shortly. But continue with that.
Back with your wolf mask on.
Yeah.
All right. See you in a minute.
Oh man. Poor Troy. If he only knew.
I was going to say, I wonder, is Coach Troy
If he only
is
knew.
Coach Troy going to be on sessions tomorrow? I'm not sure.
No. I think he's only on now Mondays and Wednesdays. I think. I think that's what I was told. So he may miss out on his little video if we do it tomorrow.
Dang.
The three of us. I think the three of us. It's the same. It's the same Three Musketeers tomorrow. I think with us.
Yeah. The viewers will get to know Troy soon enough. Monday of next week. You'll be introduced to Coach Troy.
He'll be ready. He'll be primed and ready. He'll be primed and ready. This guy, he's a character too. Oh my God,
he's a cool cat.
He is, and he's got he brings back all this old stuff in his head from 50 years back or so. It's like, how do you remember this stuff? I don't even know.
Yeah, when he brought up the green bar paper or whatever.
Green bar paper.
Yeah, green bar. I'd never heard that terminology before, but I had a job at a bowling alley once, and they used that paper actually to print stuff out. And I genuinely was like, I feel like this is the only establishment in modern history that is using this paper anymore.
No. My dad's business ran that stuff on dot matrix till like the mid 2000s even, because they had it was good for reporting and sales, and I don't know if they did invoices off of it, but there was still hard mailing. Even though email was around, we were still doing a lot of stuff. I didn't know what he meant when he said green bar. It kind of threw me. I thought he was talking about something with trading. I'm like, the green bar. Like, remember the green bar? And I'm like, green bar. If he had said green bar reports or green bar paper, I would have said, oh, you mean the ones that they printed on the dot matrix printers? Oh yeah, those noisy little things with the little they're going screaming all day, right? Oh hell yeah, I remember that stuff. Oh yeah, and you'd have a big box with like maybe 3,000 sheets, and it was all perforated, right? So it all just like accordion. It just runs through, and it's coming out of one big freaking box. And you could, if you don't separate it, it could just be a gigantic, huge accordion. It just rolls. Yeah. I don't know. He comes up with some of this stuff.
And the last time I saw that paper was like, 2011 was when that was the last time I ever saw that paper being used. So
I don't even think I think the last time I heard of it was maybe like 07, 08 kind of thing. Like, I mean, I really was like, green bar. I had no reference to what he was talking about. Totally wrong.
It's safe to assume that he would have been talking about something trading, because I mean, green bar, that totally makes sense. Yeah.
He's like, Daryl, you remember green bar? And I'm like, green bar? I'm like, green span? Greenspan? Like, what are you talking about?
I remember plenty of green bars on the charts. Yeah, that's what you're talking about.
Exactly. Yeah, I didn't know what he was talking about at all. It's funny.
That's funny.
Where are we? Let me see here.
Can't believe we're already coming up on Friday. Week flew by.
This week has really flown. This month, I mean, God, we're almost.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Any news? Let's see. Is there any news coming up?
Pretty quiet for tomorrow. I looked ahead.
Yeah.
Michigan consumer sentiment tomorrow. I know that.
Yeah.
There may not be much else. I'll have to look.
Yeah, I think you're right. That's it, really. That's it.
And
inflation.
Based on how the markets have been so muted with these reports all week, I don't expect it to do much with that. It'll probably just be like, oh yeah, cool, thanks.
Yeah, no, for sure. Building permits and housing starts isn't going to really do much at all. And
no.
Then we have next week, which I don't think there really is much next week either. So, nah.
Right. No, I think there's more. There'll be more earnings.
Yeah.
Some. We're kind of getting back into earnings season again.
Yeah. Really, next week it's just like you said, earnings, and then on Thursday and Friday you've got like unemployment claims, manufacturing PMI, services PMI, and durable goods orders. Essentially, that's just all Thursday, Friday though. So not a whole lot of news to. Oh, Fed Chair Powell is speaking at 8:30 on Tuesday. I don't know where that is.
It's so funny you said that because I was just about to say it'll be interesting to see if he's still the Fed chairman next week.
Yeah, right. Oh,
I mean, you go into these weekends and you don't know what the hell may happen. I mean, it's like unbelievable.
Yeah.
It's just, and any time. It's not even like Sunday afternoon. It's like Saturday morning. It's like, oh my God.
Yep.
You got to wait. You got to wait to see what happens when the market opens Sunday evening, and it's like, oh my God. So yeah, well.
Have you become enough of a trading junkie of sorts to be like on Sunday nights? You'll pop the screens on to just see, what's going on, or just check things out for a little bit.
I may not. If I'm around, like I've gotten to the point where I don't want to turn it on. Well, I'll check my phone if we're out and about, or I'm out with family, or we got a function or something. I'll look at my phone, like, oh yeah, I'll have to be reminded, like, oh, it's like 5:30. Oh, I should check where the market's been, and I'll look and I'll go, okay, that'll be the extent. I won't trade, and I don't trade from my phone. So but then if I'm around the house and I'm not like busy doing something, and I'm maybe watching like sports or I don't know, I may be tempted to kind of go over and look, and I may, but I don't want to do it because I really, even though it's slow, at that point I want to sit in front of the screen. So I don't want to waste my Sunday afternoon, barbecue. I'd rather do something else.
Yeah, no,
totally. But if it's one of these where like it's like, I don't know, we bomb Iran or some crazy, and it's like I'm expecting like a 200-point swing or something, I may want to get on and just watch the reaction and maybe partake. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, basically if there's like a wild headlines that occur,
if I know in advance something's happened. Yeah, for sure.
Right.
For sure.
Yeah. I'm kind of the same way. Like I might Sunday night, I'll just log on to like maybe like set some levels and stuff, and I'll just take a gander for 5-10 minutes max. And
if I'm doing, that's what I'm saying. Like if I'm working on my spreadsheets and doing other stuff, I got, if my computer's on, I've got everything open. So it's kind of like I have it in the back of my corner of my eye. And Slay Z goes, yeah, Bitcoin tempts me during the weekends, I'm sure, but Bitcoin is 24/7, my friend. You can, I don't know. I would be on my phone looking all the time. I probably would not be good. Yeah.
We can take a look at Bitcoin. I just actually pulled it up. There's a micro Bitcoin
118, 117. I think it was today. I just took a peek.
Well, blink your eyes and it'll change by $1,000. So
getting close to 119.
119. Yeah, 119 almost at the moment.
ETH is up. ETH is rolling too. Almost 3,400.
What the daily looks like on Bitcoin futures here. Get this.
Yeah, I'm not looking at the futures. I'm just looking at the
cash,
the coin, right? Yeah, the cash.
Yeah,
exactly. I'm just looking at BTC itself.
Right.
It's that shows 118,863 currently.
Gotcha. Yeah, and I've considered myself maybe at some point Slazy looking at maybe trading the micro Bitcoin here. Maybe at some point I'll get into it, and you'll definitely know when it does happen. But it's I mean, you can tell just by the DOM, the spread is like usually like 6 ticks or so. So you are constantly, that you could get spread out of your. It's just a little bit, a little bit too spready. Let's put it that way.
No, I don't have the courage to trade any crypto because that's for a number of reasons, but I don't have the experience with it. I don't have, I don't know. Now buying and holding it for an investment, possibly. I sold off a bunch of stuff stupidly, like after like 3 years ago. I think I sold off some ETH. I sold some other stuff that made me some money, but I mean, I didn't make a fortune out of it. So it was just like, I could take the money and put it to other use, I bought some other real estate and things. So I was just moving it to something else. It was still an investment, but I don't know. I mean, but there's times I wonder, like, am I stupid? Am I just not totally into this? And am I going to kick myself in 20 years or something? Right. Like,
yeah. I will say, I've been a little bit of a laggard in terms of accepting any like crypto stuff, but you can't ignore the fact that there's a futures contract now for a cryptocurrency and Bitcoin being Bitcoin. It's like now that that's happened, like that just doesn't happen out of thin air. That's crazy,
And the ETFs and JP Morgan is allowing you to purchase it. Morgan Stanley, I don't know about Goldman Sachs, but it's got more adoption for sure. But I don't know. I mean, it's still basically denominated by the dollar. So I mean, it's a safe haven. It's like gold.
There's a debate about that, whether it's like more of a safe haven or is it more of like a risk on asset. And you've got people like, you got what's his name from MSTR and whatnot. And there are times where it feels like it's a safe haven. There's like, because recently, I think in recent history, like I think in the last few months, it's felt like more of a safe haven, actually, like you're saying. So interesting times for sure.
Well, yeah, you got what's his face on MicroStrategy? I know you. God, I know it. I can't think of his name. It's killing me.
Michael.
But yeah,
Saylor.
He's Michael Saylor. Thank you, Michael Saylor. He's such a. I mean, dude, the guy, he lives and breathes it. Like it's just coming out of his pores. But I mean, the guy has convinced all his board and his investors to frickin',
Yeah.
I mean, what's he gonna do at this point? He's got to sing from the hymnal.
Right.
But I mean, really, he is so committed. I don't know. I mean, it's got a lot of momentum and backing, but at the same time, it kind of doesn't also. And I wonder what some central banks want it. They want stable coins and I don't know. I think they love fiat because they can manipulate the shit out of fiat. They can devalue. They can do all the games they want to do all the time, right? And then if they go to the deregulated, what's it called?
Decentralized,
DeFi, yeah, exactly. Then they may not have the control, right? Goes into the hands of all the people that have the nodes and are clearing everything and the blockchain.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I heard someone recently scare me though, because they're like, what happens if AI gets to a machine learning point and then they become like crack the code or become Satoshi and off it goes and then everyone's wiped. I don't know, but I know we're at the end of the session, so
we are.
More fun for tomorrow.
Oh, guys. Daryl was really good. I mean, you've had a phenomenal trading day. So hats off to you. Paul,
Thank you.
You're in the prime wrap up with me in about 6 minutes. So I'll see you in a few minutes. And to all the viewers, do stay tuned. We've got a bit of market news coming. I'll be doing my news anchoring. It's a new profession of mine. So I'll do that for 5 minutes, and then we'll have the Prime Day wrap-up, where basically me and Coach Paul will be going over the trading day, and yeah, we'll just kind of be having a little trading talk, essentially. So, oh, look at that. Got a nice background. Lovely.
Ooh,
but yeah,
that's cool.
That was awesome.
That's cool. All right, boys. I'll see you tomorrow.
All right.
Have a good one, Daryl.
Catch you tomorrow.
I'll
Daryl.
check in. Check the notes, Sam. I'll write you a little thing right now.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Anyway.
No problem.
Thanks, guys. Take care.
Thanks, Daryl.
Bye, everyone. Thanks for viewing, everyone. You guys have been great today.
Hello and welcome to today's financial market update for Thursday, 17th of July, 2025. We begin with the latest movements in the Forex markets. The US dollar is rebounding after early week softness. The dollar index is trading around 98.5 as investors' nerves ease following Trump's confirmation that he's highly unlikely to replace Fed Chair Jerome Powell. This clarification helps stabilize dollar sentiment after a volatile start to the week. The euro-US dollar briefly broke above the 1.17 level, but has since pulled back to around 1.163. The euro lost momentum as focus returned to US economic data and upcoming central bank commentary. The pound US dollar is showing signs of weakness after breaking a key support level near 1.3460. The pound now faces downside risk towards 1.3230 as sentiment shifts. Meanwhile, the Japanese yen continues to struggle, slipping near one-year lows on political uncertainty and trade tensions in Asia. The Australian dollar is under pressure after soft jobs data, while the New Zealand dollar is holding steady. Now let's move to the futures and equities markets. US stock futures are mixed this morning. The S&P 500, the Dow and the Nasdaq are all rallying higher, breaking all-time highs. Semiconductor and AI-related names like TSMC and Nvidia are driving the tech-heavy Nasdaq. Both companies reported strong earnings that beat expectations, adding fuel to the AI rally. Oil prices are nudging higher, supported by tightening inventories and cautious optimism around global trade. Brent crude is trading near $68.80 a barrel. Gold, on the other hand, is consolidating after recent highs, now sitting between $3,314 and $3,334 per ounce. Traders are digesting both macro uncertainty and signals from the Fed. Now on to the most exciting part of today's update, the crypto markets. Bitcoin is holding steady near $119,000 with price action flat over the past 24 hours. The real momentum is coming from Ethereum, which has surged nearly 9%, now trading around $3,441. This move has pushed the Ethereum to Bitcoin ratio to new monthly highs and reignited hopes for an altcoin season. XRP has jumped around 10% and is now trading above $3.25, boosted by ETF optimism and growing institutional inflows. Other altcoins are seeing massive gains. Flocky is up 32%, Curve is up 29%, and Bonk is rallying by 19%. Solana and Dogecoin are also up, gaining between 5 and 8% on the day. Over 90 of the top 100 cryptocurrencies are in the green, making one of the strongest sessions this quarter. The crypto rally is also being fueled by legislative developments in Washington. The Clarity Act, the Genius stablecoin bill, and anti-CBDC measures are all advancing in Congress. This is sparking optimism about a regulatory framework that supports growth and innovation rather than restrictions. Record institutional inflows into Ethereum ETFs, including one report of $727 million in a single day, are reinforcing the positive sentiment. That's your 5-minute market update. Stay sharp, stay informed, and stay tuned for the Prime Day wrap-up with myself and Coach Paul up next. Thank you. Well, Coach Paul, good to see you again. I know it's only been 5 minutes.
Long time no see.
Exactly. Well, yeah, I did my little news bit. Kind of messed up on one part. Couldn't say the word legislative. Oh, I can't even say it now. It's too late. It's too late for me. My brain is not working.
Yeah, man.
Ugh.
Yeah, it's already almost 10 o'clock your time. That's it's crazy.
That's it. Well, up from 6 a.m., went to the gym, and yeah, started cracking around at 8 a.m. working. So it's been a long day. It's been a very long day. But I'm all for it. It keeps me young, so can't complain. But yeah, great trading day, I would say, especially for Daryl, star of the show. Absolutely smashed it. And it just goes to show, I know we weren't live yesterday, but to the viewers yesterday, both me and Coach Daryl, we had bad trading days. I lost about $300. I don't know how much Daryl lost, but he lost a few thousand, I think. And mainly his loss came from just the most freakish thing I've ever seen. You couldn't make it up. I mean, he went in for a buy, and I'm telling you, the second his order got filled, some Trump news came out about Fed chair, Jerome Powell being potentially fired or whatever, and the market just went boom. And he was like an instant loss, and he just had to exit the position. Of course you do. I mean, what do you do? He didn't have time to set stop, nothing like that. So complete, just terrible luck, essentially. But it was an eye opener. It was an eye opener. That unscheduled news is one of those things where one day you're just trading, and all of a sudden, boom, something could just happen, a tweet, whatever, that was completely unscheduled and catch you off guard. So it's always good to have a stop in place, unless you're extremely unlucky like Daryl was yesterday, where it happens in the second you enter. there's just no way to protect yourself to that. I mean, you just have to take it on the chin and come back the next day and make it back up, which he did. And that just shows, you know, even the most freakish things in trading, if you just keep your cool head, come back the next day, it only sets you back a day at most sometimes. So yeah, don't freak out if you have a bad day. It happens.
Right.
But a much nicer market today.
Resiliency is what some of the best traders have, the ability to have a short-term memory and not think of any of the bad trades that have happened in recent memory. So
absolutely. But you know, that's part of the trading journey. In terms of the markets today, a great bullish market, broke all-time highs.
Mm-hmm.
What are we expecting? Are we expecting more bullish momentum potentially? I don't know. Friday is always a bit of a weird day. Friday likes to kind of reverse a lot of the time. If a week has been particularly bullish or bearish, Friday likes to kind of be the odd one out. So do keep your wits about you. Friday can be an odd day. I feel maybe it might go up a bit more, but I think we will have some kind of pullback maybe. But again, I mean, this is just, it's not based on any analysis of any kind. This is just, I'm trying to think what are most traders thinking right now? Are they particularly confident in the indices right now? Are they particularly confident in US stocks? I don't know. Maybe they are. If they are, then I think it will keep going up. If they're thinking it's a bit over, I don't know. Maybe it is about high as it will go. We're probably looking to go down. So it's up in the air. We'll find out tomorrow, though, and we'll react to it then.
Yeah, for sure. And I think if I was to, you know, put any sort of analysis to this based on today's market profile and auction process here, we essentially double topped in two different 30-minute time frames. And when that usually happens, what we tend to see is that essentially the marketplace is not satisfied with exactly how price has been contracted at those levels. So it usually likes to run through or to retest that area to kind of complete the auction process of sorts. So, you know, like you kind of said, you could just see it like kind of going maybe through the high really quick. Maybe you spike through it a little bit and then it comes back down to just find a little bit of footing before maybe some economic news next week. Maybe next week, I think Thursday of next week, we have some news here. We have like flash services PMI. We have manufacturing PMI, unemployment claims, durable goods orders. So stuff like that, that maybe the market then wants to digest to maybe have a larger leg higher. So yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Who knows? We'll see. But yeah, I mean, it's not been a bad week, I'd say, trading wise. I'm green for the week, so I'm happy. But you know,
yeah,
we are at weird times, I would say, because we're kind of breaking those all-time highs, and there isn't that much conviction. We broke it. When did we last break it? It wasn't too long ago. We broke again all-time highs, and then we had that massive sell-off. I wouldn't say massive, but it was quite a big sell-off. Yeah, it was only a few days ago. Back on the 15th, we broke all-time highs, and then we had the sell-off, and now we've recovered again. So, yeah, I feel there isn't that much conviction in it. I feel people overall we are bullish. I think also, you know, analysts are also saying they're expecting maybe 4% or so growth, 4 or 5% growth on the S&P this year. So if you kind of, I mean, of course they can be wrong. They're not superhuman or anything. But if we take their word as some kind of measure, then, I mean, we're probably not going to be rallying too heavy, breaking all-time highs constantly. We probably might be more, having the kind of pattern of kind of getting there, breaking it a bit, and then coming back, trading a bit in the range, and then coming back again, and kind of having that slow progression up. And then maybe in the new year, 2026 will be a nice big bullish move back up, and everything recovers.
Yeah.
Who knows? I have no idea. All depends on the fundamentals, essentially.
No, yeah, of course.
Really propping up the market.
Oh yeah. Some of the those bigger names, man. Like everybody knows, Nvidia. Geez Louise, has that thing just absolutely skyrocketed. But it's also easy to note, just looking at the S&P 500 over the last 2 weeks of time. When you're looking at the 4-hour chart, if you just look at the 4-hour chart, we basically traded in a range, a 100-point-ish range for 2 weeks, and we're back at the top of that range now. We technically broke the high by the smallest little bit of ticks today. But there's nothing to say that, hey, maybe we spike up a tiny bit more, like another 10, 15, 20 points or something, and then come right back down to the low of that range, which would be like 62.50 to 62.60. Maybe it digests again. Maybe, who knows? But we have seen, today was very bullish, given all the economic data that came out, a lot better than expected. Obviously, we do not see any tariff stuff affecting anything at the moment. So there's a lot to digest and unpack, I think. But today wasn't one of those days. It was bye. So
Bye. Baby, bye. What's that song?
Some Backstreet Boys.
That's the one, Backstreet Boys.
Bye. Oh, gosh, dude. But yeah. And then aside from that, I mean, I guess, today, tech was ridiculous today. It basically led the market higher with financials. We had kind of mentioned it on the previous session. Those two were the big hitters, and those two sectors were 1% up 1% each. So that really helped. I mean, and those two, the technology and financials are the two biggest sectors in the S&P 500. So helps, when those guys are doing well. So, but I was happy with today. Was such a great overall, rounded out trading day. I think there was a lot of opportunity. You were able to take advantage of a lot in the beginning. Daryl was able to take advantage of a ton in the beginning. I missed a couple opportunities, but I ended up getting I got a couple opportunities. I had one loser, 2 winners, and so no harm, no foul. But pretty solid day, I must say. It wasn't terribly difficult to discern that the market was bullish today, but I could see some people not getting the best execution and the best entries on the way up, which could have stopped some people out. So
yeah, absolutely. I think today the difficulty, although it was very bullish, of course, buying would be. You would think in hindsight, you could just buy at any point and you'd pretty much be all right. The difficulty was there just wasn't really any major pullbacks in order to kind of catch a move. That's what I found hard. I mean, I got in right at the beginning of the move up. I got out very quickly, stupidly, but it's fine. And then I never really had much of an opportunity to jump back in, and that was ultimately the difficult. I mean, I wouldn't even call them a pullback or a retracement. It was more just a little bit. It would rally up, consolidate, go sideways for a bit, really tight range, and then continue, and then tight range, continue, and so forth. So, and I don't really like jumping into a range. I want to see a retracement of some kind. I want value Do you know what I mean? I want it to be
Of course.
a bit better, a bit cheaper, and especially in zones where I like to trade. So yeah, it was hard for me to get in.
Yeah, and it's also like you were taught when you say like you're waiting for that value to come in. That's just like, especially with the type of trading style that you have, where like you like to see a pullback of some sort, or if you're looking to short the market, the opposite, little like rally up before, like seeing a lot of that like the bigger volume come in at those pullback areas, and then it gives you just more of that confirmation to get into that, that very probabilistic winning kind of trade. And so I completely get you, because I'm very similar in that way. I'm not gonna just willy-nilly buy, even though like we have a big bull run and then there's a little bit of consolidation for 5 minutes and it looks like a bull flag to somebody or whatever, and that would want them to buy. That's not close to enough evidence for me to buy. So need to see more of the volume-esque kind of action occur. So
absolutely. But I'm excited for tomorrow. I'm excited for what the market can give us. I sincerely hope that we don't keep going up, just because it limits the amount of trades I can take. Like today, I couldn't normally look. If we had a day like we did today, while shorting the market probably won't sound like the smartest idea, there are still possibilities to have really short scalps, right? But it couldn't be done today because we were in price discovery. Essentially, we were in no man's land. There was nothing. I don't know where the market's going to stop and retrace. It's. I have no zones. I have no data. So therefore, shorting is I wouldn't say impossible, but very, very risky for the way I trade. So I hope we don't have a repeat again where we just got this really kind of bullish movement and I struggle to kind of jump in because it doesn't retrace much. I can't short it. I can't really do much. I just have to watch the market go away without me and hope something occurs. But I don't think we're going to have a day like today again.
Right. Maybe what we, in these kinds of market conditions where we're, in the S&P or the Nasdaq, when a lot of that opportunity is taken away from you and me as well. We look at, we have to maybe shift our eyes to like some of the other commodities, like maybe the crude oil stuff, and start dabbling a little bit in areas where there isn't price discovery happening maybe. And like I know you're not a gold trader, so not gold, but maybe we just start, looking at other markets like that and dabbling in them a slight bit more on, boring, grindy days, essentially, in like the Nasdaq or the S&P 500. But I definitely think I'm going to be trying to get into the crude oil a little bit more, but the opportunity in crude oil is only up until like 1:30 p.m. Eastern time. So it's kind of going to be like we either in our morning New York session you get an opportunity or you don't, because I'm not going to be trading that one in the illiquid time periods of the afternoon New York sessions. So
yeah. No, fair play.
Maybe.
And if okay.
What?
Slazy has he says, "See you guys tomorrow. I really enjoyed the stream." Slazy, great having you on. I'll see you tomorrow as well. We'll see you tomorrow. And congratulations again for winning. I think you won the 50K account. You did, yeah, 50K account. So funded account as well. Makes it even better, right? So yeah, congratulations again.
Congrats, man. That's crazy. That's awesome.
It really is. It really is.
Lucky guy.
So, yeah.
Lucky guy.
Lucky guy. Well, I hope he trades it nice and carefully. Eric is Eric is saying goodbye to Slazy. He says, "Have a great night, Slazy." Yeah, Eric's sticking around.
Also,
so well done, Eric.
Yeah. Also a lucky guy, and the other lucky guy.
Yeah, another lucky guy, another winner, 25K account. Yeah, it's not every day you just win a funded account like that. Treat them.
I know.
I always say, treat them like they're half the balance. If you got a 50K account, treat it like it's 25, like a 25K prop account, funded account. That way, you should never really come close to the risk limit. So if you're, let's say your maximum drawdowns or maximum loss is 3% or something, then your maximum loss should be like 1.5. Do you see what I mean? If you treat it like that, then you should be fine. Yeah.
I'm right there with you, man. That's exactly my thought too. Just keep the guardrails on a little bit tighter. Understand that that these limits are in place to help you be more consistent and everything, and just be careful.
Yeah. See it as a limit, not a target. Ideally, you should never be close to the limit. But yeah. Eric also says, I'm so excited just to win. I can't wait to trade on it. Yes, thank you. Can I get a shirt too? Great question. I mean, I don't know. You probably could. I mean, I'm sure I can ask the business team. We've had a few people asking for Hola Prime shirts. So I don't know. Maybe it's something we can do as well. Maybe if someone passes that gets funded, maybe they get a shirt. I don't know. We could potentially do something like that. He asks, what time do you start tomorrow EST? Right. Well, technically we start. So I'll pull up the timings for you, Eric. So let me just grab it. Friday. So, well, London. Give me 2 seconds. So we have technically the Asian session. If you wanna tune in for that, that starts at 8 p.m. EST. If you want to tune into that, so that's where it starts, 8 p.m. And then we have like a 5-hour break, and then we start off with the London session again, where it's Forex based. So we have our coaches, Coach Michael, Richard, and Tiger. That starts at 3 a.m. EST, all the way to New York Open. Then we get the pre-market pulse, and then finally the futures. So me, Paul, Daryl, we kick off at 9, basically at just before US Open, 9:20 a.m. ET. So depends which one you want to watch, which segment you want to watch. If you're into the futures with us, then 9:20 Eastern Standard Time, just 10 minutes before market open, in the US Open, before the US stock market opens, should I say.
Yeah.
That's when we kick it off.
Yeah, if you don't require any sleep, we suggest attending all of them. But if you need to sleep, we understand that you can only maybe make it to the New York session. We get it. If genuinely, I will say though, in terms of like at least, obviously if like you live here in the U.S. or anything, and you can't just watching the Asian session is obviously difficult because it's in the middle of the night. But the crypto session and whatnot that Paul, another coach named Paul, and James do right before the New York session starts, that's a fun one too. They're two really cool guys, so I enjoy listening to them very much. So I would totally recommend it.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, tune in when you can. Obviously, altogether, I think we're like 14 hours or something. So it is quite a
yeah,
quite a brutal schedule, but absolutely, tune in when you can. But we totally understand. Most people are going to have like a certain section where it's going to be their favorite. If they're really into Forex, they're probably going to watch more the Forex coaches. If you're really into futures, obviously you're going to watch us. So it really depends. We totally get it, but yeah, tune in when you can. There's always something to learn.
yeah.
Oh, Robert said, no, I put a trade in and someone walked in right at that moment, so I had to minimize the screen, helped her with the printer, so that $1.90 loss is now a $182 loss. Look, I mean, $182 is still not that bad, right? I know it sucks. A bit of bad luck there that you had to... the timing, again, was a bit bad from your colleague, but it's all good. 182, you can easily make that back up. Don't worry. Eric says, Asia, the turtle markets, and so extremely ADHD, I get maybe 4 hours a night. Wow. Eric, you're made to be a trader. I don't know how you function on 4 hours of sleep. You're designed to be a trader.
Yeah.
So,
and
Robert,
Robert,
so that's right. Yeah. Go on, Paul.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Robert, with the $500, or since you only have like a $750 max loss in the 25K account, this is where I think when I'm on my trading sessions and I'm just using micros, this is where maybe trading the micros might not be a terrible idea, to just be able to get some more time into the markets. And maybe you do like 2 lots or 3 lots on the micros, and you just steadily build that back up, and then get to your 6% profit target, which would be for you about $1,500 on 2,500. So yeah, it might take a little bit of time, but I think it would help you stay in the game longer, honestly. So just a thought.
Yeah. Oh, he only trades micros. He did
say,
okay.
That's good.
That's why I want the bigger account. Hopefully I win. Robert, part of the competition, do make sure your email is in your YouTube bio. I think the back end were pretty much only looking for people who had their email in their bio as and who followed all the steps. So if your email isn't in your bio, then technically you couldn't have won. Does that make sense? So yeah, just make sure your email's in your YouTube bio, and then you will definitely have a very good chance of winning.
Yeah. And I have a lot of faith in Robert being able to claw back in the 25K at the minimum. So
yeah, you can absolutely do it, Robert. You can absolutely do it. Don't be discouraged. It is what it is. Set yourself like a daily loss limit of what you're happy to lose. So if you've got $500 left on the drawdown, make the daily loss 150, and just only pick the best trades. Even if you only manage to take 1 or 2, you're going to have boring days. They happen. But by all means, there's a lockout button as well on Project X on the platform. Use it as well. If you're getting close to that limit and you feel yourself kind of wanting to keep trading, even though you should probably walk away, just hit that lockout button, lock it out for the day, and I believe me, it will save your P&L in the long run. Just use it, Just force yourself to click that button sometimes.
Yeah. I think people take that for granted, that feature. You think that there's all this there is a lot of opportunity in the markets, but there's also a lot of opportunity to make money and lose money. So when you're unsure, locking yourself out isn't necessarily a terrible idea. The amount of weeks that I've traded where I've traded literally, like, there's been weeks where I made like 2 trades, and I feel like I'm being super boring and extremely picky, but yeah, I also feel like I'm saving myself money. So just a different way to look at it.
Yeah. No, absolutely. Locking yourself out and kind of forcing yourself to stop. And sometimes it's hard if you're just trying to force yourself to stop, because if there's nothing stopping you from clicking that button, I get it. It can be hard. So that lockout feature is actually genius in my opinion, because all you got to do is just click it, right? If you can do that, then you can't possibly trade, and you can't make the situation any worse, you know. So it's well worth just clicking it the moment you feel, man, like I'm at my loss limit. I really shouldn't be trading. I know that thought pops in your head and you're like, well, you know, I can still make it back. The next trade I can make. The problem is when you're already behind and you're trying to make back a loss, you don't trade how you trade normally. Believe me, like you'll be up. Say you're down 180 now, right? And you're trying to make back that 180. You'll be up $70 and in the next trade, and you won't take that $70 win, even though your system tells you $70, you know, it's the maximum. It's not going to go up anymore. You can see that there might be a reversal. You're still going to want to kind of break even, so you're going to hold for 180, and it probably won't happen, and then it goes back, and then you make another loss, or you get out at break even, whatever. Do you see what I mean? So whereas if you were just flat at zero, start the day fresh, and you were up $70 and you saw something you don't like, you'll take that $70, cash it in. You behave differently when you're trying to revenge trade, and that's what makes revenge trading dangerous. It's not the fact that there isn't an opportunity left. It's the way, psychologically, the way you behave as a trader, as a human being. In fact, when you're down and you're trying to make that back, you have a number in your head which might not be possible in one or two trades. Do you see what I mean? So you'll do a lot better just starting at zero again the next day, and then just, even if you make, you know, $50-$60 the next day, all right, cool. And then the next day another 50-60, and then before you know it, in a day or 2-3 days, you've made back that loss, and then you're back on track again. You know?
Yeah, stacking the small wins is a wonder for your confidence and conviction. So
yeah, like, look, I lost 300 yesterday, right? I made 121 today, so I still got basically 170 or something to make, right? I can't even do the maths right now. 180, I don't know. I've got 180 to make, right? My maths is bad right now. in order to make back that loss. Now, I could try and trade it. Obviously, now the market's closed, but I could try, you know, have tried and traded to make back that 300. But I guarantee I would have lost another 300-400 if I went in with that kind of mind frame. But I'm happy. 120. All right, fine. The P&L is not great. I usually do better than 120 in a day, but the P&L ain't that great. But it's fine, because I know tomorrow I'm almost very highly likely that I'm going to be back and made up that loss, and we'll be back on track, and everything will be fine, and I'll have a big smile across my face. So.
Definitely, for sure. I'm excited for our trading sessions in these upcoming months, and all of us, Coach Daryl, Coach Troy, you, myself, maybe a couple other coaches, getting to really show the different ways in which we handle, you know, the emotions of things, or you know, show our ability to just be resilient, and any tips that we have, you know, like if we do have a losing day and then we come back the next day and kind of go through the motions and explain what we're like, where our mind is at, what we're thinking, kind of trying to stay level-headed and whatnot. I think it's going to be good for a lot of the viewers to really see how essentially professional trading works. So So yeah, it's tough though. This is one of the toughest games that exists. So one of the toughest professions you can embark on. But with that being said, there's great reward as well with taking it on, and it's definitely possible, regardless of what do you hear anybody say that doesn't really know much about the industry. So
yeah. No, well, you nailed it there. I mean, it's one of the toughest professions. And I know that probably sounds, people will say, oh, there's people who do a lot harder jobs. And absolutely. Like, I have huge respect for people who do manual labor and stuff like that, because I can hack it, right? You know what I mean? I'm designed to be on a computer typing away. I'm not designed to be, you know, building houses and chopping down trees and whatnot, right? So, like, there are tougher jobs, of course.
Yeah,
you know, much more stressful jobs, absolutely. But trading is like such a unique job in the way that to really master it from on average, it takes probably longer than any university degree. You know, you go to university 3-4 years, whatever it is, right? College in America, and you know, you get your degree, go into the career, and then you know, great, right? So unless you're doing something like a PhD or something, or you're extending it, fine. But even if you become like a doctor, you're probably doing I don't know how it depends on the country, obviously. But here in the UK, I think it's like 8 years or something to become like a proper doctor, which is a long time. And okay, when you do become a doctor, like financially you'll be fine. They're always going to need doctors. Maybe not with AI now, who knows? But like before AI, they always needed doctors. You know, they're always well paid. You don't really find a broke doctor. So yeah, you know, great choice. You work hard for 8-10 years. You know, study, and you've got yourself a really good career. Trading is kind of similar in the respect that you have to probably put 8 to 10 years into it before you even, but then you won't start out on a doctor's wage. No. You'll start out a lot smaller at first, but the growth will be exponential. Like the growth is ridiculous with trading. Once you start getting that ball rolling, then like you can go from, I think Troy said this a couple of days ago, you know, you'll go from like your first year, maybe you break 15 grand. You know, you're kind of a bit of a hobbyist trader. Like once you start getting consistently good, you might make 15 grand. The year after, you've bumped that up to, you know, 40, 50 grand. And the next year, you're doing 250,000. Like it's just insane. Like it's limitless once you start going. But that process of from first starting it all the way to getting there is a long, painful process. And it's just a constant battle with your own emotions and your own self. But once it finally clicks, once it finally just your brain accepts it, you almost have to rework the way your brain's wired. And once that's rewired and you just start doing it, then it works. And then it all clicks and then everything's great. So, but yeah, you just can't rush the process. That's the reality.
Yeah, for sure. Because I think so the reason it takes, or part of the reason it takes so long to get to that point is just like you were saying with the rewiring of your brain. It's like the scalability is a lot more difficult than you originally think it's going to be. So,
yeah,
but yeah. So sorry, I had to cough there. But yeah, the scalability, basically your own ability to take on risk evolves over time.
Yeah, 100%. And Robert said, Robert said, yeah, my goal was to use 1 micro until I made over the 750 and it becomes static. Then continue until I make another 1K. Then I will trade more micros to make the 5 days of 200 profits. I have to step out for a few. All the loves in case you guys aren't here when I get back. No problem, Robert. Have a good one. I don't know when you get back, but we're wrapping up in about 15 minutes. So, yeah, have a good one. good seeing you again.
Yeah. As always. Man, it was like I have a frog stuck in my throat or something. You know, when that happens and it just comes on all of a sudden randomly, just need to swig a bunch of water there. My goodness.
Yeah. It happens sometimes. It's a lot of talking as well.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. So, yeah, I mean, aside from, I guess, all that we were talking about there in terms of kind of like, you know, recapping the day and everything, I mean, most of everything that I was looking at, there's a lot of green, essentially, just a lot of green, even across commodities. So, across like crude, cotton, silver, platinum, soybeans, I mean, sugar, lumber, heating oil, I mean, ethanol, sugar. It's just lean hogs. If you're looking at lean hogs futures, canola, there's everything. It's so much green today, to be quite honest. It's kind of crazy to see.
Absolutely, yeah. Well, last 15 minutes.
I was looking at
based on today.
Yeah, for sure. And there hasn't even been like a whole lot of news either that came out today, aside from, you know, for example, like there's federal board member Bostic was like kind of hitting the news wire every so often throughout the day, and how he's like hawkish and stuff, and how the economic outlook looks highly uncertain. But unlike yesterday when we had all of the comments regarding Fed Chair Powell and it, you know, drove markets into a frenzy, Fed Bostic, his comments aren't doing anything. they didn't do anything to the markets today. So he's talking about the uncertainty of the economy tariff adjustment could take months, rate cuts might be difficult in the short run, all of these kind of flashy headlines, but no one cared, to be quite honest. So aside from that, you know, not really much news, like we were saying. And gold slipped a little bit today. It was technically down like the slightest bit today. And I didn't see what crypto really did today, to be quite honest. I didn't see how crypto did so far. I'd have to take a look at that. But
apparently, crypto did quite well.
Well, there you go.
According to the news.
Okay. Let's see. I'm sure Bitcoin did okay here. Yeah, so Bitcoin like settled at like over 120.
119?
Or 119, wow.
Yeah. Ethereum apparently did really well.
Yeah. I gotta take a gander. Netflix posts earnings beat as revenue grows 16% in the second quarter. 16% growth in revenue is quite dramatic. That's pretty wild.
That's insane, yeah.
I'm sure. I wonder what the stock price is looking like right now in the aftermarket here. Let's see, NFLX. Oh wow, it closed today at 12.75, and then in after hours it spiked up to 13.10, and then came back down to 12.45, and it's settled in the middle, or like actually below the close at 12.63. But Netflix shares are expensive, man. Like they got to do a share. They got to, they got to, really do a like 10-to-1 stock split or something. You know, 12.63 for a share. My goodness.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, great idea, genius idea, Netflix, though, isn't it? They were on the forefront. They saw the future. Guys like Blockbuster were stuck in their ways.
Yeah, I miss Block. I mean, I know for sure. You had Blockbuster over in London, like that was something,
absolutely.
right? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So you kind of miss. I mean, you're a 91 baby. I'm actually a 91 baby. I very much a lot of nostalgia with Blockbuster. So
yeah, absolutely. I remember
Netflix
just getting to pick a film. And it made whatever film you picked, like you watched it properly. Like nowadays, when you put something on Netflix, I'm looking at my phone. I'm not really paying attention half the time. I'm kind of looking at it, and then the movie ends. I'm like, what the hell did I watch? I have no recollection of like what. You just don't care anymore because there's so much on demand. You kind of, I don't know, like.
It's so true.
You just don't.
It's always there.
I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just you can watch it at any time. Who cares? But Blockbuster made it special. Like that was the only VHS you got to watch. You picked one, you watch it on a Saturday night. You have a takeaway, and that was the greatest few hours, of the evening. Like it was great as a kid.
It really was. It was. I look back at that and it makes me smile so much. It was just different times.
Yeah, the nostalgia. It's crazy how when life was more simpler. Like if we had to go back to it now, like we'd complain, like, oh man, this is boring. I want to watch a film. I have to get in my car and drive to a shop and rent it. Like this is ridiculous. When I'm done, I have to rewind it. Like this is insanity. But the fact that it was more difficult to obtain gave it more value. Where something is so easy to obtain, it inherently has little value. Do you know what I mean?
Yes.
Whereas, like, because it's so easy to watch any film, you just don't value it as much anymore. It's just like, so what? It's
right.
You had to actually do something, to get the film back in the days.
Yeah. No, I agree, man. Like, and another kind of an interesting parallel is like people that shop on Amazon, for example. Like when Amazon became, the biggest thing and everybody shopping on Amazon and the malls like went away. Like everybody why go to a mall when I can get it shipped to me in a day, to my door and I don't have to go drive. But on the contrary to like the Blockbuster thing, I don't think that anybody would ever really want to go back to Blockbuster, like those times of like renting VHSs and or DVDs or anything. But malls are kind of making a little bit of a comeback, at least here in the United States. I think people are starting to want to like physically see things, instead of just ordering it all. I mean, don't get me wrong, people are still ordering everything online, but I think it's making a little bit of a comeback here. So the malls are, but
that's awesome.
I
mean, different. Look, again, like, to be fair, your malls in America, I mean, I've been to Florida, I've been to California, I've been a few places, went to New York. So, like in Florida, I remember the malls I went to. I mean, they're gigantic. Like you have everything there. Like a mall in the UK is considered like a small shop for you guys. You know what I mean? Your average Walmart is like our malls, basically. So in the UK, they're dead.
That is hilarious, actually.
Shut down. It's just there's no experience to it. You guys know how to make shopping into an experience. You have the food courts and everything and arcades, whatnot. Ours is just a shop.
No, that is so funny because I think that is exactly it. It's like more of a experience thing, it's like the kids, parents can bring their kids and drop them off at a place in the mall where they can ride scooters around or whatever, or put them somewhere in like a karate class or something, and then the parents can go shopping for like an hour and like eat at the food court or whatever. And it's just different. But it's so true.
Like when I was in the UAE, I've been a few times, and I've only gone once to the big mall. No, tell a lie, I've been twice. But it's literally a tourist attraction. Like shopping became a tourist attraction. Tourists go there, not necessarily to buy anything, because you can buy. I mean, it's got every shop in the world there. It's the world's biggest mall. But it's literally a tourist attraction. Got a massive aquarium. They've turned it into a reason to visit. Do you know what I mean? It's almost brilliant marketing. Like it's genius.
So cool.
And it's packed. It's absolutely packed. You never see it empty. It's there's just tons of people, tourists all taking pictures, and they built it right next to the Burj Khalifa as well. So naturally, you want to see the tallest building in the world, and you got all the shops then right there. So they laid it out very smartly, and they know how to get people in through the doors. So, but yeah, that's the right way to do it. I mean, ultimately.
How did you and I'm assuming you enjoyed your trip there. That's a really cool. Well, the 2 times you went there, you enjoyed it very much, I'm sure. I want to go there eventually to check it out. But any recommendations or anything, or just any food I should try whenever I do?
I mean, food. There's like everything available. Like
got it.
I mean, the UAE is like, especially Dubai. It's just a complete cultural mix. The language is basically English. Everyone speaks English. You've got people from every country you can imagine. You'll have so many Americans who live there and work there. So many Brits as well. People from Germany, France, whatever, across the whole Middle East, across Asia, you just have everyone from everywhere, all just in this one city. Which is insane. So, and you literally have endless amounts of things to do. I mean, I can't even, the amount of tourist attractions there are, you probably need about 4 months to complete it all. I mean, that's just how much there is. It's just insane. They're always building new stuff. So it's well worth visiting, well worth going. You'll super enjoy it. But at the same time, like, there's just so much. Do you know what I mean? It's almost overwhelming at some point. I guess it's similar to like Vegas. It's just good to kind of be experienced, but after a while, you're just like, this is just too much. Like, you just kind of need to relax. Like, you need to declutter. It's just everywhere. There's something.
Yeah, man, dude. Honestly, Japan is kind of in the same way. When I visited Japan, it's like there is a lot going on. There's a lot of shopping and stuff too in Japan. So like, when you go to those major cities like Tokyo, or it gets kind of wild. There's way too much going on, but fun nonetheless. Still,
Oh, absolutely. It's still one of my favorite places to go to. I mean, I know it's cliche. You get all the influencers going there and stuff, but it really is like you go there once and then you want to go back. It kind of does draw you, and it's very flashy, and you see ridiculous amounts of wealth there. Like a G-Wagon is just like a standard car there, basically. You know what I mean? Like here, you see someone driving a G-Wagon, like, oh wow, like he's done well. There it's just like, oh, he's got an average paid job. Like, it's just a normal car. Like,
it's so crazy, man.
It's crazy.
It's wild.
It's a place where
absolutely ridiculous.
No matter how rich you are, you're going to feel poor in Dubai because there's always someone richer than you there. Do you know what I mean?
Oh, yeah. My Toyota Prius is, I don't have a Toyota Prius, but like, imagine having a Toyota Prius there. You'd feel like literally you live in a cardboard box or something. That's
it's insane. But it's well worth a visit, and experiencing it.
Yeah. Definitely will.
But I think we're pretty much on time. What time are we at? Yeah. Under a minute. So we'll wrap it up there. To all the viewers who stuck around as well, you guys are legends. Congratulations again to Eric and Slazy for winning the accounts. Do tune in again. Come back tomorrow. There's always going to be a scheduled stream. So if you just go to the channel, you'll see the time and date of all the schedule, and you can kind of follow along. But apart from that, that's it from myself and Coach Paul. Thank you all for watching, and we shall see you again tomorrow. Take care, everyone.
See you guys.
Hola Prime, trade with transparency.